Okay, we'll try that again. The Rules Committee will come to order. This morning, we're considering three incredibly important measures. The first is SCON Res 14, which will build on the success of the American Rescue Plan and put us on a path toward delivering long-term transformational investments in our economy, our workers, and the future of every single American. My hope is that we can pass this measure quickly and give committees in the House and the Senate the ability to get to work crafting a bill that will lower costs for families, create good-paying jobs, and cut taxes for hardworking Americans. Next is H.R. 4, which will stem the tide of anti-democratic policies being enacted in states all across this country and protect the path to the ballot box for every single American. 18 states have enacted 30 voter suppression laws already this year. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court has even continued chipping away at the Voting Rights Act. This is the kind of systematic assault on the right to vote that our friend and former colleague John Lewis spent his life fighting against. John Lewis used to say that the vote is precious, almost sacred. And it is really appalling to many of us that there are people who are trying to trample all over that right. We don't have a moment to spare. Not only must Congress act, but we have a moral responsibility to do so. Third is the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684, which is the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Look, I've got bridges in my district that are older than most of your states. Roads, bridges, and highways all over this country are crumbling, and many are in a state of terrible disrepair. And I'm glad that we finally have a president who views this issue as more than a slogan. We don't have Infrastructure Week, we have an infrastructure president. And the Senate passed an infrastructure bill. While it's not perfect, this bill will make our transportation system safer and more reliable, which is good for travelers and our economy. When you take this bill together with the American Rescue Plan and the reconciliation bill that's getting underway, we are implementing once-in-a-generation policies that will change people's lives for the better. Housing, clean energy, dealing with the climate crisis, childcare, education, tax cuts for working families, and I could go on and on and on. We are showing that government can be a force for good, not only as we confront this pandemic, but as we build a stronger future for decades to come. I'm incredibly proud of that. And I appreciate the work of this administration and my colleagues on both sides of the Capitol for getting us to this point. With that, let me turn to our ranking member for any comments he wishes to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our hearing today covers three items. I'll address the first two jointly, which are the infrastructure bill coming out of the Senate and the majority's proposed budget and reconciliation instructions for fiscal year 2022. As to the first matter, although I think we can all agree that our colleagues in the Senate should be applauded for the bipartisan efforts that produced the infrastructure bill before us, Republicans in the House continue to have concerns about the product. House Republicans had no input into the process that produced this bill, and many of the provisions in this package are troublesome, most notably the fact that the bill is not fully paid for and will increase the deficit. A fully bipartisan and bicameral process ultimately would produce a better bill, in my opinion. Furthermore, I'm greatly disappointed that the House majority has chosen to link the infrastructure bill to a wildly unnecessary, profligate, and wasteful Democratic-only budget resolution. The proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 that the majority is presenting today isn't really a budget at all. Rather, it is the first step down the road toward producing a $3.5 trillion reconciliation spending bill filled with higher taxes and progressive spending priorities. What's worse, the Speaker's also made clear that she intends to hold the infrastructure bill hostage until the reconciliation bill passes. We're told that we cannot consider the infrastructure bill until the House also passes this reckless spending package with its harmful tax increases and many liberal provisions. Instead, according to the press reports, today's rule will allow for future consideration of the infrastructure bill at some later date once the reconciliation bill is ready to be voted on. That's truly a sad state of affairs. In linking these two bills together, the majority is truly trying to have its cake and eat it too. This type of hostage-taking makes a mockery of the whole legislative process. It's ultimately unfair not only to members of this body, but to the American people. I would urge the majority to rethink their plans and allow the process to play out naturally without taking one bill as hostage to the majority's worst impulses. The third bill for today is H.R. 4, the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021. The right to vote is one of the most fundamental rights that we have as citizens of our great republic. Given the importance of this right, it's disappointing that the majority has once again chosen to bring up a partisan bill that appears to be nothing more than another attempt to federalize all elections. As a former Secretary of State of Oklahoma, I'm very familiar with how important it is for states to oversee and operate their own elections, as they have done historically. The bill before us includes provisions that would force all states, not just those subject to the coverage formula, to subject certain election procedures to review by the federal government. This is an unprecedented power grab by Washington that would completely change the character of elections as we know it. I am also deeply concerned with the proposed coverage formula included in this bill, which runs the risk of being over-inclusive and forcing more and more states into pre-clearance procedures required by the Voting Rights Act. Given how important the right to vote is to all Americans, it's disappointing that the majority's chosen to take a partisan approach. I believe that a bipartisan bill to reform the Voting Rights Act and to address the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby versus Holder would pass with an overwhelming bipartisan majority. But instead, the majority is once again insisting on their way or the highway. Mr. Chairman, this Congress is turning out to be one of the most unproductive Congresses in modern history because the Democratic leadership is unwilling to work with Republicans or even their own rank-and-file members to pass legislation for the good of the American people. The Speaker's heavy hand over the legislative process has shut down all ideas, Democrat and Republican alike, except the ones that she deems worthy of consideration. Mr. Speaker, members have had enough, which is why I think you're in the position you're in today. You have heard me say many times that the majority needs to decide if they are here to make political points or here to make law. I fear with today's hearing, the majority is once again showing where their priorities are. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. And I now want to welcome our first panel to provide testimony on S-Con Res 14, the budget resolution for fiscal year 2022. Chairman Yarmuth and Ranking Member Smith, we're happy that you're here. I now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmuth, for any statements he wishes to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. It's an honor to be here before you once again. The budget resolution before us today represents an inflection point for our nation. We face numerous interconnected crises which have been made far worse by the COVID-19 pandemic and economic fallout. As we recover from both, if we are recovering from both, we can emerge from this period of despair as a stronger and more equitable nation by resolving to build back better. Today, we begin another part of that process. The concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022 provides a fiscal framework for Congress to achieve this goal, and as the chairman of the House Budget Committee, I'm honored to present this resolution to you today. In March, I came before this committee to present the American Rescue Plan, a bold, compassionate, and aggressive legislative package that provided immediate COVID-19 relief and economic support to families and communities in every corner of the nation. After hundreds of thousands of American lives lost, an economic crisis touching nearly all aspects of society, and a year of uncertainty and hardship, the American Rescue Plan was a turning point in our nation's fight against COVID-19. Shots are getting into arms, not nearly enough. Americans are returning to work, and our economy is growing at its fastest rate in 40 years. We are on a path toward a stronger, more inclusive recovery because of that historic legislation. And thankfully, there are still resources available to respond to this fourth wave from the Delta variant. I just hope that the individuals who are finally grasping how dangerous this virus is can come to this realization when they only need a shot to protect them and not a ventilator to keep them alive. The American Rescue Plan is making a difference in the lives of the American people every day. But even with this important progress, our work is not done. The rescue plan was targeted to meet the immediate needs created by the pandemic and resulting economic crisis, not to address the other serious deficits in our society. Long before the pandemic, decades of federal underinvestment in climate, education, housing, childcare, healthcare, and other sectors have made it harder for American families to make ends meet and for American businesses to compete globally. To ensure a stronger and more secure future for our people, our economy, and our nation, we must close these deficits now. This budget resolution gives us that opportunity. The resolution's reconciliation instructions provide Congress with a $3.5 trillion gross investment to lower costs for families, create good-paying jobs, and cut taxes for hardworking Americans. The Build Back Better plan's transformational investments will improve our education, health, and child care systems, establish paid family and medical leave, tackle the climate crisis, address the housing crisis, and more, all while making our country more competitive in the global marketplace for decades to come. To help offset these investments, our plan calls for reforming the tax code to ensure that large corporations and the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share. No one making $400,000 per year or less will see their taxes go up. Instead, hardworking Americans and families will benefit from much-deserved tax relief, such as the extension of the Biden Child Tax Credit and other tax credits for families and workers enacted in the rescue plan. And the plan will finally allow Medicare to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs, putting money back in the pockets of seniors and saving the federal government billions of dollars. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Forecasts from Moody's Analytics and the International Monetary Fund predict that the pro-growth investments in this plan will put our nation on a more fiscally responsible path forward, increasing GDP growth and job growth over the next decade and improving labor force participation. And we know from decades of research that investments in education and economic security for families of young children can yield a lifetime of benefits: increased wages, improved health, and reduced crime, among others. This budget resolution, already passed by the Senate, reflects the net investment of the Build Back Better plan as allocated across 13 House committees. It instructs these committees to report legislation consistent with these budgetary targets to the Budget Committee by September 15th. The Budget Committee will then combine the legislation and prepare it for floor consideration. In addition, the resolution also provides for budget enforcement in 2022 and includes other necessary technical language. We must act quickly because America cannot wait any longer. We can no longer afford the costs of neglect and inaction. And before I yield the floor, I'd just like to add a couple things. One of the things that I'm so impressed with by the Biden administration, both with the American Rescue Plan and the American Jobs and Families Plan, is that they have changed the mentality of how we think about the government and the problems of the country. For decades and decades and decades, my experience has been that whenever we discussed a problem, whether it was nutrition, as the chairman has been involved in for many years, housing, whatever it may be, the first question we always asked was, what can we afford to do? This administration is asking the questions now in the right order. The right order are, what do we need to do for the American people? What do we need to serve them? And the second question, after we've resolved that one, is how do we resource those needs? This is an important change in thinking, and it reflects what I and many others have said for a long time, that we can afford to do whatever the American people need us to do. But more importantly than that, we must do whatever we can to make life better for the American people. That's within our capacity. So with that, I look forward to taking your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Cole, fellow colleagues. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. As any family or small business knows, a budget is extremely important. In Washington, it's supposed to guide the fiscal trajectory of our nation and how to allow the American people to keep Congress honest about its spending. Unfortunately, the failure by my colleagues on the other side to pass a budget has not stopped them from spending. The House has already voted on several spending bills for fiscal year 2022 without any sort of real budget to guide the process. And now they want us to go backwards and do a budget when the appropriations process is already well underway. Sounds familiar? Of course it does. This happened just earlier in the year. This is exactly how my Democrat colleagues abused the budget process back in the spring, to conjure up a way to use 51 votes in the Senate to enact a radical agenda no one actually wants. Budgeting means coming up with a plan before you start spending. Of course, the budget is not about strengthening the fiscal integrity of our nation, nor is this budget about getting government spending and inflation under control. We know it's not about protecting the integrity of programs our seniors depend on. And it certainly does not protect America's working class families and those making less than $400,000 a year from a tax increase. In fact, it does the opposite. The whole effort is simply to turn this budget into a political tool to unlock the door to at least $3.5 trillion in new spending and taxes on a host of policies which do nothing to fix the crisis that American families are facing. The inflation crisis, the border crisis, the energy crisis, the Afghanistan crisis. This budget only makes it worse. My Democrat colleagues are using the budget to enact amnesty for millions, to expand government-controlled health care, to subsidize blue state taxes for the wealthy, to banish low-cost traditional electricity, and provide handouts for wealthy environmentalists who happen to be donors. We are only 9 legislative days from the government shutting down. It has been weeks since our debt limit has expired. And the only thing that the majority party seems to be focused on is how to spend as much as they can in as little time as possible. We cannot, in good faith, ignore the effects that government spending will have on inflation and the price of goods and services. American families are paying for months. The White House and Democrats in Congress have argued that inflation is only transitory. Meanwhile, prices have continued to climb and are on pace to rise to the highest it has since 1981. The American people are being asked to ignore the real pain they are feeling at the moment and hold out for the promise of a better tomorrow. And and what does that promise look like exactly? I'll tell you, more runaway government spending and massive debt that working class families will be forced to bear if this budget is passed. $68 trillion in spending over 10 years, the highest sustained spending level in American history. The spending in this budget, combined with what has already been spent since the Democrats took control of the House of Representatives in 2019, equals more than the total taxes paid by all Americans since the founding of this nation. There is $17 trillion in new debt in this budget, more than the value of every economy on earth except the United States. This one budget resolution that you all have presented is more added debt over the next 10 years than the entire economy of every country in the world but the United States. In 10 years, under this budget, it will cost us $1 trillion just to cover the interest on our debt, more than what we will spend on Medicare just this year alone, and more than our entire national defense budget at the end of this decade. We cannot inflate our way out of inflation or power an economy on empty promises. The way we move forward together as one country is to use the budget to keep Congress honest in its spending and our debt under control to keep America strong. The American people cannot afford this budget. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I support what Mr. Yarmouth is bringing before us here today, but I just want to make a couple of points for the record. And I really always enjoy hearing my Republican friends saying they look forward to working with us, and yet, we can't even get an agreement to bring suspension bills to the floor. Mostly bills that pass overwhelmingly normally, and because Republicans are having a meltdown for whatever reason, we can't even get bills that normally would pass this House either unanimously or or by an overwhelming majority to the floor. We tried on the January 6th Commission to work in a bipartisan way. We did that. The Republican who Mr. McCarthy assigned to negotiate the deal, we did a good job, supported it. We gave Mr. McCarthy everything he wanted, and that wasn't enough. So I'm tired of the talking point that we look forward to working with you, because you don't. I think it's pretty clear. I also get tired of the talking point of, we care about the debt and the deficit. I remember you passed a tax cut mostly for rich people that cost over $2 trillion over the next decade, and none of it was paid for. And talk about problems to solve. We have people in your conference who don't even believe we have a climate crisis, and yet work overtime to try to find ways to block anything that might address that issue. And when you talk about government shutdowns, boy, the last big government shutdown I remember was when you guys controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House, and you shut it down. That's a first in history. On infrastructure, everybody said, one of the things, Joe Biden's predecessor said that when he was campaigning that he wanted to do something on infrastructure. We thought that might be a place for common ground, and yet Republicans don't want to work with us on anything or anything meaningful. And so we had infrastructure weeks. How insulting to the American people. Infrastructure weeks. We now have an infrastructure bill that has bipartisan support in the Senate. I expect when it comes to the floor that there'll be some Republicans who support it. But I'll just say one final thing, and that is, Mr. Smith, I always enjoy when you come before the Rules Committee, because it reminds me about the fact that I don't think we have shared values about what we need to do in this country. I've been home. I assume you guys have been home as well, but I've talked to a lot of my constituents who really didn't know where they could put food on the table, who are so grateful for the child tax credit. Literally, people, the hunger rate in this country was skyrocketing. And now we see statistics where the poverty rate is being cut. I think that's a good thing. But then again, I also think the government needs to be there for the least among us, for those who struggle. We need to do something about the climate crisis. We need to do something about our infrastructure. We need to do something about, affordable daycare and affordable college education. All those things are incredibly important. But I just don't think we share the same values. And so, we're going to fight for what we believe in, and you can fight for what you believe in, and we'll see how it all works out. But I just, I mean, the same old, tired talking points that get trotted out all the time. And yet, it wasn't too long ago when you controlled everything here. And we saw what you did, and we saw what you didn't do. So I think this is the right thing to do. And I want this rule passed so we can get to, to the infrastructure bill, the physical infrastructure bill, the human infrastructure bill, and also so we can get to protecting people's right to vote at a time when that sacred right, as John Lewis says, is under attack. Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me, before I ask my question, just make the point that the last Congress, we did have the lowest unemployment rate in 50 years. We had the fastest wage growth in 2 generations. We had the highest consumer confidence in over a generation. All this is February of 2020, pre-COVID, which upset a lot of things. So I think we did do a lot of things that, frankly, we can be proud of and the American people benefited from. Mr. Smith, let me start with you. I'm sure you would agree with the old truism that flawed process normally brings you a flawed legislative product, and the Speaker's often been quoted, and I agree with the quote, that show me your budget, I'll show you your values. I think those things are true. And I remember when I served on the Budget Committee, I had the privilege of serving with my good friend, now the chairman of the full committee. We actually marked up a budget every single year I was on the Budget Committee. So I'm curious, did you have any opportunity to mark up this legislation this year or even a House alternative to it?
Thank you, Ranking Member Cole, for the question. To make it very simple, people, when I say we'd like to work together, the last budget resolution bypassed the committee, unprecedented, went straight to the floor without a hearing, without any input for my Republican colleagues and myself to make any amendments. During the organizational hearing of the House Budget Committee, I asked Chairman Yarmouth directly if the next budget would have a committee hearing and would be on the floor. And he said yes, but this is the next budget. And we have went straight to the Rules Committee. We've never had the opportunity to mark up this budget or have a committee hearing in the House Budget Committee.
Well, so to be absolutely clear, in 2 years, the majority hasn't presented a budget to the Budget Committee in either year. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the whole process, hasn't been a process to discuss and address the fiscal trajectory of the nation, but rather it's minimized the ability of rank and file members, frankly, of both parties, to provide input, and also it's been used to short circuit the deliberative process of the Senate to pass legislation that fails to meet the 60-vote threshold?
That's correct.
Okay, another question. I want to drill down a little further on the issue of inflation. As you noted, annualized inflation is already up 7% and appears to be on track to reach the highest rate since 1981. Given that, the so-called American Rescue Plan Act injected massive stimulus in the economy, which a number of economists, frankly, from both sides of the aisle, have pointed to as an important factor in the rise of inflation. What would the resolution before us today that's been associated with the reconciliation bill to either exacerbate or reduce inflation?
Mr. Cole, the budget resolution before us will only fuel the inflation. Economists, Democrat economists, early on, at the beginning of the last budget resolution, said that our economy did not need additional spending, but yet the Democrats still passed the $1.9 trillion Biden bailout bill. And inflation has only increased 7% since that time. And the shared values that I think every member of Congress would have is that they're concerned about their constituents' paychecks, their hard-earned paychecks. And by inflation going up 7%, that means the men and women who we represent has 7% less in spending to purchase clothes on their back, food on their tables, and put gasolines in their car. And so this is drastically affecting the real men and women who we represent. And I think we all want to put a stop to this inflation. And it's just, even without one more additional dollar worth of spending, we are projected this year of revenues at being 12%. That's the highest that it's been in 8 years. So why spend another $3.5 trillion? It's wasteful, reckless spending, and we are already on the road, Ranking Member Cole, to have the highest inflation since 1981 with any more additional spending. But when you add another $3.5 trillion, wait to see that gasoline on that fire of inflation. It's not going to be good for the people you and I represent.
My friends on the other side, and you just laid out what the consequences of inflation are for every single American. Doesn't matter what your income level is, but it particularly hits those with the least the most. So just is this effectively, in your view, a tax on every American, whether you have a tax increase or not? If you take government actions that push up the prices of the necessities that we all require, isn't that effectively taxing people?
Inflation is a direct tax on every American.
And again, to follow up on a point you made, but I want to get it into the record, those concerns aren't simply partisan. Prominent Democrats like Jason Furman, who served as the chair of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisors, and Larry Summers, who served as President Clinton's Treasury Secretary, have they not expressed these same concerns?
Absolutely. We cannot inflate our way out of inflation.
Let's move on now to the subject of taxes. My Democratic colleagues state that the legislation before us today would prevent them from raising taxes on those making more than $400,000 a year. Do you agree with that assertion?
That's absolutely not true. There's provisions within this budget resolution that shows that they will allow the Tax Cut and Jobs Act to expire, and that will be tax increases to the people that make less than $400,000 a year. And plus, the rising cost of inflation is a direct tax on all Americans, even those Americans who make less than $400,000 a year. There is nothing in this budget resolution that provides that no tax increases to people under $400,000, and to say otherwise is a complete lie.
Well, indeed, in the instruction included in the resolution, are there any limits on potential tax increases that could be included?
Absolutely not. There's a minimum. That the minimum is at least a $1.8 trillion tax increase, but it doesn't end the ceiling. The ceiling could be any amount that the committees of jurisdiction decide, but the minimum is tax increases of $1.8 trillion.
My friends make a major point out of the reduction in the corporate income tax rate in the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act that was signed into law. We saw a cut in the corporate tax rate, but did we also see, a return of businesses to the United States, an increase in growth and prosperity, an increase in jobs?
We absolutely did. The economy grew exponentially after the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. It's very alarming that the proposal by the Biden administration and the House and Senate Democrats to increase our taxes on job creators would in fact raise our taxes on job creators higher than that of communist China. That's a problem. And what that does to small manufacturers and businesses in Southeast Missouri and all over this country, it basically says you need to fire your employees, close shop, and move to China because you will be treated better from a tax advantage under the proposal within this budget resolution, which is horrendous.
Is there anything in the budget resolution that would actually move us toward paying down the debt or stabilizing some of our existing entitlement programs?
Absolutely not. In fact, it does the complete opposite. It adds over $17 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years. That's the largest amount of debt over any single budget period. In fact, the $17 trillion in debt is more debt than the GDP of any country in the world except the United States.
I've seen the Senate Budget Committee print, which outlines their assumptions on which the reconciliation bill is based. It reads like a progressive policy wish list. Their assumptions range from climate change initiatives, which would raise the cost of American energy and eliminate American jobs, to the elimination of right-to-work protections. Can you please expand on your concerns, the impact of some of those policies might have on the economy?
The policies that is proposed within this budget resolution, which then leads to the reconciliation bill, are exactly fueling all the crisis that we currently have. Whether it is the Biden border crisis, whether it's the Biden energy crisis, whether it's the Biden inflation crisis, or whether it's now the Biden Afghanistan crisis. This budget resolution only makes those crises worse. For example, providing millions of amnesty to illegal immigrants. For example, flatlining our defense budget. In fact, our defense budget will be the lowest at the end of this budget window that it has been in 80 years by GDP. 80 years. And we see what's going on in Afghanistan. We see what's going on at the border and the inflation crisis. When you recklessly spend another $3.5 trillion, you talk about the price of goods and services for our constituents. They're going to feel the pain and they're going to have less of a paycheck.
Well, as you implied in your response, budgets not only spend money, they're important for what they don't spend money on sometimes. So you mentioned specifically the lowest percentage of the budget spent on defense in 80 years. Is there any money in here to protect the homeland in terms of the southern border or homeland security?
You know, Speaker Pelosi says a budget is a statement of your values. When you look at this budget, 0% of an increase to homeland. In fact, not one additional dollar for our border. And we are facing the worst border crisis in decades. It shows a priority.
Well, and I would just echo that and add again to your point, we live in an awfully dangerous world. The idea that we would effectively have an inflation effective cut in defense spending under this budget is alarming, particularly given the increasing assertiveness and aggressive activities of the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, the North Koreans. What kind of signal do you think this budget sends to them?
It definitely shows that we're not investing in our homeland, we're not investing in our national defense and national security. But you look across the board, and everything that is non-defense or homeland has an average of a 16% increase across the board. That is what is showing the folks across the water.
I think it's safe to say there won't be a lot of Republican support for this particular budget. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just want to, Speaker Pelosi also says that budgets are moral documents. And, you know, and as I pointed out in the very beginning, we saw food insecurity and hunger rates in this country skyrocket. Close to 45 million Americans not knowing where their next meal is going to come from. And when my friends were in charge, they tried to cut SNAP. And so I think, you know, I mean, I get it, but I mean, a missile is not going to feed somebody. And I just will also say some good news, though, because we have another crisis that we're still dealing with, and that's the Trump Republican COVID crisis with all the misinformation. But the FDA formally approved the Pfizer vaccine today. So I hope that my friends will please spread the word in their conference so that this misinformation and distortion campaign, which has resulted in so many people not getting the vaccine, can end. I mean, we're now experiencing a resurgence of this virus, in large part, and I quote the Republican governor, I think of Alabama, who said, because of the unvaccinated. And so I think the FDA formal full approval, I think, is good news, and that may hopefully be able to help us further be able to end this Trump-Republican COVID crisis. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I vowed to kind of tone down my rhetoric a little bit after we had some testy hearings at the end of July, and I intend to. And first, I want to thank my friend, Mr. Cole, for referring to me as a Democratic colleague. Not a Democrat colleague, but a Democratic colleague, because it's the Democratic Party. So I thank you, sir, for that. And I want to thank both witnesses. I think you made some interesting and arguments. Mr. Smith, you've had a lot of rhetoric, most of which I don't agree with, but I appreciate the tone today over the course of some of the hearings that we've had. And so I just wanted to say thank you. But I'm the choir that Mr. Yarmouth is talking to when he talks about the need for the investments that we're going to make under this budget resolution. And I'll just start with a story and then turn it to you, Mr. Yarmouth. My dad had a saying that of all the investments that America has made, and this sort of gives you the distinction between investments in human infrastructure and investments in sort of capital infrastructure. He said, of all the investments that America has made since the beginning of time, the Louisiana Purchase was second only to the GI Bill. And what he meant by that is we can make capital purchases or capital investments as we will in the infrastructure bill. Investments that we need in this country, one, because we have crumbling kinds of infrastructure, but also to remain competitive with the rest of the world for the next 50 years and to provide a good standard of living for all Americans. The human infrastructure piece, which was in his statement, the GI Bill, which was one of the greatest, if not the greatest investment America's ever made, is an investment in education, an investment in housing, an investment in health. And those things we all need to have a great nation and to maintain a great nation. So I appreciate the fact that, Mr. Yarmouth, your budget considers both sort of the infrastructure, transportation like bill, as well as the human infrastructure. So I know you're preaching to the choir. I'm part of your choir. But I'd let you have an opportunity to respond to some of the things that Mr. Cole may have raised and that Mr. Smith brought out.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. And I will say that the misinformation campaign that we see across this country continued today from the dialogue that Mr. Cole and Mr. Smith had. So many things that were totally erroneous, for instance, or at least deceitful. I mean, to say that we're adding $17 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years is outrageously wrong. What we are proposing to do under this legislation is have a gross spending number of $3.5 trillion, which will be offset by some amount. We don't know how much yet. The Biden administration proposes paying for all of it. We may not do that, but $3.5 trillion, that's $35 trillion on average, $35 billion, $350 billion a year, average over 10 years. That is 5 to 6% more than we would spend otherwise. That's all. So for spending 5 or 6% more than we would spend without this agenda item, without passing this budget and the ensuing reconciliation legislation, we get child care, we get climate action on climate change, we get housing assistance, we get universal pre-kindergarten, which is one of the most important things I think we can do as a country. We get 2 years of free community college. We get senior care. The list goes on and on. Seems to me that that's quite an impressive benefit for spending just 5 to 6% more than we would spend otherwise. And what the gentleman from Missouri is doing is just adding all of the money that we've already committed to spend over 10 years and then pile this on top of it and say $17 trillion. No, that's not what we're proposing here. But that's just one of many things that were misspoken during the dialogue that they had. But I want to address the notion of partisanship. And the chairman alluded to this early on. I remember back when we were doing the Affordable Care Act in 2009, 2010. I was on the Ways and Means Committee. We were responsible for writing part of the bill. We had a meeting with all of the members of the Ways and Means Committee, all 45 of us, as I recall, 26 Democrats and 19 Republicans. No staff, obviously no media. And our chairman at the time, Charlie Rangel, asked the Republicans, is there any way, I'll never forget these words, is there any way we can write a health care reform bill that any one of you will support? And their answer was an unequivocal no. Now, after that, they said, we have ideas we'd like to see in the bill. Charlie Rangel said, well, if we put those in there, would you vote for it? No. Now, Mr. Perlmutter and I have been here the exact same number of days. And I think it's safe to say that with very few exceptions, we have seen no interest at all by congressional Republicans in doing anything about the major deficits that we face as a society. And it's like Democrats feel, and the chairman alluded to this, that government has a role in trying to make life better for its citizens when it can. That we might want to try to make life a little bit easier if we can. And that's whether it concerns healthcare, education, paying for college, or early childhood education, housing, making it easier to vote, making it easier to breathe, making it easier to eat, making it easier to get child care, making it easier to retire with dignity, making it easier to get a wage you can live on. And on all of those, and virtually every other issue we discuss in this body, or that comes to this body, Republicans don't want to do anything. Nothing. It's not that they want to cooperate with us. They don't have any ideas to offer. They don't have anything to put on the table. So it's incredibly frustrating. I think all of us, I served in this body in the Senate as an aide many, many years ago. And it was a body in which both parties welcomed ideas from the other. And both parties had ideas. I worked for a Republican senator. We were in the minority then. Democrats wanted to do a lot of things. Republicans said, okay, well, let us make some contributions. Let us give you some ideas. Some were accepted, some weren't. We don't get any of that. We went through 8 years of being in the minority in this House of Representatives where I don't believe, other than cutting taxes, Republicans proposed anything except cutting, in addition to cutting taxes, cutting environmental regulations and trying to repeal Medicare without, Obamacare without any substitute. Dr. Burgess and I have been through many of those debates over the years. So when we say there'd love to be a bipartisan approach to some of these issues, it's kind of like pointless because there's been no interest indicated, again, over the last decade or more in dealing with these incredibly important national interests. And my ranking member, Mr. Smith, said during his thing, we passed the American Rescue Plan, which nobody wanted. That's not what the polling shows. Polling shows that it is overwhelmingly popular, that it benefited millions and millions of people, that it pulled millions of children out of poverty. Not permanently, that's what we want to do. Temporarily, we want to do it permanently. And the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan, and by the way, the Biden administration never called it infrastructure. They never called it infrastructure. It was the American Jobs Plan and the American Families Plan. Part of that involves infrastructure. But the notion was, the emphasis was, creating jobs, improving the economy, and improving families' lives. And that's what we're trying to do here. If there is any interest from Republicans in doing any of that, please speak up. or just admit that you don't think the government, the federal government, has any interest in dealing with some of these challenges to the society that we live in and we want to improve. One other thing, there's a lot of focus on deficit and debt in this discussion. Ranking member said at the beginning, basically made a reference to families and small businesses. The federal government is not a family, and it's not a small business, and it's not a local government, and it's not a state government. It is the issuer of a fiat currency that we have total control of. We only borrow and spend in our own currency. We can spend whatever we need to spend in the interest of serving the American people. And I sat, and Mr. Cole has sat as well, back when Paul Ryan was chairman of this committee, and we heard all of his forecasts of doom and gloom because we were running up the deficit, we were going to crowd everything out, and interest rates were going to go crazy, and all this stuff was going to happen. And what do you know? We increased the national debt. We as a country doubled the national debt in about 12 years. Did any of that happen? Is our dollar weakened? Is our interest rates higher? No, interest rates are at historic lows. So I think you can make the case that a lot of people who talk about debt and deficits don't have any idea what they're talking about, and that we can look to somebody like Chairman Powell at the Fed, who said, we have the fiscal space to do what we need to do. And I think that's what we are proposing to do. We have serious deficits in this country. They are not necessarily financial deficits. They are deficits in our society, and we need to do something immediately to get a handle on them and to start correcting them.
I thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, basically, we're investing in people in this budget. We're investing in all the people in this country, and that's what I appreciate about it. So let me just a couple specific questions and then a comment. You mentioned the pieces, or you mentioned in passing, and I'd like you to get a little more specific, sort of the environmental aspect of this bill, because in Colorado, we're getting smoke from the big fires in Oregon and California, and what should be a pristine, beautiful day is just nothing but haze from these giant fires. So tell me some of the environmental aspects of this.
Well, first of all, let me say it's not just the fires in the West. It's they've had the worst flooding in Tennessee in history. We have severe storms. New York Central Park had the highest rainfall in a 2-hour period it's ever had. Central Park had flooding. We have one of the, if not the worst drought in the West that we've ever seen. We're kind of like whistling past the graveyard in this country in not being willing to tackle the problem of climate, because we're seeing the impact of climate change every day throughout our country. What this legislation does, among other things, is, for instance, put a very important emphasis on electric vehicles, charging stations, incentives for green power, and these are the things that I think are the kind of the low-hanging fruit that we would want to approach in trying to deal with climate. And the answers are, and these are some of the frustrating things. The answers always are, well, we only provide 25% of the greenhouse gases in the world, so why should we do anything, because the other 75% aren't doing anything. And that's kind of the whistling past the graveyard, that we're the leading economy in the world still. We may not be in years to come, but if we don't start working on it and setting an example for the rest of the world, and I think we can, and we can with this bill, with this budget, that we are going to fail in dealing with climate. And then we have a different kind of world. The people are saying right now, we've already passed the critical point, the point of no return in a warmer economy and a warmer world, and there are going to be places that by the end of the century will be uninhabitable. That's a pretty frightening prospect. I have a 2-year-old grandson, and I worry every day about what kind of world I'm leaving him.
But this budget does attempt to correct some of that and tackle it head on.
Exactly.
Last, just a comment on the inflation, and obviously, you know, we've set kind of a 2% inflation. We want to have full employment. That's part of the law of this country. And we've seen, and I concur with you, that inflation is a concern. But deflation is a concern as well, which is what we began to see when we had the highest unemployment in the last, since the 30s, when COVID hit us. And we've seen an increase in the cost of toilet paper when COVID hit us. That inflated right out of the box because there was such high demand for that particular product, or masks, or whatever, because we've seen macroeconomics on steroids because of this virus. Because all of a sudden, all sorts of people do the same thing at the same time, and we don't have much of it. We saw lumber increase, just shot up like crazy as we came out of this pandemic for a variety of reasons, tariffs and the like. But we saw it shoot up. It's coming back down. So the best estimate by the Federal Reserve is that inflation is tapering even as we speak. And that's not to say that it isn't a concern. We should always be keeping an eye on these things. So we've seen that, and I just appreciate Mr. Yarmouth, you all tackling this big subject and investing in everyday Americans to make their lives better. With that, I yield back.
One comment, if I may, on the inflation question. You're right, everybody needs to be concerned about inflation. That's the one, I guess, constraint on how much money we can inject into the economy at any particular time. But what we've seen recently is, I think, when you break it down, certainly leads to the conclusion that this is most likely, not certainly, but most likely transitory. For instance, 1/3 of the inflation rate over the last couple of months has been in used cars. And used cars, what happened was two things. One is when the pandemic hit, nobody was renting cars. All the rental car companies sold their cars, sold their fleets because they couldn't maintain them and they didn't need them. And then you also had the problem with semiconductors, chips, coming over and the shortage of those. So when the economy started to rebound, all of a sudden people were traveling again. They wanted to rent cars. The rental car companies had to go out and buy them. They couldn't buy new cars because the companies didn't have the chips to actually manufacture the new cars. And so you had this huge spike in in used car prices, up to about 20% of the prices. So you had that very unique situation. Lumber was another good example. When the pandemic hit, nobody thought there was going to be a demand for construction. Well, so the lumber yards, one of the things they did was they cut back on production because they didn't think they were going to need anything. At the same time, a lot of builders, were actually buying long-term contracts, driving the price up. And that turned out to be counterindicated. They didn't work out that way. So now, you're right, prices ran up, now they're way down. They're still a little bit higher than they were before the pandemic, but not that much. So, you had, and you also had the last couple of months' numbers, May, June, July, compared to May, June, July of 2020. You didn't have the compared to May, June, July of 2019. If you did, there would be virtually no inflation. But you were comparing them to months when the prices tanked because there wasn't anybody. In certain areas, hotels, nobody was going to hotels. Nobody was flying planes. Now, very few people were driving. So you had all of these depressed months throughout the economy last spring, and those are the numbers that we're comparing them to now. I think you're right. Most of the Fed's looking at this carefully. They're not alarmed yet, but they're being very vigilant, as they should be, and we should be vigilant too. But I think to try and make blanket statements that what we're proposing here will drive significant inflation in the economy is totally unjustified and is not provable by anybody at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Yarmouth. I yield back.
Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. problem, Mr. Yarmouth, is by the time that it is provable, it becomes very, very difficult to reverse it. And you're probably not old enough to have lived through the inflation of the Jimmy Carter years. I
I think I'm
was.
older than you are, Mr. Burgess.
And it is extremely difficult to reverse that once it becomes embedded in the economy. The amount of federal spending that has already passed within the past year, and I guess I would go back to March 27th of 2020 when we passed the CARES Act. Full disclosure, I voted for the CARES Act. I wasn't sure what this pandemic was dealing to us. I haven't voted for any of the other so-called coronavirus response bills since then because I have been concerned about the amount of money that we're pushing out into the economy. And when I talk to constituents back home, in fact, I talked to a farmer just yesterday who cuts the hay at a place next to mine, and he said, I just need you to know this. You can't buy fuel. You can't buy pesticides, chemicals. You can't buy materials. Everything has gotten not just high in cost, but it's not available. And my worry is that we've pushed so much money out into the economy so fast, not giving the economic engines a chance to begin spinning again and begin doing their work again. We've pushed so many dollars out the door that it has had this unintended consequence. Yes, there's some things, the chip shortage, it sort of defies logic, and I get that that's been a problem, but this is a lot more than just chips. This is air filters, this is oil filters, this is fuel filters, according to the farmer that I talked to yesterday. We all know the cost of fuel itself is, where I live, it's about $1 more for regular unleaded gasoline than it was a year ago. So all of that is going to have an effect. Let me just share with you one of the places where I hear a lot, and we're all concerned about the coronavirus, we're all concerned about our hospitals being overtaxed. But one of the problems that they've encountered is they can't keep their personnel. We've pushed so much federal money out there that these large hiring consortia are using to attract nurses, technicians from one area of the country to another, offering extremely high rates, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all, but this is a reality of what is happening on the ground and what the conditions that we're dealing to our constituents. And I think it is something that maybe we ought to, hit the pause button for a little while. What happened with the coronavirus, the economy was great, coronavirus comes on, we've all got to scramble to try to make sure things don't go so bad so fast that they're not recoverable, but we also have an obligation. We don't do the kind of work, are you still on Ways and Means? We certainly don't do the work in my Committee of Energy and Commerce like we used to do. We don't authorize expenditures. We do emergency, with all deference to appropriators, we appropriate money and push the dollars out the door and then tell the agency to do something good with it. But we don't authorize those expenditures like we used to. And as a consequence, then it's just hard to know whether or not what you're doing is going to have a beneficial or deleterious effect. Look, I know that this bill that we're talking about now, and I don't quite understand all of the political machinations that are going on behind the scenes. This one and another bill with that's our amended highway bill have to go pretty much simultaneously, or people aren't going to be in a mind to support one or the other, or one without the other. I don't know that. I'm not part of those internal discussions. But you brought up the Affordable Care Act, and this does remind me a lot of when the Affordable Care Act came back over from the Senate, and not a word could be changed over here in the House. We just simply had to rubber stamp what the Senate sent us. I get that same uneasy feeling here, that we're going to have to hit that rubber stamp on the infrastructure bill, perhaps on this budget bill, that there's not the political space to go back and negotiate. There's not the political space to go to a conference committee. It literally is going to pass on a party line vote, and I don't need to remind you that the partisan makeup of both the House and the Senate is pretty narrow right now. So it's on a knife's edge. But am I correct on that we will not be able to change one word of either bill as it now has come to us from the Senate, without risking having to go back and start the whole series over again?
Well, with regard to the budget resolution, which I presented today, I can't speak to the bipartisan infrastructure legislation or others, but we will actually be writing the legislation here in the House. We have to go first because the bill will contain revenue measures. So we actually will be writing that bill between now and September 15th and then debating it on the floor. So we not only will have a say as to what goes in it, we're going to create what goes in it.
Yeah, up to a point. As I read the bill, and every part of this deficit neutral reserve, blah, 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 starts out with, the chairman of the committee on the budget of the Senate may revise the allocations of a committee or committee's aggregates and other appropriate levels in the resolution. Every single section reads the same way. Bernie Sanders is writing your bill. You're not writing it.
We're not writing the resolution, we're writing the legislation that is actually what matters. We have 13 committees right now working on legislation that implements all the instructions that were provided in this budget resolution. So the other committee I serve on.
It's reclaiming my time. Does the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee retain the power to rewrite the allocations of every jot and tittle of whatever it is you're going to produce? Short answer is yes, which is not satisfying in any way. I mean, this is supposedly coming out of the greatest deliberative body in the world, and they have simply abdicated all of their authority to it might be a fine individual. I don't know him. I served only with him for one term over here on the House side, but we're abdicating all of that responsibility to the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee.
As you know, Dr. Burgess, the Senate has no margin in terms of partisan capability. They've done their own negotiations and decided what levels of investment they can pass in the Senate. I don't know that Bernie Sanders is going to have that change. And by the way, reserve funds don't change the instructions. The instructions are what they are. So Education Labor Committee I also serve on will be responsible for drafting legislation to spend $779 billion over 10 years. And Energy and Commerce has a substantial amount of money instructed, $496 billion to spend as well. So that legislation is going to change and is going to be created, and we'll vote on it in the House. We may or may not be able to pass it in the House, given the partisan margin. But again, the House is going to have a significant say in what the final product that's considered by the House and Senate.
May I ask the chairman, will the chairman permit me to ask him a question? And I apologize, I got here.
Yeah, you can always ask me a question.
When I got here a few minutes late, are we doing a single bill for both the reconciliation budget and the highway, a single rule for the
Yes,
highway bill?
Yeah, we're going to do a rule that will deal with the reconciliation bill, the highway bill, and the Voting Rights Act, because voting rights is very important, given the effort by some states to basically trample on people's rights to vote. So all those three things will be in this rule today.
So it becomes very, very difficult to get the fine level of detail that might be required to provide all of those fine things that you suggested at the beginning of your talk, that the good things we want to do for people.
Oh, we will be creating them, and I've spoken on a number of occasions that We have to be careful
Yeah,
as to...
reclaim my time. With all due respect, this is a very blunt instrument. Now, Ranking Member Smith, let me ask you a question, because I kind of came in on the end of it as far as the taxes are concerned. Is this going to raise enough in tax revenue to offset everything that's going to be in front of us?
When you look at the budget resolution, it proposes, this is math, it's very simple. What you have before you is a bunch of numbers, and it shows the budget over 10 years. And it creates the instructions for the reconciliation bill that's $3.5 trillion of spending. Under the budget resolution, which is before you, it proposes $68 trillion worth of spending, which is record spending in history over a 10-year period. $68 trillion. And then it has the highest sustained amount of the tax burden in history. And even with the high tax burden that's proposed in this budget, you still will have $17 trillion added to the deficit over the 10-year window. Because on average, at minimum, your deficit is $1.6 trillion a year for the next 10 years. And that adds up to $17 trillion. So the math does add up, regardless of what the chairman might have said in prior statements. We can use a calculator and figure that one out. And so that, even with the tax increases, through the blueprint of the budget resolution, you still add $17 trillion to the deficit, plus you have the highest tax burden in the history of the United States.
So even in spite of all of the taxes that you're raising, you're ending up with that as a net figure, 17 trillion.
A net
in the
deficit
red.
of 17 trillion that will be added to the debt. And CBO's Congressional Budget Office has highlighted numerous items about the effects of debt. The chairman said earlier in his questioning that there's no economists or folks out there that don't see how debt affects people. Well, the CBO said that increasing debt will lower Americans' wages $9,000 a year. That's a direct impact of who we represent. And CBO said that. CBO also predicts that our national debt will be $133 trillion by mid-century without additional changes. Think about that.
Yeah, so mid-century, that's 30 years from now, right?
Yep.
What the national debt today is 30 trillion?
29.
29?
Right at a little less than 29.
And what is your projected figure for 30 years from now?
To add 17 trillion to that in 10 years. In 30 years, CBO says it's 133 trillion.
And, we toss those numbers around, no one can comprehend that type of numeric value. You just can't.
And every economist will say at our level of debt and spending will lead to a financial crisis. Even CBO said that. With rising debt will lead to a financial crisis. They couldn't predict when, but they said that it would.
So let me just ask you a question. In the old days when we used to do budgets at the beginning of the year and talk about things in a more normal, rational way, there's always a complaint that we only control, a third of our budget. The discretionary amount of dollars that we spend are only about a third of what the federal government actually spends because so much is on autopilot. It strikes me that driving these programs that have been discussed, we're going to increase the amount of money that will be driven on autopilot, that we as members of Congress and future members of Congress will never actually have the ability to impact. Those numbers will just simply be set somewhere legislatively in entitlement spending that will continue to accrue, and you could cut your discretionary, you cut your defense, your veteran spending, labor H spending to zero, and you would still be in deficit because there would not be a way to raise enough taxes to cover what is on autopilot. In the American Rescue Plan, we increased the amount of dollars going to subsidize in the individual market, the marketplace insurance policies. One of the big complaints about the Affordable Care Act was people couldn't afford it, and once you got outside the subsidy window, it became extremely onerous. So we've increased that. The Democrats increased that in the American Rescue Plan, but it was only for a period of 2 years. So I think, Mr. Yarmouth, I heard you reference that you wanted to do more than that, but that is, of course, adding to the burden of spending that's on autopilot or entitlement spending that already exists, a baseline that's already high, and you're going to make that higher. Do I understand that conceptually correctly?
I think the entire caucus, virtually the entire caucus, would like to see the child tax credit made permanent, yes.
Child tax credit made permanent, the increased subsidies for people now in the Affordable Care Act. It used to be a family of four earning above $96,000 a year was outside the subsidy window and got no help. Now that number has gone up to $250,000, that earnings for a family of four. So that's taking in a lot more people than ever before. All of that expires in 2 years, so something will have to be done. Your proposal is to do that now in this mammoth budget. But again, to come back to the central point, we're adding dollars to the part of the budget that's on autopilot that future members of Congress will not be able to, they'll have no say. Those dollars are already spent, they're already obligated. They're already out the door, if you will. So again, conceptually, do I have that correctly?
You do, and I'd like to note that what you've just said is an important aspect to what we're doing, and that is people are worried about the deficit, and people worry about the deficit because they think it's some like gray cloud hanging over us. When the federal government runs a deficit, who runs the surplus that is created by that deficit? For every deficit, somebody's deficit is somebody else's surplus. That's math. And in this case, it's the American people's surplus. It is the parents and the children.
No, I'm not sure I'm going. I'm not sure I'm going with you on that.
Give me an alternative. What it is? Where's this money going? It's not going to anybody but the American people.
On a smaller scale, when you run a business, if you
We're
decide
not a business, sir.
If you decide to expand, you do a capital expenditure. Perhaps you go into debt for that capital expenditure. You hope that is something that's going to help you increase revenues down the road. But if you use those dollars simply for, not simply, but if you use those dollars for your electric bill, paying your employees, then those dollars are gone. They're not there to generate additional revenue for you. And again, even Bill Clinton several years ago.
You don't think powering your business allows you to make more money?
So Bill Clinton several years ago said our job at the federal government was not simply to consume the bounty of today. And I think that conceptually is something that we need to pay attention to, because we are spending ourselves into we're painting ourselves into a corner. It's going to be almost impossible to get out of. Mr. Chairman, you've been very indulgent. I'm going to yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I want to thank you, Chairman, for your leadership. I just have a few questions to clear up a few things. The first thing actually is I was struck by the argument I've heard a few times now by people defending the economy that President Biden inherited from Donald Trump. And what they say is that there were good economic figures before COVID-19 hit. And that sounds to me like saying Herbert Hoover had the greatest stock market in the history of the country before the stock market perhaps in the Great Depression. If you want to take credit for the unemployment rate low, don't you also have to take credit or blame for the unemployment rate when it's through the roof? And does that make any sense, simply to say, well, the last administration had good figures before everything went to hell in a handbasket?
Yeah, I don't know.
Dartmouth.
I will say, Mr. Eskin, that you raise an important point, and that is that actually the growth under the Trump administration was actually barely a tenth of a percent or 0.2% higher than it was during the Obama administration. So there's virtually no difference in the performance of the economy under Donald Trump pre-pandemic as there was under the Obama administration.
And of course, the pandemic took place during the Trump administration. And if you're holding a president responsible or accountable or praiseworthy for things that take place during the administration, you've got to hold them accountable and responsible for those things that go wrong too, because crises do happen. Sometimes those crises relate to one's own irresponsibility and criminal recklessness, or to things that maybe you inherited from a administration. Let me ask you this, Mr. Yarmouth. Do you still have people on your committee who are denying the existence of climate change, or are they just being silent about it now? For a long time, there were people who were, invoking all kinds of fake science, claiming fraudulent things. Now, with record flooding and record drought and record forest fire, two of my kids are out in Nevada and they basically can't go outside because of the smoke inhalation. It's an extremely dangerous situation in lots of parts of the country because of all these climate change related weather calamities that are taking place. Do we still have people who are trying to deny the existence of climate, or are they just maintaining a kind of demure silence at this point and basically letting the other party deal with it?
Well, I haven't surveyed any of the members of the committee, not to mention the Republican members, but I suspect that most of the Republican members of the committee would admit that that climate change is real, that the country is suffering from it. I think there's less of an agreement as to what extent human behavior is the cause of that. But the most important thing is there doesn't seem to be among any Republicans I've heard or talked to any sense of urgency about acting on it, or any sense of being willing to actually make the kind of fundamental changes, like, for instance, encouraging renewable power, electric vehicles, and so forth, that we know will have an impact on the emission of global gases. So while, again, I don't know how they feel personally, in terms of their policy response, it has been sorely lacking.
Okay, and I've got one final question for you, Mr. Yarmouth. I think the public is pretty realistic at this point about all of the rhetoric about deficit and debt. We didn't hear any of that rhetoric during the Trump administration when they added $2 trillion in deficit because of their tax cut for the biggest corporations in the land in a totally economically regressive way. It really just comes down to different philosophies, because both parties are willing to make expenditures, but traditionally the GOP has wanted to invest in the wealthiest part of society on the theory that wealth and growth would trickle down to the vast majority of the people. But the Democratic Party, going back to Franklin D. Roosevelt, has said that we should be investing in the American people from the bottom up, and then the rich will undoubtedly be able to take care of themselves and get richer, but you need to invest in the needs of the vast majority of the American people. And what I like about what you've brought forward here is a resolution that allows for investment in the real American society, in the ailing infrastructure, and in the economic determinants that will make everybody prosper together. And I just wonder, is that a fair approximation of the public philosophy that you've brought to this task?
I think that is an approximation. I will relate one story I've told hundreds of times, but I'll do it again because it seems appropriate here. My brother, who has been very successful in the restaurant business, back in 2008, before then, he always voted Republican because he wanted to pay less tax. And back in 2008, in the summer during the campaign, he called me and he said, "John, you'll be pleased to know that Judy, his wife, Judy and I are maxing out to Barack Obama and we're voting for all Democrats this year." And I said, "That's great, Bob. What was your epiphany?" And he said, "Well, I finally figured out that if nobody can afford barbecue, it doesn't matter what my taxes are." And that is not only, I think, a fun story, it also happens to have the benefit of being true and very insightful. And that's where we are as a country. When you have the kind of disparity of wealth that we have in this country, and it, up until very recently, has been continued to get worse, and so much wealth is concentrated at the top. The idea that we can help the American people, the vast majority of the American people, by making life easier for the wealthiest people is something that is almost laughable. And as a matter of fact, those people who, back during the Reagan administration, conceived the notion of trickle-down economics, David Stockman and Bruce Bartlett, among others, have said more recently that that was a very flawed ideology, and it never was valid, and it certainly isn't today. So, yes, the tax cuts that the Republicans passed in 2017 did not do anything like what they were projected to do in terms of creating vast amounts of new investment in the economy and so forth. As a matter of fact, most of the money that corporations received through the cutting the tax rate from 35 to 21%, which, by the way, they didn't even ask for, that was spent paying dividends and buying back their stock. So this is a reversal of that philosophy. I think it's long past due that we changed our perspective and said the investments this country needs to make are in its people, not in the beneficiaries of the capitalist system that have done so well.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to close by quoting something I read in the newspaper this morning from our late lost colleague, Representative Paul Mitchell from Michigan, who made a call for constructive bipartisanship before his death. He left the Republican Party, he became an independent, and he said, "You have to choose whether or not to love people or to go through life just trying to get political gain." And it was a call to both sides to engage in bipartisanship and to try to find common ground in the interest of serving the people and not just particular interest groups. And I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And in your honor, I'm sitting here drinking polar water. I just want you to know that it is, as always, delicious.
If you come to Worcester, we'll have a parade for you because you've been such a booster of one of our big industries. So thank you so much.
Sounds
You could
good.
be drinking
Sounds
my
good.
home product as well, you know.
Not while he's testifying. Not while he's asking questions.
That's right. We'll wait till after. I was gonna yield to Mr. Raskin to see what decade the wallpaper is from. Mr. Raskin.
I was bottom of the totem pole and I ended up in my youngest daughter's room, so she chose it. You have to take it up with her.
Sounds good. Just giving you a hard time. Well, Ranking Member Smith, I know you briefly were discussing the debt ceiling. I wasn't sure if you wanted to just take a moment and expand on it, or do you feel that you've exhausted the topic? I just wanted to give you the opportunity to expand if you so choose.
Representative, in regards to the debt ceiling, it expired on July 31st. The Treasury Secretary has said that using extraordinary measures that we have until October 1st to address it. And so it's definitely an issue that we should be addressing right now, along with funding government for the next fiscal year, since we only have 9 legislative days that's officially on the calendar to address both of those manners. But instead we're looking at spending additional dollars that don't address either one of those issues or any of the crises that our country's facing right now, whether it's the border crisis, the inflation crisis, the Afghanistan crisis, or the energy crisis. In fact, what we have before us are items that only make those crises hurt the American people even more.
And then, Ranking Member Smith, do you, from my understanding, there's a faction of the Democratic Party that might not vote for this. In your estimate, are there the votes to even pass this? And I hate to ask you to speculate, but I'm going to yield to you and just see if you have any thoughts.
Wow, that's a great question, Representative. No one has the crystal ball, but if you read the headlines, especially an op-ed that came out last night from 9 moderate Democrats, I think that Speaker Pelosi is still at the opportunity trying to get the votes for this budget resolution. And we may just be having this hearing and may not actually even vote on the budget resolution this week. Because if you do the math, Speaker Pelosi can only lose 4 people and she can't pass it. And if you look at the last budget resolution, there were 2 Democrats that voted against it, 1 voted present. And so if you can only lose 4, and there's 3 Democrats that have said under no circumstance will they vote for this budget resolution, she can only lose 1 more of the 11. So we'll see if people, based on what they have said publicly in the newspaper, follows through. But I would say Speaker Pelosi has her work cut out for her on whether she can pass this budget resolution or not, and especially trying to bring forth Bernie's budget, where it doesn't even allow a member of the House to amend it, but allow Bernie full flexibility to draft the budget for the United States government. I think that terrifies numerous of our moderate Democrat colleagues that I've been talking with over the last several weeks.
Hey, thanks, Ranking Member Smith. I appreciate it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of the things we're talking about here, whether in the infrastructure bill or in the proposed budget package, are hugely, hugely popular with the American people. And in addition to the hard infrastructure package, if we're going to build back better, we need to pass things like the child tax credit and addressing the care economy and our schools so that everyone can participate in that economy. I guess, Mr. Yarmouth, one of the really popular elements of the American Rescue Plan is the child tax credit. And many of us hope to make it permanent as we move forward because, one of the critical areas we need to improve in this country to, start to come even with the rest of the developed world is how we treat our children, and particularly addressing the huge number of children in Pennsylvania and across the country who live in poverty and in fact live in deep poverty. Can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing with respect to the impact of the child tax credit that was implemented with the American Rescue Plan and what it could do going forward?
Well, thank you for the question, and I think there has been a substantial amount of news coverage on this over the last couple of months, and the number of parents whose life has been made much fuller and much more secure because of the child tax credit. I know in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, more than 100,000 children were lifted out of poverty by that payment of $300 or $250, depending on the age of the child. And again, that's only a temporary reprieve for them, but by expanding that child tax credit, as we propose to do in this resolution, we would continue that, I think, remarkable feat of raising many, many families out of poverty, and most importantly, providing support for the most innocent of our citizens. These are the children who can't control anything about their lives. They can't control what their parents' income would be. They can't control what their parents' initiative will be. But we should support them because no one else is. And these children are not just human beings. Of course they are, and we cherish them. We should cherish them, but they're also our future. They're the future of our employment base, they're the future of our tax base, and if we don't make sure they have the kind of foundation, whether it's educationally or health or otherwise, we're going to be in much more serious condition economically a generation from now when they are the workers that we're relying on. So there's an enormous benefit to not just those children and those families, but to the society as a whole and to our economy.
Well, that certainly tracks with what I'm hearing in my district. Regular payments that are coming to people seems to really be having a big impact. We've seen data that children are less hungry, so there's that humanitarian aspect. But we're also hearing that extra money is helping moms and dads go back to work because they're able now to afford childcare, which couldn't before. So it's helping our current employment, and then, as you said, making sure kids have a healthy start, a good start, increases their prospects moving forward. I just wanted to give you a minute. I don't have further questions for you, but was there anything else in the colloquy that you wanted to respond to?
Well, not necessarily that, but I did want to make a comment about the debt ceiling. The debt
Thought you
ceiling,
might.
if I can, the debt ceiling is something that only the United States, of all the advanced nations in the world, has the way we currently have it. There are a couple of other countries that have a debt ceiling, a statutory debt ceiling, but they have basically a system where when they appropriate money that creates a debt larger than their ceiling, it automatically expands. We're the only country in the world that has a debt ceiling that actually provides the opportunity for us to default on our obligations. We have raised the debt ceiling. Until the last 10 or 15 years, we raised it routinely over the entire history of the debt ceilings, 85, 90 times. All it does right now is to give members an opportunity for mischief, for trying to get leverage in a political, for brinkmanship. And that's what we're seeing out of the Senate right now when Mitch McConnell has said that they're not going to have one Republican vote in the Senate to raise the debt ceiling. If you think about the outrageousness of that alone, you wonder what planet Republicans are living on. The idea that Republicans, not one Republican in the United States Senate, would vote to recognize the obligations of this government, in fact, obligations that they helped create. They voted for the CARES Act, many of them did, in the Senate, and now they're not going to pay the debt that they helped accrue. I mean, it sounds like the Donald Trump means of doing business has been contagious in the Republican caucus or conference in the Senate, and we'll see what happens in the House. But it's outrageous. I remember back in 2013 when we had the same exact situation, and we shut the government down for 5 weeks. It was disastrous for the economy. It was disastrous for credibility in government. It shook financial markets. We can't afford to do that. It's the only responsible thing. I mean, I think we ought to get rid of the debt ceiling. Again, it provides absolutely no benefit. If you look at the history, we've had it for an awful long time, and what has happened, it hasn't. The initial purpose was to help restrain spending. It hasn't done that. So I don't know what the purpose of it is, except to give some kind of a power of brinkmanship over members of either party to use. So I just wish that people would come to their senses and say, this is something we have to do, it's non-negotiable, and it's also something that I think if you vote against raising the debt ceiling, you have violated your oath of office.
Well, as someone who came to Congress to try to get things done for my constituents, I'm not really happy about the number of these tools, whether it's the filibuster or the debt ceiling, that are just being misused for political brinksmanship, particularly when a substantial amount of that debt stems from the $1.7 trillion tax giveaway that happened in 2017. So thank you for your efforts in this regard, and with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I would just, I appreciate that Dr. Burgess had brought up the issue as I was looking through about the issues of the provisions that allow the Senate Budget Chair the ability to revise allocations without, and then I believe it was Ranking Member Smith who mentioned that without any House input, we have just handed this resolution just hands over that power to change any of those numbers to the Senate Budget Chair, and that is a real concern. But and I'm glad it came out and that folks had mentioned it. But just Ranking Member Smith, I was just wondering, can you talk about some of the common budget practices that may have been eliminated or had loopholes created in this resolution?
In regards to the common budget practices, the fact that it never came to the Budget Committee, the fact that we've never had a hearing on this budget resolution, and the fact that it spends $68 trillion worth of funding, and this is the first hearing it's had in the House of Representatives, and it's going straight to the floor, with no amendments by any Democrats or Republicans, I think that that's a broken process. However, it was crafted by Bernie Sanders. That's why it's Bernie's budget. It came from him. He's the one that sponsored the legislation. Didn't even have a hearing in his own committee. That's a problem.
Well, and thank you, Ranking Member. I have real concerns about the transparency and about the process, just not the way that I am used to dealing with the budget and getting input from the public and input from other members of the legislative body. So I have real strong concerns about that. And I just wanted, Ranking Member, to give you the opportunity to add to anything. I know you've been listening very politely to a lot of the questions and the responses, and I'm wondering if you had anything else you'd like to add.
Representative, I appreciate that. I will point out that there's been a lot of talk that Republicans never have items to offer. Republicans offer items all the time. Just in the last couple weeks, every Republican member of the House Budget Committee sent a letter to every member of House leadership and Senate leadership coming up with various budgetary fiscal restraints and reforms prior to the deadline of the debt limit on July 31st. And we've heard crickets from Democrats. And this was before the deadline. And so the fact that anyone will say that Republicans aren't offering proposals and coming up with ideas, that's clearly false. Just because you don't like our ideas or our proposals doesn't mean we're not offering them. And unfortunately, the way this Congress has been acting, Representative, is that bipartisanship only exists if you agree with everything that we propose as the ruling party. That is what happens. And that's why there's never been a hearing in the Budget Committee on this budget resolution, is because they don't want us to offer a counter. They don't want us to offer input. They don't want us to represent our 750,000 constituents. They want their vision, and they want their command and their control over the lives and livelihoods of all Americans. And that's how their form of governance is. And it's not the form of governance that we all have suggested. And so because it's a different belief, we're not being bipartisan. But just give us the opportunity to present our ideas instead of just railroading us.
And thank you, Ranking Member. I would just like to say that I absolutely think this is just unfair to the American people, the way we are handling this, that there is no opportunity for 200 and some Congress people who represent them to have any input and for them to have any understanding, to be able to watch those and to have any understanding of what's going on with this budget. It is just rammed through without any kind of input. And so I appreciate the frustration I hear in your voice on how this is put together. And with that, I would like to yield to Ranking Member.
I don't think it's just the Republicans that are shut out. It's almost every member. Look, when you don't bring a bill to a committee, you shut out every member of that committee, Democrat or Republican. When we have a closed rule, which we will surely have, you shut out every member's ability to do it. So it's an institutional problem, not just a partisan problem. And this idea of, again, bringing something of this magnitude without moving it through either budget committee in either chamber, and then allowing other members that aren't privileged to be on those committees to also participate in some form or fashion. I think it's an institutional failing, just my opinion, but thank the gentlelady for yielding and yield back.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member. I appreciate that, and I will, with that, I will yield my time.
Thank you. If I could just say, I mean, because I feel now like I want to move from coffee to the beverage of Kentucky. The point I think we were trying to make is simply that, if you want, if there's going to be bipartisanship, then there has to be goodwill and good intentions in trying to craft something where, in fact, at the end of the day, you can get bipartisan support to pass it. That's what we tried to do on the January 6th commission. I mean, literally giving the Republicans everything they wanted, and the answer was no. I mean, we see what's happening with the suspension bills. I mean, and I'll quote Chip Roy, congressman from Texas. He says, honestly, right now, for me, the next 18 months, our job is to do everything we can to slow all of that down to get to December 2022. Not to find common ground to pass bipartisan legislation, but basically to shut everything down so that nothing can be done. So yeah, I mean, people, it goes back to what you said about the Affordable Care Act when Charlie Rangel said, you got ideas, but is there any way any of you ever going to get to yes on this? And the answer is no. So essentially negotiate against yourself, compromise your values for what? To get a no vote at the end of the day? And I think that that's the deal here. I mean, look, I said it at the very beginning. I think that the two parties do not share the same values in terms of what is necessary. And by the way, let me just say this. I don't want to go back to the pre-COVID economy. Whether it's under Trump, I'll even say I don't want to go back to Obama's economy because that was not acceptable. I mean, before COVID, 37 million Americans were food insecure or hungry in the richest country in the history of the world. I'm ashamed of that. We all should be ashamed of that. So that's not the economy we want to go back to, where people working 2 or 3 jobs just to make ends meet. I mean, we want to do better. And some of the things in this bill that we're trying to move forward can help families, be whole and be able to earn a decent living. So I just, this whole bipartisan stuff, I mean, I want it. I want the institution to go back to that. We all do. But boy, it requires good faith on both sides. And we have, I mean, I just gave you a recent example of something that, where we thought we had bipartisanship, and at the last minute, no, we don't. And I think, so I just, I think we need to move forward, and we'll see where the votes are. And Mr. Cole.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to be argumentative, but I do want to take exception. I'll just give you an example. Look, when I was chairman of the Labor Aid Subcommittee, we passed, and that's a controversial bill. That's the biggest domestic spending bill we have. It touches on a lot of things that are important to a lot of members, and frankly, where we have a lot of different opinions. I passed it 4 times. My then ranking member, who's now the chair of the full committee, Rosa DeLore, voted for the final passage on all 4 occasions. 2 occasions that she was chairman, we've passed it twice. I voted for the final passage on both of those bills, and many of my Republican colleagues did as well. We did the CARES Act together during a Republican majority. I mean, there are lots of examples, and I will also grant you there are situations that are partisan. I mean, you've made a decision to do that here. We did that on the tax bill, be fair. 2017, we didn't get any Democratic buy-in or help. It was, so this is a sweeping change. This is really big. And so I will grant you there's not going to be much bipartisanship here. That was your decision when you decided to go this big in a narrow majority. It's your decision when you strip out all the pro-life protections and appropriations bills that have been there. That is going to turn into a partisan vote. Fair enough. If you have the votes to do it and that's what you believe, that's fair. But this idea that one side is that there's never any bipartisanship, that's just not the case. But it depends on the issue. This is not one, and I would say that submit the same thing. We did 5 COVID relief bills together last year totaling $4 trillion. Not awful lot of bipartisanship. We did it with a Democratic House, a Republican Senate, Republican president. This year, you deliberately picked one that went so far that you knew there weren't going to be any Republican supports. The Republicans in the Senate offered a $600 to $800 billion bill. That used to be a lot of money around here that would have been bipartisan. I'm not happy with the infrastructure bill, but it's a bipartisan bill that came out of the Senate with 19 Republican votes. So again, this idea that, neither side ever works together or that only one side is partisan just simply doesn't measure up. Both sides can be partisan when they think the stakes are high enough. You think the stakes are high enough here, you're going for it, fair enough. But don't be surprised when you write a bill that no Republicans will vote for it, that none do. That's why frankly, that's why you've linked the infrastructure bill and this bill together, because you're beating your own members into submission. Your choice. I would say you're risking what could be a big bipartisan infrastructure bill, whether I vote for it or not. It clearly has the votes. If you put it on the floor, it would pass immediately. But you've chosen to use it as a weapon against your own members, in my view. So, again, we have legitimate differences. I respect those differences. I know we're not going to always agree, but I don't see one side or the other, that includes my side, as somehow more or less bipartisan than the other one is. So,
And I appreciate that, and I have nothing but the highest respect for the gentleman. And I think if when he was chair, as tough as things were, things are different today, and we're seeing that. And I just read you the quote from Mr. Roy, but I could read you a dozen other quotes from people who have said the same thing. And so I just, I hear you. But at the end of the day, I mean, for us, this is about investing in people. And I'm going to tell you, I mean, I don't know how many more years I'm going to be doing this, but the bottom line is that whatever time I have here, I want to fight for those who struggle. I'm tired of poor people getting screwed all the time. And I say that not just under Republican administrations, to be fair, under some Democratic administrations as well. Those who struggle tend to be neglected, fall through the cracks, and it has to stop. I mean, if government is there for anything, it really isn't there to help big corporations. It is there primarily to make sure that nobody falls through the cracks, that everybody is respected in this country. In any event, I now turn to Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your comments and the comments of the ranking member as well. And I'm sure each of us, particularly in this day and age, is spending a lot of time thinking about where we are, how we got here as a Congress, how we got here as a country, given how polarized and how challenging this is. And I speak for myself, but I suspect true of a lot of people that it saddens us that we're so far apart and feels like we can't work together. And maybe it's extremes, maybe it's the media, maybe it's social media and mainstream media, which has made it harder and harder for people to find common ground. I do dare say, Mr. Smith, at least, I understand your perspective. From my lived experience here, I have not met the experience of not having people wanting to work together. I think, when we're talking together in chambers, when we're in committee meetings, when we're just sort of hanging out, talking to one another, I think there's always this kind of desire to work together. Somehow it just doesn't make it through. I'm sorry the ranking member isn't here, but even when we do seek input in good faith, and I think of my good friend who lives just to the east of me, John Katko, who in good faith was trying to get to a deal on a January 6th commission. Look what happened, was given the authority to negotiate that, and yet gotten virtually no votes on his side of the aisle, a handful. And I would be pretty unhappy if I were he, but I think Mr. Cole was making the argument that we're punishing our members. I think in some ways members were punished over January 6th. I talked to a number of Republicans who would have liked to have voted for it. But in any case, I just, the whole environment here of sort of gotcha and let's look to the next election and almost forgetting that there's an American public that's struggling, many, many millions of Americans struggling, and we're kind of talking about who's going to be in charge of the House. I mean, on some level, I'm not sure the Americans care who's in charge of the House. They care about their families, care about their own house, and I care about their house. I'm sure we all do. You know, I was reflecting on projection. We're all talking about projections here. I'm not sure what the projections were of the tax cut value in 2017, but added a couple $1 trillion to the deficit. And so I'm not sure if people would have projected it that way. Certainly the people who voted for it, I wasn't here. But I heard a lot of talk about it, and I suspect if I went back and looked at some of the comments by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about projections, it would have been a lot rosier than it turned out. You know, it reminds me of what Truman said, you know, give me a one-handed economist, because economists say on one hand there's this, and yet on the other hand, I also felt a little bit like that when I see the CBO talk about deficits. You know, it's concern, but what's the level? What should we be at? What should we, you know, what are the constraints? What are the limitations? What are the metrics we ought to use? And you never really do get much of an answer. But what I do fear is when we have these conversations now, I'm reminded of Mark Twain, who often quoted, I think, someone else, figures don't lie, but liars figure. We're all using data that tends to support our position. And I am concerned about the fiscal health of this country, which includes, by the way, not only how much we spend, but how much we tax and whether we're going to tax fairly, whether we're going to have a progressive tax system, income tax system, whether we're going to tax wealth in some small measure to help pay for needed investments. And I do think of investments. You know, it's interesting, Mr. Chairman, you made a great point a number of times that we're not a small business, we're not a family, right? So using those metrics really aren't appropriate. But even still, when I think of a small business, whether you want to expand, you usually don't have the cash available to do it. So what do? You go to the bank if you're a small business. If you're even a larger business or a major corporation, you go to the markets, whether it's the bond markets or you seek other kind of financing to continue to make investments that will ultimately help you to grow and to expand. And even at your home, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure there are some people blessed to be able to pay for their mortgage or to pay for a house with cash. Most people instead go to a bank. And when the value of your house grows, maybe you take out a home equity loan. And maybe you put in a new furnace because that cuts your energy bill and creates savings. I mean, those are all what we call investments. So we have investments we can make, and I think will generate much in the way of the growth of the American public. And many of the, you know, the things that have been said about, oh, we can't spend money if we expand the government too much, it's going to lead to disaster in the United States, most of which has never happened. In fact, we, in many ways, are stronger than ever financially and around the world. But we have moral obligations as well. It's not just fiscal obligations. The chairman has talked about it. Mr. Chairman, you've talked about it. You know, the status quo is fine. Before the pandemic, it's fine, unless you happen to be poor, unless you happen to be black or brown, unless you happen to live in certain parts of certain zip codes in this country. Then you are basically confined to a life that's multi-generations of poverty. Multi-generations of poverty. You know, it's funny, I was talking to an individual about losing my mother-in-law, and she had left an annuity for our family. Very generous, God bless her. And talking to many of my friends who are in the black community, they take up basically collections to help bury people. They don't have multi-generational wealth. They don't have money passed on from generation to generation. There's a moral crisis in this country which has existed not for decades but for centuries. We have young people dying under the weight of college loans. The status quo is not fine. I don't think it's fine for Mr. Smith. I don't think it's fine for Mr. Burgess, Ms. Fishbach, or anyone else here in the Congress, but not sure what we do about it if we're not prepared to make those investments which will make America better. I know we use it as a slogan, Build Back Better. We really believe about that. But maybe, and look, I don't believe we have necessarily the corner on good ideas, but I share other people's frustration that we're not moving, we're not making progress. And again, the status quo is great. If you don't mind living in California with wildfires, if you don't mind living on the coast with rising sea levels, I guess it's okay. It's okay if you're not a victim of flooding or drought or moving because crops don't grow anymore. I mean, these are real crises, and Americans and people around the world expecting us to do something about it. So we do need to push and accelerate the advance of progress. And I do think about the New Deal. I think about the Great Society. Those were great leaps forward, not just because they were Democratic presidents, because they recognized the changing world, that we don't live in 18th century agrarian America anymore. We live in the 21st century globally challenged at times America. And so I would love to work on making sure our fiscal health, not necessarily we just cut the cost of government, that's not necessarily fiscal health. Fiscal health is measured in many ways, and I'm not sophisticated enough to know all of them. I'd love to work with other people on it. But right now, with what we have, with the political system so polarized, so calcified in its polarization, we feel we have to move, that our vision is to try to build everyone in America and continue to move towards that goal of a more perfect union. And so I'll support the rule, I'll support the bill. I wish this was more bipartisan. I wish our conversations more fruitful. But I wish for a lot of things that may not going to happen. So I'm going to do with what I have, and what's in front of me is this rule, and I'm going to support it. With that, I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Morelli's point, one of his points, just as a former small business owner, we used to say in the restaurant business in California, you've got to spend money to make money, and you can do that and pay your bills. And I think this is one of those instances. And as a chairman has said, and thank you, Chairman Yarmouth, for your hard work and your diligence that will continue. Look at this budget and level of competitiveness that we haven't spent enough in these areas in the last 40, 50 years. So climate change, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned this. The Chinese are adding, so we want to be competitive. The Chinese are adding 100,000 new charging stations and hydrogen fuel stations a month. The United States has 42,000 in total. The Chinese have over 1 million. They know that not just that they have to act on climate change, but for the economic future, they have to invest in this infrastructure, which this budget resolution starts to do in a dramatic way, and I think a thoughtful way. On education, Mr. Yarmouth, Mr. Morelli, and I are on the Education Committee. The rest of the developed world has spent 10% on education in the last 10 years. The U.S. has spent 2%. On childcare and early education, Brookings says the U.S. ranks dead last in affordable childcare. Dead last. For working women in particular, working families, in 1974, only 14% of women with children had full-time jobs. By 1994, it was 74%. Now it's almost 85%. We have to provide what the rest of the world has done, is affordable early education, and this bill will do that. And then something personally that I think is really important for us to get after, that we've talked about in the Oversight Committee, and former Chair Elijah Cummings was so great on this, is the cost of pharmaceuticals. I take a pill every day that costs over $100 in the United States. In the EU, it costs $60 on average. In Australia, it costs $36. When I asked a pharmaceutical executive why that was, his honest answer was, because we can. That's not fair. And then lastly, competitiveness. To Mr. Morelli and the chairman's point, all we're doing is we're going to pay for this the way we did when President Eisenhower was president. We're going to make everybody pay their fair share, wealthy people and corporations. So I just want to again thank you, Chairman Yarmouth and Chairman McGovern, for your leadership on this. I think it's extremely important. In the context of the last 50 years, it's not paying too much, it's paying too little for these important issues. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Yarmouth and Ranking Member Smith, for being here. This budget resolution represents the biggest investment in our people in a generation. It invests in housing. It invests in health care. It invests in child care. And for the next generation, it invests in universal pre-K and free community college, which in the 21st century is going to be a game changer for how we work and how the next generation provides for their families. It also puts the full force of government behind climate change. Again, an investment in the next generation. The resolution looks to the future. Yes, it's a statement of our values, but most of the discussion here today has been about the past. I'm concerned about the future. I'm concerned about our children. I'm concerned about their children. And I'm so proud that the House and the Senate could agree to put forward a budget resolution that focuses on the future. I will support the rule. I will support this resolution. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. One of the benefits of being the newest member of this committee is I get to hear all of the debate before I commence with my remarks. And I think today's debate has been illuminating. However, there's one concern I have, which is so much of the discussion has been divorced from the underlying investments that we are poised to make within the Build Back Better budget reconciliation plan that we are debating today. And I think it's important for us to bring the debate back to that core tenet that at the end of the day is the underpinning behind why we're here today. So Ranking Member and Chairman Yarmouth, I want to say thank you for both of you for being here. I'm just going to go through a couple of the investments, and I guess I'd like to get a better sense as to whether you support them or whether you oppose them. So my understanding is that this bill includes a Herculean investment, as my colleague Ms. Ross explained, in community colleges, making community colleges free for every American. Community colleges in Colorado, state that I represent, in Kentucky, in southeastern Missouri, across our country. Mr. Yarmouth, Chairman, do you support that?
Totally support that.
Mr. Smith?
We have a process called the A+ in the state of Missouri, where you go through certain parameters with receiving certain amount of tutoring, community involvement, and academics, and you get your junior college paid for. So the state of Missouri already has a process that they're funding themselves in doing that. I would like to point on the child tax credit.
I'm going to get to that. I appreciate
Okay,
I appreciate you answering my question. Sounds like a great program in Missouri, and boy, would it be wonderful for every other student in the United States of America to be able to access free community college, which we're poised to do as part of this reconciliation bill. My understanding is that this bill also includes an expansion for the first time in 55 years of various Medicare benefits, specifically vision, so that senior citizens can go and buy eyeglasses when they need them, dental vision benefits, so that a senior citizen can go to the dentist, and hearing benefits, so that they can get a hearing aid. Mr. Yarmouth, you support that?
Totally. I don't know how you, again, respond to the growing senior population in the country, and so many of whom rely on Social Security for a significant part of their, or all of their income, and deny them the ability to have care for the basic senses that allow you to live your life in a dignified and enjoyable way, hearing, dental, and vision. If you can't see, if you can't hear, and if you can't eat, then you're not going to have much of a retirement. Yes, very important.
Mr. Smith?
The concern under a fiscal crisis would definitely make the programs that are most vulnerable depend on, such as Medicare and Social Security, the most vulnerable. And when you have $68 trillion worth of reckless spending, that only threatens Medicare as we know it, and that is a huge concern. We need to make sure that Medicare does not go insolvent, which is already projected in years to come. Continuing to expand to an already threatened insolvent program is a huge concern, and we need to fix it before we expand it.
Appreciate that. I wanted to make sure I let you finish your answers, but I take that that's a no, that you don't support the expansion of
Medicare is a
dental.
very important program, and we don't want it to go insolvent, and reckless spending will cause it to go insolvent.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess I hear what you're saying, and I'm not, I don't want to pejoratively describe your views, so you're entitled to your views on this, but I think you could probably fairly say that you oppose expanding Medicare benefits to include dental, vision, and hearing at this time. That's what you're saying, right?
I want to make sure that reckless spending does not destroy Medicare, and this bill destroys Medicare by reckless spending.
I'll reclaim my time. The reconciliation bill includes, as Chairman Yarmouth so eloquently put it, an expansion of hearing, vision, and dental benefits for the first time in Medicare's history since the program was enacted in 55 years ago. Obviously, the American people can judge as to their representatives' views on that particular subject in terms of how they vote on this reconciliation bill. My understanding is that the bill also includes upwards of $18 billion to upgrade various VA facilities across the country. Is that right, Chairman Yarmouth?
That is correct, and, I think we have a moral obligation to those who have sacrificed so much for us, and we know that that's an investment that is justified in many ways. But I want to add one thing. When the ranking member refers to $68 billion worth of reckless spending, $1 trillion of reckless spending, he's including Social Security, Medicare, defense spending, Medicaid, and all of the things that this government does. If everything we're doing right now is reckless spending, we're really doing a horrible job and have for a long time.
Mr. Smith, VA facilities, $18 billion upgrade.
When you talk about reckless spending, when you're giving subsidies to wealthy environmentalists,
Mr.
that
Smith,
is
that's not
wealthy spending.
That wasn't my question. And I've done a good job, I think, of being respectful and trying to just, I'm asking you.
In this proposal, you're doing an increase of 16% across the board in everything non-defense related. It flatlines our men and women and our troops. Where it actually will be the lowest it's been in 80 years. That's a concern. And when you're putting a priority to our men and women in uniform, make sure you put a priority. But unfortunately, this bill does not do that.
So again, and I think this goes to the point that Mr. Morelli was making around the inability for us to, I think, respect each other's own worldviews. At the end of the day, the facts are the facts. $18 billion to upgrade VA facilities. I was simply asking whether or not the ranking member and the budget chairman agree with that, disagree with it. Sounds like the budget chairman certainly agrees with it. I didn't get an answer either way out of the ranking member, but that's okay.
We should not be spending more on interest than we do towards our military.
Mr. Smith,
we
I'll
should
proceed.
not.
The bottom line, I'm not going to go through the litany of various investments that this bill makes, but I think it's important as the American people considers both the debate that this committee is having today and the debate that we will have on the floor tonight and tomorrow. What is at stake? Because I've heard a lot of noise around supposed concerns with respect to bipartisanship and various concerns regarding the deficit, and very little by way of the specific investments that we are poised to make today if we get this done. Finally, I will just say, I was not here in 2017. My colleague, myself, Mr. Morelli, Ms. Rose, Mr. Eschenthaler, we were all new to the Congress. But I must say, I've done my homework, and reading about what had happened before I got to Congress versus the revisionist history that I've heard from some today during the course of today's proceedings feels like I'm in the twilight zone. In 2017, the Republican tax bill was introduced on November 2nd. 7 days later, it passed out of the Ways and Means Committee on a party line vote. 7 days after that, it passed out of the House of Representatives on a party line vote. The Senate Finance Committee passed it the same day, added trillions of dollars to the deficit. And to now hear folks bemoaning the supposed lack of bipartisanship when we're considering both a bipartisan infrastructure deal that garnered the votes of many Republicans in the United States Senate and a reconciliation bill that ultimately virtually every member of our institution will have an opportunity to shape during the reconciliation process. 13 committees. There's not a single person in this room who does not serve on one of the committees of jurisdiction that will be marking up the resolution. Ours is already scheduled. I think it's I serve on the House Natural Resources Committee. September 2nd, Republican, Democratic members, we will get together. We will have a robust debate about our priorities and where the investments ought to be. We'll negotiate. We will compromise. We'll come up with a finished product. That's what governing is all about. But to hear some of my colleagues on their side tell it, it's as though none of that is poised to happen in the coming weeks once we approve the resolution today. So, again, I am all for bipartisanship and doing our part to try to reach a consensus. I believe that members are going to be able to have an opportunity to have their say in the coming weeks, but they will only have that opportunity if we pass this rule enabling the budget resolution to proceed. And that's why I'll be supporting it. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your comments. I want to thank both of you for being here. And so while you were talking, my staff kept on texting me and saying to me, like, "What the hell did you just say?" To me, meaning to me. And so I thought it was like, because I said I don't want to see poor people get screwed, that was they didn't like the language. But apparently, in my attempt to wax eloquently, saying I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here, Twitter's like, what am I doing, right? So to your disappointment, I'm going nowhere, all right? And I intend to be chairman of this committee for a very, very long time, and I feel assured of that. Once this reconciliation bill gets passed, and the American people see all the good things in it. So let me clear that up, but I don't know, I didn't think there was, I just was waxing philosophical, and all of a sudden I get in trouble with my communications director, like, what the hell are you saying? Anyway, but yeah, you want to say something?
I was just going to observe that we would miss you if you.
I know you would miss, you'd miss me like a toothache.
I don't think you need to worry about the chairmanship position. There are things beyond your control there.
Right, I'm going, anyway, whatever. But thank you both for being here, and no other questions. You are dismissed. Thank you. All right, so that closes the, any other members wish to testify on S-Con Res 14? Seeing none, that closes the hearing on S-Con Res 14. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony in H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021. Chairman Nadler and Ranking Member Jordan, we're delighted that you are here. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Chairman Nadler, for whatever he wishes to say, and feel free to submit your testimony, written testimony for the record, and summarize, but do whatever you want to do. Chairman Nadler.
Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole, thank you for inviting me to testify today. H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, is critical legislation that would restore the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to its full strength. It is an urgently needed legislative response to the onslaught of discriminatory voting laws and practices that have emerged in the wake of the Supreme Court's 2013 decision in Shelby County versus Holder, which rendered the VRA's Section 5 preclearance regime inoperative. Before Section 5 became law, states and localities could implement a host of voter suppression laws, secure in the knowledge that it could take many years before the Justice Department could successfully challenge them in court, if at all. Even if one discriminatory law was struck down, jurisdictions would enact another to take its place, setting up a game of whack-a-mole. Section 5 broke this legal logjam by requiring states and localities with a history of discrimination against racial and ethnic minority voters to submit changes to their voting laws to the Justice Department for approval or to seek a declaratory judgment in court prior to taking effect. The Supreme Court's Shelby County decision gutted Section 5 by striking down the coverage formula that determined which jurisdictions were subject to preclearance. The court, however, also explicitly invited Congress to devise a new coverage formula to meet the, quote, current need to remedy voting discrimination. Over the course of 13 hearings during the last two Congresses, the House Judiciary Committee has built a substantial record demonstrating the ongoing and current need for Section 5 preclearance. Additionally, the House Administration Committee's Elections Subcommittee has conducted numerous hearings and issued a report on the matter. The combined record is clear. In the immediate aftermath of the Shelby County decision, several states swiftly passed voter suppression laws, including many state and local jurisdictions that had previously been subject to Section 5 preclearance. Adding new urgency to this already dire situation is the latest wave of voter suppression laws we have seen in response to the big lie that the results of the 2020 presidential election were impacted by widespread voter fraud. According to recent data, 18 states had enacted 30 laws that restrict the right to vote just since the beginning of this year, and nearly 500 other anti-voter bills are pending. Furthermore, as states begin the decennial process of redistricting, Unless we pass H.R. 4 now, this would be the first redistricting cycle without the Voting Rights Act's pre-clearance regime in effect since its enactment in 1965. Without the full protection of the Voting Rights Act, thousands of minority voters could be disenfranchised for the next decade. H.R. 4 is a necessary response to address the critical state of voting rights currently facing our nation. Largely similar to the legislation that passed last Congress, H.R. 4 retains the core provisions of the prior bill while including additional enhancements to the VRA that respond to voting rights developments that have occurred in the interim. Foremost among these core provisions is a new coverage formula that revitalizes the VRA's most essential feature, Section 5 preclearance. This new formula targets those jurisdictions with a persistent pattern of voting discrimination and that continuously moves forward so that it only covers jurisdictions with a recent record of discrimination. The bill also retains a provision creating a nationwide known practices or practice-based coverage formula to supplement the traditional geographic formula if a jurisdiction's minority population meets certain threshold advantages. The most significant change to H.R. 4 is a new provision to address last month's Supreme Court decision in Brnovich versus Democratic National Committee. The Brnovich decision announced several so-called guideposts for lower courts to apply when resolving vote denial claims under Section 2 of the VRA. These guideposts, which had no basis in the statute's text and which run contrary to Congress's intent, appear to have constrained the scope of Section 2. As such, H.R. 4 would further clarify the scope of Section 2 by creating two legal tests the courts must apply to determine a violation of the statute. One for assessing vote dilution claims, such as in redistricting cases, and another for vote denial claims, such as voter ID laws. I also strongly encourage this committee to self-execute my manager's amendment, which makes certain clarifying changes and adds an administrative bailout provision to allow covered localities with no history of voting violations to quickly remove themselves from preclearance coverage. Despite the obvious need for the federal government to respond to the current attack on voting rights nationwide, some have labeled H.R. 4 as a so-called federal takeover of elections. Nothing could be further from the truth. As a constitutional matter, neither Shelby County nor any other voting rights-related decision has diminished Congress's broad authority to eliminate voter discrimination under the 14th and 15th Amendments or to regulate federal elections under Article 1's Elections Clause. H.R. 4 is named in honor of our late dear colleague John Lewis, who along with many other Americans shed his blood to secure passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. At this pivotal moment in our history, when there is a nationwide assault on the right to vote that threatens to disenfranchise minorities across the country, Congress must swiftly pass this critical legislation to protect our citizens and our democracy. I thank you for your consideration, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to you and Ranking Member and the members of the Rules Committee. H.R. 4 is just another attempt to exert federal control over states and localities. It's a partisan power grab. In 1965, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act to overcome pervasive state resistance and barriers that prevented minorities from exercising their right to vote. In 2013, the Supreme Court in Shelby County versus Holder held that continuing to require states to, quote, pre-clear election law changes based upon conduct from decades ago was an unconstitutional invasion of state sovereignty. The court recognized that, quote, the conditions that originally justified these measures no longer characterize voting in the covered jurisdictions. And that's a good thing. It means we've made progress. I mean, we should frankly be celebrating the amazing changes from what was happening, the wrong things that were happening in the 60s compared to where we are today with our voting laws. The court also found that if Congress drafts a new coverage formula, quote, exceptional conditions must exist to justify the extraordinary departure from the traditional course of relations between the states and the federal government. Thankfully, America of 2021 is not America of 1965. As I said, despite what Democrats want everyone to believe, these exceptional conditions do not exist. There is no recent record of rampant voter suppression or discrimination. In fact, minority participation in elections today is exceptionally better than it was in 1965. And during the 2020 election, voter turnout was higher across all racial groups. In fact, from the Shelby County decision, Chief Justice Roberts said, Black voter registration before the VRA in Mississippi was 6.4%. Today, or actually in 2004, I'm sure it's higher today. 2004, 76.1%, higher than among white voters in the state of Mississippi. That's what you call progress. That's a good thing. We should celebrate that. Regardless of the data and the Supreme Court precedent, the Democrats still insist that a pre-clearance regime is necessary. The latest version of H.R. 4 is a federal takeover of elections contrary to the Constitution's clear intention. H.R. 4 includes a new coverage formula that would allow federal court to retain jurisdiction over state or political subdivision for 10 years if as few as 3 voting rights violations had occurred over the last 25. But H.R. 4 also takes a novel approach to determining and defining what's a violation, where a state or political subdivision can rack up voting rights violations without any final court judgment of discrimination. Someone just brings a claim. There might be some kind of settlement because the state or the local jury that doesn't want to spend taxpayer dollars, whatever, and go through a court decision, and that's going to be tallied up as a violation. Instead of settlement agreements and consent decrees, in addition to court orders and objections by the Attorney General, will suffice to trigger a violation designation. Let's be honest, the real aim of this provision is to utilize the pre-clearance process to allow the Democrats' political allies at the Department of Justice and other left-wing organizations to control state election rules in violations of the principles of federalism. H.R. 4's practice-based coverage provision doubles down on the unconstitutional pre-clearance formula. This provision is designed to target popular voter integrity measures by requiring every state and political subdivision to pre-clear certain election practices, including changes to voter identification requirements and changes to voter registration list maintenance processes with the Department of Justice. A recent poll found 81% of Americans support voter identification laws, but Democrats still want the Department of Justice to weigh in on this. Additionally, this bill creates a new extraordinary legal standard for courts to grant injunctive relief if the Voting Rights Act-related actions and impose burdensome reporting requirements on states and localities. H.R. 4, as introduced in the 117th Congress, includes a rewrite of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in response to the Supreme Court's July 2021 decision in Brnovich versus the Democrat National Committee. Justice Alito, writing for the court, found that, quote, equal openness of election procedures remains the touchstone in establishing whether there is a violation of Section 2, and he set out a non-exhaustive list of factors for courts to examine during its totality of the circumstances review. The Democrats didn't hide the ball with this one. They specifically wrote in H.R. 4 that courts may not consider any of the factors Justice Alito laid out in his opinion. To justify the unconstitutional federal reach of H.R. 4, Democrats have argued that states have enacted allegedly suppressive voting laws. This is not the case. Simply not true. It's easier today for eligible Americans to vote than ever before in our nation's history. Voting remains a fundamental, constitutionally protected right in this country, and Republicans want every eligible citizen to vote and every legal ballot to count. But Democrats and their allies in this administration want to politicize the enforcement of the Voting Rights Act. Look no further than the recent actions from the Justice Department. In 2020, we all know about this because it happened in several of our states. In 2020, state and local governments were tasked with administering elections in a safe manner during a once-in-a-lifetime virus. Many states adopted temporary voting procedures to reduce public health concerns, sometimes in a manner that I clearly believe violated Article 2 of the Constitution, despite prominent public health officials saying that in-person voting was safe. But this administration is now telling states that if they want to return to the election procedures they had just 18 months ago, in some cases just a year ago, they could face litigation from the Justice Department. And this same Justice Department, the Biden Justice Department, is refusing to say whether it would review the process by which some states adopted the measures in the first place. So it can only ratchet one way here, according to the Biden Justice Department. And now we see the Biden Justice Department suing states that are trying to improve election administration by implementing voting integrity measures. What's telling, however, is that the Biden Justice Department is targeting only Republican-led states and ignoring Democrat-led states. Imagine that. Such as President Biden's home state of Delaware that has more restrictive election administration laws than several of the states that have been in the news and have been targeted by this Justice Department. These changes in Republican-led states seek to not only enhance election integrity, but also increase the public's confidence in the election process. This is exactly how our country's voting system was set up to work. States and localities analyze what worked for them during the past election and then make changes accordingly. They do not need bureaucrats in Washington telling them how they should run their election. North Carolina's Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson said it best when he testified before the Judiciary Committee. As the chairman indicated, we've had a number of hearings. Mr. Robinson said this: "We need to stop this. The insinuation that somehow the people in Washington, D.C. know better than the people in North Carolina. You do not, and we will not tolerate it." End of his quote. We need to put an end to these partisan federal power grabs. States are the entities best situated to administer elections within their jurisdiction. I urge the committee to adopt an open rule on this legislation so Republicans can amend it to reflect the realities on the ground and not what's in the legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on what was just said?
Yeah, well, all right, let me go to, we'll go to questions, and then you can comment. How's that? Okay?
Well, I just want to say that.
Question, okay, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or you can, anything you want to say in response to that?
Yeah. I want to say that the claim that H.R. 4 is a federal power grab rings hollow because Congress cannot seize power from the states that it already possesses. As a constitutional matter, neither Shelby County nor any other voting rights-related decision has diminished Congress' broad authority to eliminate voter discrimination that derives from the 14th and 15th Amendments, the Civil War, the Reconstruction Amendments, and from Article I's Elections Clause. The Reconstruction Amendments fundamentally altered the relationship between Congress and the states, giving Congress broad powers to devise remedies to protect minority citizens' right to vote. The Elections Clause, which has been in the Constitution since the founding, establishes that Congress itself has the ultimate authority to determine regulations governing the time, place, and manner of elections to the House and Senate. So that any claim that we are taking over authority from the states is simply wrong, because the Constitution gives us that power and has since the beginning. As to the claim that H.R. 4 is partisan, this rhetoric is inapropos. I would remind my colleagues that Congress, under Republican control, reauthorized the Voting Rights Act in 2006 for 25 years. The VRA reauthorization passed by an overwhelming vote of 390 to 33 in the House and by unanimous vote in the Senate. President George W. Bush signed it into law. And as to the claim that this is a power grab by the Biden administration, or that the Biden administration is doing something wrong, the H.R. 4 and the underlying Voting Rights Act set out a framework for the Justice Department under any administration to evaluate laws affecting voting in certain jurisdictions. This bill will apply to President Biden's Justice Department in exactly the same manner as it will apply to any future president, whether Democrat or Republican.
Thank you very much. Let me do a couple of things. First, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert the statement of administration policy in support of H.R. 4 into the record. Without objection, I ask unanimous consent to insert a statement of support for H.R. 4 from Representative Jackson Lee. Look, I strongly favor this legislation, and it was written originally, and it's named after our dear friend and late colleague John Lewis, and who said the right to vote is not only precious, it's sacred, and I really believe that. And we have seen a number of states use baseless fraud claims fueled by the former occupant of the White House to move restrictive voting laws forward that really are intended at denying certain people the ability to vote, trying to suppress the vote. I look at the craziness that's going on in Arizona with this ridiculous. Well, I don't know what the hell they're doing in Arizona, but it's just it is beyond the pale. And I really do believe that this is one of these moments where we're either going to stand up and protect our democracy or we're not. So I think this is incredibly important. I never thought that the old issues of 1965 would be the new issues of 2021, but they are. And so, look, I think this is the right thing to do, and I hope that it gets a bipartisan vote. But let's not tiptoe around what is happening in this country right now, and it's really, really scary. So I commend you, Chairman Nadler, for bringing this to us. I thank Ranking Member Jordan for being here. And I will now yield to the Ranking Member, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jordan, the Voting Rights Act is permanent law, and it doesn't expire. Okay. You touched on this, but is there any credible record of substantial and sustained voter suppression going on in the country right now that you're aware of?
Mr. Ranking Member, I would argue just the opposite. We're seeing more participation than we've ever seen before. I think we had 153 million
It's the highest
Americans
turnout in 120 years.
ever. Numbers-wise, percentage-wise, it was getting close as well. So, yeah, I mean, people are, the chairman mentioned we need to protect our democracy. I would just ask a simple question. Is it undemocratic to require an ID to vote? I don't think so. I mean, several states do it. This bill would make it harder for states to enact a photo ID requirement when you vote. And some people read it as making it for current states that already have a photo ID requirement, that they'd have to go check with the Justice Department to make sure that's still okay, even though that's been the pattern in practice in the law in their respective state. So, no, I think it's a great point. You're seeing record turnouts, increased turnout in the African American community, increased turnout in Hispanic American community, increased turnout for all Americans in our elections, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I would actually tell you, as an old pollster, it's one of the big challenges for pollsters is that the participation has been going up, so the old models in terms of trying to predict an election are getting a lot tougher to get right. And pollsters of both parties have had that problem. Does current law protect Americans from voter discrimination? Is the law pretty clear?
It's very clear, and frankly, that's what we want. If you got something happening that's diminishing in any way someone's ability to go vote, you want people who are doing that, you want them held accountable, and the law certainly does that, and that's a good thing.
And under current law, if an individual voter feels discriminated against, can he or she bring suit?
Sure can.
And under current law, if the Department of Justice feels as if some gross violation of rights, can they bring suit against discriminatory laws?
Sure can.
So, given that, in your view, what's the purpose of the legislation that we're looking at?
I think it's to go after states who are trying to shore up voter registration lists and make sure that people who haven't voted in, whatever length of time or aren't supposed to be on the voter list, who have passed away or whatever, make sure that the voter registration list is accurate, and states that want to have a photo ID so that we know that, like in our state, you have, when you go to vote, you have to do a signature match and you have to show a photo ID. There are 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats sitting in every single polling station, including Mad River Township B, where I vote, out in the country in Champaign County. It's a good system. That's what we want, and I think it's going to make it tougher for those kind of common sense practices that 81% of the country support to be enacted and put in place. We saw what happened when certain states tried to reform and upgrade their election law, the attack from the mainstream press and from so many Democrats. That's unfortunate, but look, we want everyone who wants to vote to be able to vote. We just want it done in a fair way.
No further questions. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Just a couple thoughts. I appreciate you gentlemen being here, but Colorado, we have a pretty open system that does really allow individuals, anybody who wants to vote, to be able to vote, and we've made it easy for them. And we end up almost every election after election, and this is under Democrats and Republicans, having the highest turnout of eligible voters across the country. We were second to Minnesota a couple years ago and second to Oregon a couple years before that. So, I think the purpose of this bill, and I've been able to support this before, Chairman Nadler, and I certainly support it again, is to make sure across America, anybody who wants, and so I don't know if you had any response to some of the comments Mr. Jordan was just making. If not, I'll pass to Dr. Burgess. Go ahead, sir.
I just want to comment, I think he said that 81% of people support a voter ID law. And there's nothing wrong with a voter ID law properly administered, and that's what the Voting Rights Act gets at. Because some states have said you must have a voter ID with your name and address. Well, on Indian reservations, there are no addresses. So that is discriminatory. Some states have passed voter ID laws that say that gun carry permits are proper IDs, but not state university IDs. And that's obviously designed to discriminate against certain voters and in favor of others. So this bill takes care of that by subjecting all those, like any other voting practice, to the judgment under the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you. I mean, for me, you know, a person's ability to vote is a say in their own future, however they choose to vote. And just as a general principle, it should be easier for people to vote, not harder for people to vote. And quite frankly, I've seen over the course of the last 10 months, a number of states just making it harder, which is the wrong direction. So I'll yield to Dr. Burgess.
Thank you. Ranking Member Jordan, was there a hearing on this version of this bill in your committee? Has it ever come up in a previous Congress when you have had a hearing on similar legislation? The pre-clearance requirement from the Justice Department, you just make that applicable to every state rather than just certain states, so that there could be uniformity.
Well, I think that's where this is headed. I mean, I think that I understand where you did sort of the premise of your question, but I think that's what they want. They want any change that any state's going to make. I think they now want it to be pre-cleared. That's the direction this legislation wants to go. They want the federal Justice Department, the federal government, to be signing off on any change that states make. And if I could, the chairman said he wants voting to be as easy as possible. I think we all want voting to be as easy as possible as long as it doesn't sacrifice the integrity of the vote. So there's two parts to that. It can't just be, we want voting to be easy. Well, sure, I want it to be as easy as possible, but without in any way jeopardizing the reason you have a photo ID. This legislation will let people come in, they don't have a photo ID, they just attest that they're the person that they say they are. Well, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. That's why you want a photo ID. So that's the problem with this. In the chairman's home city, you can't go into a restaurant now unless you show an ID and show a vaccine passport. But somehow you can go into a place under the Democrats' legislation, you can go in, I don't have a photo ID. Are you Mr. Smith? I attest that I'm Mr. Smith. Okay, you get a vote. That's easy, but is that sacrificing voter integrity and the integrity of the election? I think probably so. Most Americans would agree with that. That's what we want to try to prevent.
Well, it does just strike me that 1965, my state, Texas, entirely controlled by Democrats, top to bottom, all statewide offices, state legislature, state senate. And the problems existed under a Democratic regime, and it has been corrected now under subsequent Republican administrations. And I'll just offer that and yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Raskin, you're recognized. If you're there. There you
are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Nadler a couple questions about the voting rights legislation. In the first place, was there not explicit invitation from the Supreme Court in Shelby County versus Holder to update the pre-coverage formula for deciding which jurisdiction to be covered under pre-coverage?
There was indeed. The Shelby County decision in 2013 invalidated Section 4, which determined which jurisdictions, which states, which political subdivisions of states were subject to pre-clearance under Section 5 on the grounds that it was out of date, that it didn't reflect current data, and it specifically invited Congress to update it under revised Section 4, which is exactly what this bill does.
And all of us can applaud the magnificent success of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 in wiping out a lot of the traditional barriers to voting participation. And we know, of course, those barriers go all the way back to the end of the Reconstruction period, literacy tax, poll taxes, character tax, and closure of polling places, hardships imposed on registering people to vote, and so on. The Voting Rights Act got millions more people involved in American politics and got them the right to vote because it dismantled those racist barriers to vote. And it succeeded in a lot of ways. But is there any reason to think that if we just got rid of the Voting Rights Act and we didn't update the Voting Rights Act, that there would not be further attempts to stifle voting by African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and other racial minority groups?
Well, there clearly would be. At the time of the Shelby County decision, which, as we know, stopped the pre-clearance on the grounds that it wasn't up to date, immediately several states reimposed voting restrictions that the Justice Department under Section 5 had said were discriminatory. And we know that would happen again. It happened before, and we have to update Section 4 to prevent that from happening.
Well, and in fact, are we not living through a terrible onslaught against voting rights across the country today? Are there not more than 400 bills that have been introduced to try to repeal or roll back early voting, weekend voting, mail-in voting, the accessibility of absentee ballots, and so on? In Georgia, where massive political organizing and voter turnout just elected 2 Democrats to the U.S. Senate, including the first African-American ever elected senator from Georgia, they just signed into law a very restrictive anti-voting measure that included making it a crime to pass somebody a bottle of water or a chocolate chip cookie while they're waiting in line to vote. So are we not in the midst of a massive effort to try to dismantle voting in the country?
We certainly are. As you said, we've seen over 400 bills introduced in various state legislatures to do this. And you mentioned the example in Georgia. You have to fill it out. Georgia, in fact, deliberately reduced the number of polling places in minority areas, thus creating the long lines, which it then seeks to make sure you can't help someone by giving them a cup of coffee or a donut or a glass of water while they're waiting on the long lines that the state created by closing the ballot location, the ballot locations. So we've seen a clear pattern in many states. As you mentioned, over 400 bills have been introduced, and we have to revitalize the Voting Act, as we were invited to do by the Supreme Court.
And is this not precisely the role for Congress that's contemplated in the Reconstruction amendments, in the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment? Do we not have the power to implement the meaning of those constitutional amendments precisely because people's right to vote is fundamental, even against their own state government, because state governments don't have the power to disenfranchise their own populations? Isn't it Congress to be guaranteeing a Republican form of government to everyone and guaranteeing everybody's right to vote?
Certainly, we have that right. As you mentioned, as I mentioned before, the Reconstruction Amendments, the 14th and 15th Amendments, were designed specifically for that. And Congress always had that power under the Elections Clause, saying that Congress can define the time, places, and manner of electing Congress. But it had been so flagrantly disregarded that after the Civil War, the 14th and 15th Amendments were added to emphasize the fact, and the Voting Rights Act is enacted pursuant to those, so we clearly have the ability, the constitutional right to do this.
And don't both sides accept that federal law is paramount to state law? In fact, I think Donald Trump brought 61 different cases in federal court and state court to overthrow state election results, attacking them as unconstitutional under the federal Constitution. Now, his claims had no factual validity and they had no legal validity, but he was trying to overthrow state election results and basically did that all the way up until January 6th, when they tried to get Congress to nullify the election results being brought in by the governors from the particular states. Isn't that right?
That is quite correct.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I would just say that we not only have the power, as Mr. Nadler says, and the right to vindicate the voting rights of all the people, I think we've got the obligation to do that as the Congress of the United States. I think we've got to do everything in our power to protect people's rights to vote against any kind of hostile legislation that they would face at the local, at the state, or the federal level. We have an obligation as the Congress under the Republican Guarantee Clause to guarantee to people a Republican form of government, meaning a representative form of government with everybody having the right to participate on the basis of one person, one vote, as the Supreme Court has said under the 14th Amendment cases. So I'm going to support this legislation, and we should do everything in our power to make sure and we are securing the rights of everybody to vote. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. Mr. Reschenthaler, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I'd like to just associate my remarks with Ranking Member Jordan's and Ranking Member Cole's. And I just want to commend Ranking Member Jordan on laying out such a strong and compelling case. And with that, I'd yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Scanlon, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the right to vote is one of our foundational principles here in America, and it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Until recently, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was bipartisan. Since its passage, it's been reauthorized 5 times under both Republican and Democratic presidents, most recently in July 2006 under President Bush, George W. Bush. That reauthorization passed overwhelmingly in the House, unanimously in the Senate before being signed by the Republican president. Now, in 2013, the Supreme Court held in Shelby versus Holder that a critical part of the Voting Rights Act could no longer be enforced because the majority of the Supreme Court thought that it eliminated systemic discrimination of the type which had justified passage in the first place. But as Mr. Raskin said, the court invited Congress to examine the current state of affairs and update the Voting Rights Act. So this is an essential constitutional function that we're performing here. Unfortunately, during the past decade, or since 2013, we've seen that Congress refused to do that. From 2013 to 2020, the Republican Party controlled one or both houses of Congress for the past 4 years, the White House, and refused to respond to the Supreme Court's invitation. In addition, since the last census and redistricting, we've seen Republican-led radical and extreme gerrymandering efforts in my home state, and we've seen the enactment of numerous measures that make it harder eligible voters to exercise their right to vote. Now, not every state is going to be as lucky or unlucky, depending on your point of view, as my state was, because in our state, after enacting a series of voter suppression measures, Republican leadership got up in a meeting and in a recording said, yep, we gerrymandered, we enacted a strict voter ID law, we did all these things so that we could win elections, just for power purposes. And that helped people overturn those laws because there was a clear discriminatory intent. You know, we're not always going to get so lucky to be able to have a guy on tape, but it's important we update the Voting Rights Act to be able to address voter suppression tactics at the outset so that we don't have to go years, sometimes decades, when people's right to vote has been infringed. You know, it's not that the principles here have changed. It's that the Republican Party has changed, and it's fallen further under the sway of the radical right, and that's why it's a partisan issue here. Chairman Nadler, you talked a little bit about some of the work that's been done in response to the Supreme Court's invitation to hold hearings and update the Voting Rights Act. Can you just summarize what has happened in Judiciary and with respect to the House Admin Committee?
Well, in Judiciary, we have held 13 hearings on this question. The House Administration Committee held, I think, 5 more hearings, and all on this question in this Congress. So the hearing record, we've created a very lengthy and detailed hearing record.
Thank you. And as Representative Raskin and I have participated in both those committees, I think the evidence is robust to support the legislation that's being put forward. So I urge everybody, whether in Congress or in the general American populace, to support this reauthorization. And with that, I yield back.
Representative Scanlon yields back. Representative Fischbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just very quickly, Chair Nadler, you said 13 hearings, and I know maybe I lost count, but none of them were specifically on this bill?
They were on this bill, yes. In the 116th Congress, in addition to this, we passed this bill in the 116th Congress.
Okay, so before my time. Right. So I've never been to a hearing that was specifically on this bill. So this Congress has never dealt with it. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
Yep. We held those hearings in the 116th Congress, but the bill is substantially the same.
Okay, but there were many of us who weren't here and had no input onto this bill. And I just wanted to clarify that.
Excuse me, I wanted to clarify. You will recall we did have a hearing last week.
On voting rights, not on this bill.
Right. On many of the issues contained in this bill.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Well, and Mr. Chair, Chair Nadler, I was just trying to make sure I understood exactly, because you said 13 hearings and I didn't recall one on this bill.
The bill was introduced 6 days ago.
Thank you. And Ranking Member Jordan, well, I've got your attention. You know, I mentioned that we sat through quite a few. I think there's 6 in the subcommittee that alone that I sit on. And I'm just wondering, you know, do you feel, Ranking Member, that there is a real need for this bill? I mean, are we seeing that there's some dire situation and things that you can point to? I know you kind of mentioned it in your opening, but I guess I'm just, after the kinds of
Well, thank you. Thank you for the question. The chairman just said a few minutes ago that since the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby County in 2013, so 8 years ago, he said there's been all kinds of voter suppression acts enacted and everything else. Well, if there have been, they're certainly not working. I mean, here's what the Chief Justice said. Black turnout in the most recent election exceeded white voter turnout in 5 of the 6 states originally covered by the Voting Rights Act. So if there's been all this suppression that previous Democrats speakers have talked about, I'm sure it isn't working very well, because we have record turnout, which is, as we've said now multiple times, the ranking member said it, I think all the Republicans, is a good thing. So of course that hasn't happened. I was also amazed by the previous, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. She said, Republicans have engaged in extreme gerrymandering. And I almost started laughing, because she comes from the state where the state Supreme Court, controlled by Democrats, just redrew all the districts in Pennsylvania in the middle of the 10-year cycle. And yet she has the nerve to say, oh, Republicans have engaged in extreme gerrymandering when their state Supreme Court did that. We all know, we've had colleagues who were impacted by that. So again, I guess you can say all kinds of things, but it's nice if it's actually backed up by fact. And the fact is, we have record turnout. If there have been voter suppression acts passed in the last 8 years, they sure aren't working very well, because record turnout amongst all groups, particularly African Americans, which, as I said, exceeded white turnout in 5 of the 6 states originally covered by the Voting Rights Act.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And Ranking Member, Section 3 of the bill, it creates a retrogression provision. I'm wondering if you could speak to that, because it seems like this language is very broad and open-ended.
Right, and the general concern, I think, and I appreciate bringing this point up as well. The general concern is this requirement that now to do anything different, you got to get an okay from the federal government. It's going to make it, I think, real. I think the focus is on voter ID, photo ID requirements. Third, I think, is this idea that certain states have a pretty strong photo ID, voter ID requirement. That may be in jeopardy current law. They may have to get the okay from the federal government for what they've been doing, have been doing, and are currently doing. And then finally, the fourth thing I think is all part of this that concerns me is this idea that you're going to have this tally. If you have some liberal interest group that sues your state on some concern about the election law, and you enter into some kind of settlement, some kind of consent decree, that's going to be counted as a mark against you, and it's going to further, you get so many bad marks, we'll call them, you're going to have the Justice Department coming after you as well. So that's all part of this concern I think we have with the legislation, not to mention the main point we made, which is we're just not seeing it. There's record turnout amongst all groups in the country.
And finally, Ranking Member, there is the provisions with the Attorney General and their ability to kind of reach in and before there's even real proof or anything, and I don't know if you'd like to comment on that.
Yeah, I was sort of, I guess I said some of that in my previous answer. What also concerns me about, and I think I had this maybe in my opening comments, is this idea that for those states, if you remember when Attorney General Barr left, he said if your state goes back to the law it had pre-pandemic, pre-COVID, you're fine. If you go back to the law that they had been in effect just a year ago and had been working fine and never had a problem, no Justice Department in the Obama administration or the Trump administration had said any concern about it, that was presumed fine. Now the Garland Justice Department and the Biden administration is saying, nope, can't do that. If you're going to go back to where you were just a few months ago, that you're going to have to get the okay from the federal government. Meanwhile, the same time they're saying that, they're saying we're not going to look at changes you made and whether those adhered to the Constitution or in any way may have violated someone's rights. We're not going to look at those. For example, I look at just the simple fact, Madison, Wisconsin, Dane County went to drop boxes. The legislature didn't pass that. They just decided we're going to have drop boxes during the last election. And now if the legislature says well, we're no longer going to do that in this next election, that could be a concern. Because the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department say, well, that's going to hurt. That's going to be a violation. That could be a concern. When they just did it, the local clerk just made that decision. So that's I think, the big problem as well that we have with the legislation.
And then before I yield back, Ranking Member Jordan just wanted to see if there was anything else you wanted to comment on.
No,
thank you. All right, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Fischbach. Mr. Morelli is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I remember that old phrase, reading is fundamental. Well, when it comes to government, voting is fundamental, it seems to me. I've been listening to this discussion and watched what's happening in this country over the last several months. I'm reminded, I think it was Alice in the Looking Glass, it's curiouser and curiouser. So I think Mr. Jordan said in his opening comments that this was a Democratic power grab. But I do note in Georgia and Arizona, with elections certified by Republicans, you're still trying to figure out how to overturn and audit the 2020 presidential election. Certified by Republicans, no fraud discovered, and yet there are still legions of people in the Republican Party who accuse Democrats of a power grab who won't even acknowledge the outcome of the last presidential election. I'm astonished. Mr. Raskin mentioned, I had written this down, but some of the reprisals that people in states who voted for Joe Biden, apparently they weren't supposed to because it's a free and open election, unless, of course, it goes in a way that you don't want it to. So I was thinking, as Mr. Raskin mentioned it, you know, how it could be a crime to hand someone a bottle of water when they've stood in line for 3 hours to vote, when they're trying desperately to exercise their franchise, which is the most fundamental of rights. Can't think of anything more fundamental than your right to vote. We don't have the right to vote, we don't have a democracy. We don't have a democracy, we don't have an America, certainly not the one I recognize, and the one I always say I took as an article of faith would be here when I was a kid. If someone could explain to me the public policy value in stopping fraud, do people fraudulently show up and stand in line for hours because they want a bottle of water? Is that the fraud that's going on? Is that what we're trying to stop? Someone hands you a candy bar or a granola bar because you've been in line for 5 hours because they took away polling places and made it almost impossible for you to go to, so you stand in line for long hours? That's a crime? I mean, this is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. I find it curiouser and curiouser that, Mr. Jordan, you would use 2020 data on election participation when you won't even acknowledge the outcome of the same election.
I've acknowledged the outcome of the election.
Have you? Did Joe Biden win this election? There was no fraud? You're prepared to say that?
He's president of the United States.
No, that's not what I asked you. Did he win the election? You said he's the president of the United States. That's only because we were here while the Capitol was being besieged by thousands of people intent on overturning it and stuck around to be able to confirm the results of the Electoral College. That's why you acknowledge the president.
All I've said is we should look into concerns that lots of voters have. I've never said that he didn't win. He's the president of the United States. But I said we should look into the concerns. I think that's just common sense.
Well, looking at concerns is fine. It's just the problem is
But you guys don't wanna do that.
I don't know how many court cases we never
asked for an
found any.
investigation. You guys said no. We asked for an investigation a week after the election. You guys said no.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I'm frustrated by this, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your good work on this. I think the most dangerous threat to the United States right now after 2.5 centuries, I was with a group of students the other day. I said the most amazing thing that's happened, in my view, in America, although it was an amazing act of patriotism for George Washington to turn over the presidency after 2 terms. I think the greatest miracle of American democracy was John Adams turning over the keys to Thomas Jefferson the first time the Federalists lost an election, and there was no violence. No one contested it. No one came to the Capitol. No one did anything except accept the fact that that was the election results. What we see going on in state after state is not a willingness to accept elections. It's to try to reframe the electorate. It's to try to make sure that certain people don't vote or participate in elections. It is the most antithetical thing that has happened in this country in 2.5 centuries. My father didn't preach too much, and he taught me a lot of lessons, mostly by example. But one thing he always used to say is, when you're a winner, be a good winner and don't gloat, and when you're a loser, you accept the consequences and you move on. And I think America should learn that when it's a level playing field and we go out and compete, and we're going to compete and we're going to have difference of opinions, we should accept the outcome and be prepared to move on. And since that's clearly not happening in parts of this country, I'm going to support this, and frankly, I wish my friend John Lewis were here to see us do this, but time to move forward. With that, I yield.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Jordan wants to respond
well, I
to
just
something
say-
you said, so
well-
I'll let that, but
Sorry.
you will be able to respond to Mr.
Okay,
Jordan.
that's fine. No, that's fine. But he said move on. For 4 years, Democrats questioned the results of the 2016 election. As recently as October of 2020, Hillary Clinton said the election was stolen from her in 2016. But we're not allowed to say, we got some concerns we'd like to investigate. I mean, they can for 4 years question 2016.
All right,
We can't raise concerns for 4 minutes.
You made your point.
Holy
Mr. Morelli?
cow.
No, I would
Mr.
just,
Morelli?
look, I mean, aside from rhetoric, I mean, we weren't conducting audits around the country. I mean, come on, I think you
No,
have
you
to
rated
acknowledge that Americans accepted, whether they like the election of Donald Trump or not.
You got a Bob Mueller
I mean, there are a lot of things.
investigation that's $30 million.
That's enough.
I think there are a lot of things I don't like. I don't like when the Cardinals lose the World Series or don't make it to the playoffs, God forbid. I don't like it when a lot of things happen. I accept them.
You didn't accept
And
2016.
No, I did accept it, actually, Mr. Jordan. And I've never been on national TV suggesting that I shouldn't accept the results of any election, whether I
haven't either.
agree with it or
I haven't
disagree with
either.
it. I'll yield
The
back.
gentleman's time, please. Mr. Desaulniers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to associate myself with Mr. Morelli's comments and just add, I just agree that equivalency, I don't see at all with the proportionality, just my perspective. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Ross, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since my home state of North Carolina was brought up, I think it's very important for me to explain my support for this bill and the need for this bill, given the events that have gone on in North Carolina. Well, we could say since Reconstruction, but certainly since Shelby. And I want to thank Mr. Raskin for pointing out that the Supreme Court invited this Congress in Shelby and in Brnovich to go back and look at the Voting Rights Act, which is exactly what we're doing today. But the minute the Shelby County decision came down, I was serving in the state legislature. The Republican majority passed what was called the monster voter suppression law, because it did not have to be pre-cleared for the first time since 1965. And attorneys used Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act to bring a lawsuit which struck down the monster voter suppression law because it targeted African Americans with almost surgical precision. So the monster voter suppression law did not go into place. And in North Carolina, there has been a history over decades and decades of keeping African Americans and other minorities from having their full right to vote through packing and cracking in redistricting, which is why we have the imperative of passing this bill before the full redistricting process takes place in this decade. We had a Voting Rights Act in 2010, 2011, that could prevent many of the injustices we saw then. But right now, we do not. And right now, the threat is grave. I have worked on these issues for decades in North Carolina as a civil rights lawyer and as a member of the state legislature. I have seen discrimination against racial minorities in the law, and I have seen it at polling places in my district on a regular basis. We need this law. We need it as soon as possible. I am thrilled that it is named for John Lewis, but I'm even more thrilled that it is going to impact the rights of our minority populations for decades to come. Mr. Chairman, I support the underlying bill, and I support the rule, and we can't pass it a moment too soon.
Thank you, Ms. Ross, and it just reminds me, Mr. Sensenbrenner worked with you, Mr. Nadler, in putting a lot of this stuff together, where we tried to respond to Shelby and a number of other things in prior years. So appreciate, Mr. Neguse, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first, it's hard to follow the eloquence of my colleague from North Carolina, and I couldn't agree more with the real urgency that I think she imparted to us with respect to passing this bill. I also have to express my deep dismay about my friend from New York's misgivings about the Cardinals. Given that he's a New York guy, I'm a little confused, but in any event, we'll leave that for another day. And of course, I cannot resist but take the bait here, Mr. Ranking Member, whom I serve with on the Judiciary Committee. I just want to make sure this wasn't, I hadn't planned on it, but nonetheless, given your exchange with Mr. Morelli, on January 12th, there's a January 12th, 2021 article from Yahoo News. It just says, during a House Rules Committee hearing, I was not on the Rules Committee this time, on Tuesday, Representative Jim Jordan refused to answer a question from Committee Chair James McGovern about whether President-elect Joe Biden won the election fairly. So is that, are you saying now that President Biden did win the election fairly?
I'm saying we should investigate and look into it because constituents have concerns, but he's the President of the United States, and I've never disagreed with that.
All right. Well, it sounds like I didn't have any better chance of. It's okay. You answered the question, Mr. Ranking Member. You answered the question. I'll move on.
Let me say one thing.
I will move on.
It's Mr.
Ranking Member's
time, please.
Again, we asked the question. You gave an answer. We'll leave it at that. I would like to talk a little bit about the preclearance provision because I guess I was a little confused by the exchange between Dr. Burgess and yourself, Ranking Member, and so I may have misheard this. Is it your contention that this bill would essentially enable every state in the country to be part of or be subject to the pre-clearance provision? Is that what you're contending?
Well, I think the Biden Justice Department's been clear. If you made changes last year due to the virus, if you want to go back to what the law was before those changes, which had been fine by definition, if you want to go back to that, they're not going to allow it unless they give you the thumbs up, unless they give you the okay. So that strikes me as, and at the same time, as I pointed out now, I think a couple times, the changes that were made that states did, if they want to keep those, which I think many of those changes were done in an unconstitutional fashion by going around the legislature in those respective states, they're not, they won't give us an answer whether they're going to look at that. But if you want to go back to where you were, somehow that's a problem, and you got to get okay from Merrick Garland and the Justice Department.
So
Any state.
if you look at the plain text of the pre-clearance provision, that is the subject of the bill that we're debating today, which is fairly similar to the 2019 pre-clearance provision that was adopted as part of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, there's a nonpartisan analysis that's been done as to which states they believe these individuals, this particular entity, would be subject to the new pre-clearance provision and which would not. I'm looking at the list here. Alaska was once covered by the VRA pre-clearance provision. Alaska would not be covered under this particular piece of legislation. Michigan was once covered, wouldn't be covered anymore. South Dakota was once covered, wouldn't be covered anymore. Oklahoma, I know the ranking member cares a great deal about the right to vote, served as Secretary of State. He can rest assured, based on the pre-clearance provision that has been adopted as part of this bill, Oklahoma wouldn't be subject to the provision. Correct, and it would not be added. There are some states that actually would be added, but on balance, my understanding of the legislation, and I suspect there'll be more analysis done regarding this particular piece of legislation over the coming months, is that it would be a net zero impact. That is to say, the same number of jurisdictions that were subject to pre-clearance before, under the 1965 Voting Rights Act, would be subject today to the John Lewis Voting Rights Act pre-clearance provisions. There may be different states because of changes in the ways in which those states have modified their respective voting laws over the course of the ensuing 65 years. But I think that carefully calibrated and nuanced approach matters, and it matters for us to be able to make sure that that is gleaned throughout the course of this proceeding. Now, to Chairman Nadler, and of course I want to say thank you for your leadership, and as a member of the Judiciary Committee, I very much respect the work that he has done. It makes sense that this provision is so carefully calibrated because you've taken a great deal of time to craft it. Now, my understanding, Chairman Nadler, is that a similar bill was introduced in the 2019 during the 116th Congress. That's correct?
Correct.
And there were many hearings. How many hearings were there in 2019 before this bill came to the floor?
There were 7 hearings.
7 hearings. And that included not just the House Judiciary Committee, but the House Administration Committee. Is that correct?
Those are additional hearings.
Additional hearings on top of the Judiciary Committee hearings. Then, of course, the bill was reintroduced. Earlier this year, prior to its reintroduction, there were how many hearings within the Judiciary Subcommittee on Constitution and Civil Rights? I don't serve on that particular subcommittee.
There were 6 this year.
6 this year. And that is in addition to hearings held by the House Administration Committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
I can't think of a bill.
They held 5 hearings.
5 hearings. I can't think of a bill that has been the subject of this many subcommittee hearings from 2 different committees of jurisdiction before it has come to the Rules Committee. So I think that this is an incredibly, incredibly important bill. The right to vote is sacrosanct. It is the most important right under our Constitution. It is the right from which all the other rights flow. As John Lewis told us, it is the most powerful, nonviolent tool that we have. We ought to do everything that we can to protect it and to secure it. And that's what we intend to do tomorrow when this bill passes the House. So with that, Mr. Chairman, that's why I'll support this rule, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm going to let the gentleman yield back his time and say that, does any other member of the committee wish to ask a question? Mr. Burgess, I'll yield to you to yield to Mr.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, and thank the gentleman for yielding. I just disagree with where the gentleman from Colorado was at with which states are going to be. The plain language is clear when it talks about practice-based pre-clearance, bottom of page 22, top of page 23 of the legislation. Each state, well, look at the heading, determination of states and political subdivisions subject to pre-clearance for covered practices. Each state in each political subdivision shall, A, identify any newly enacted or adopted law, regulation, or policy that includes voting qualification, prerequisites for voting, and it gives a list, and then says, and, quote, B, ensure that no such covered practice is implemented unless or until the state or political subdivision, as the case may be, complies with subsection C, which means subsection C is sent it to the DOJ. So this is any state who wants to make a change. You're going to have to get the okay, the pre-clearance from the Garland Department of Justice. Even if you want to simply go back to where you were 1 year ago before the virus and go back to that election law, you can't do that without going to them.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Nadler.
I just want to point out that two things. What Mr. Jordan is talking about is population-based, whether it hits a specific trigger in the legislation. It certainly does not mean every state. I also want to point out that he said earlier in opposition to the bill that turnouts are heavy. You know, we had the highest turnout in 2020 as ever, and that may be true, but it's not relevant. The data shows that between 2012 and 2020, the white-black turnout gap grew between 9.2 and 20.9 percentage points across all 6 states originally covered by Section 5. And that shows that Section 5 is needed in different in different jurisdictions as determined by the bill.
Mr. Cole? And then after this, we're going to move on to the next panel. Okay. So we will hear from any amendment witnesses on H.R. 4 at the end of the hearing portion of today's meeting. With that, I'd like to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Please leave with the stenographer or submit electronically anything you would like inserted in the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlemen, you're now excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Much more indulging chairman than I am.
I'm happy to have you back.
You're supposed to say you were great. I laughed, I cried, you're better than cats. Okay. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to provide testimony on the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I think we have Representative Malinowski, Representative Graves, Chairman Pallone, and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. Am I missing anybody? Well, what? Oh, okay, they're on WebEx. Okay, there you are. Okay, so why don't we begin? Let me begin by recognizing the gentleman from New Jersey, Representative Malinowski.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. I am so happy and proud to be here to testify in support of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And I want to start before getting into the bill by acknowledging Chairman DeFazio for his leadership of the T&I committee on which I serve, and for shepherding the passage of the Invest in America Act through the committee and through the House earlier this summer. There is not a member of Congress in either chamber who knows more about transportation policy, and there's been no stronger advocate for the policies and programs that are needed to rebuild this country while reducing carbon emissions from the transportation sectors than our chairman. And like him and other members of our chamber, I personally would have favored a process that allowed more input from the House and a final bipartisan bill that incorporated more of the policy provisions that I and my T&I colleagues on both sides of the aisle spent many months working on as part of the Invest in America Act. And I'm hopeful that we'll have additional opportunities to remedy some of those shortcomings, whether through the reconciliation process or some other means. But with all that said, while the bill we're discussing here today doesn't give me or many of us everything that we want, no compromise possibly could, it does, in my considered opinion, give us almost everything that this country desperately needs right now. And let's talk about what we need. We've been talking about this for many, many years, frankly, for generations. There was a time, I think we all have this sense as Americans, when we in this country routinely built big and great things, whether it was tunnels and bridges across our great rivers, including the Hudson River between New Jersey and New York, gleaming new highways, extraordinary airports and ports that were once the envy of the world. We took pride in what we built. It was a source of our strength, not just at home, but around the world. For years, we have been calling on our leaders in Washington to get serious about replacing that extraordinary turn of the 20th century infrastructure with even more extraordinary turn of the 21st century infrastructure that recognizes the changes in the economy and in the world, including the fact that most of the cars on our highways are going to be electric vehicles in the next decade. And that's what we're going to do with this bill. This is not just Dwight Eisenhower's interstate highway system version 98.2, as Chairman DeFazio has often said. And there's not a town in my district that's not going to benefit in some way. So let's talk about what it does. We're going to do the largest dedicated investment in bridge repair, replacement, and rehabilitation since the construction of that interstate highway system in the 1950s. It'll help us begin to fix the 45,000 bridges in America that are in poor condition. The bill will make the largest federal investment in public transit in the history of our country, the largest investment in passenger rail since the creation of Amtrak 50 years ago, including enough funding for the all-important Gateway project, the new railway tunnel under the Hudson River between New Jersey and New York. That's not only important to people in my state, not only key to making sure that the parents I represent get home in time for dinner with their kids every evening. It's important to ensure the very survival of the most busy rail corridor in the United States, and thus to our economy, not just in my region. We're going to make the largest ever investment in clean drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, the largest investment in electric vehicle infrastructure, and critically, the funding needed to build a clean, modern electrical grid. Anyone who believes, as I do, that it is the challenge and opportunity of our age to move America from reliance on fossil fuels to clean energy should support this bill because it makes an enormous down payment in that direction. The bill will also ensure that every American has access to high-speed internet. It invests in weatherization programs to bring down Americans' weather costs. It funds grants through FEMA to mitigate harm caused by flooding. It helps ensure that more transit stations across the country are accessible to people with disabilities. And I could go on and on and on. All of this is desperately needed by, I think, all of our constituents. And that is why we've done something else, I think, really important with this bill, and that's to make it bipartisan. How we did it is almost as important as what it does. So yes, America needs the bridges. We need the roads. We need the ports. We need the broadband. We need the electrical power grid. We need all of the brick and mortar that this bill pays for. But I think America also desperately needs the proof that we're offering in this legislation that it's still possible to find common ground in Washington, that there's still good reason to have faith in our institutions of government, and thus a reason to reject those in our politics who want to tear those institutions down. I would argue the bill does almost as much to fix our democracy as it does to fix our bridges and roads. So let's seize the opportunity before us. All of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bipartisan infrastructure bill and the underlying rule. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to be clear. We need infrastructure. We need an infrastructure bill, whether that's roads and bridges, it's traffic solutions, it's flood protection, it's coastal resilience, it's broadband, it's ports and waterways, or airports. I imagine the folks in Arkansas and Tennessee would tell you what happened on Interstate 40 there where the bridge got shut down. That didn't affect Republicans or Democrats differently. The hurricanes and tropical storms pounding the Northeast didn't affect Republicans and Democrats differently. And my friend who just left from Colorado, the floods that he's experienced didn't affect parties any differently. This is something that's needed. I spent 2 hours with President Biden and Vice President Harris talking through infrastructure and how we get to a bipartisan bill, talking about our concerns, talking about our priorities, and had great discussions, had multiple follow-up phone calls with White House staff. Mr. Chairman, if you go back and you look historically at infrastructure bills dating back in 1991 to the ICE-T legislation, there were 343 aye votes and only 83 that were opposed. T21 in 1998, 337 yes votes and 80 no votes. In 2005, the Safe T. Lou bill, 417 yes votes and only 9 voting in opposition, only 9. MAP 21 in 2012, 293 aye votes, 127 no. I want to be clear. This was in when Chairman DeFazio was in the minority, he voted yes. And the FAST Act in 2015, 372 aye votes to only 54 no votes. This House process that Speaker Pelosi designed was a failure from the beginning. They abandoned the bipartisanship approach that has been so successful over decades and decades. And let me be clear, I serve on the Transportation Committee. I've watched these markups go on for decades. And this process was unlike any I'd ever seen. For example, last Congress, over 148 amendments filed by Democrats. When I spoke to them, asked them what was going to be in this bill, they couldn't even tell us. 148 amendments filed in the committee, just by committee members, by Democrats. And of course, over 182 amendments filed by Republicans that were similarly left out of this legislation. This Congress, 177 Republican amendments and 58 Democrat amendments, and hundreds more on the floor in each instance. This legislation includes failed Green New Deal policies that have resulted in the opposite of the intended outcomes, meaning adversely affecting the United States energy security, adversely affecting our national security, driving up, not down prices, driving up, not down global emissions, having an adverse impact on energy, having an adverse impact on the global environment. Partisan efforts don't just affect the infrastructure, meaning the partisan efforts on this infrastructure bill don't just affect infrastructure, it affects inflation, which affects virtually everyone. Earlier this year, we did a $1.9 trillion package that was designed to be stimulus legislation. Every previous bill that we did under the banner of COVID was done in a bipartisan manner with strong bipartisan vote, not this one. It was done in a partisan manner that spent $1.9 trillion. On top of that, we're now talking about $3.5 trillion. On top of that, we're talking about $1.2 trillion in this legislation. It increases the cost of all Americans and effectively has the impact of reducing their wages because of inflation, which is a hidden tax, which I'll note violates the president's commitment to not increase taxes on lower and middle income earners. Mr. Chairman, in 2015, the FAST Act, legislation that many people sitting right here worked on and voted yes for. The bill was $305 billion during the Obama-Biden administration, and it was hailed at the time as historic. Let me put that in perspective. $305 billion, just over the past, during this COVID period combined with the $90 billion for transit in this bill, we're talking about putting more for transit than half of that entire bill. They're talking about over $160 billion in transit, what has been done during COVID period in addition to the $90 billion here. Let me see if I can distill that a little bit more. Just the 69 or 70 billion that was previously appropriated, and we were told that that needed to be done because of the essential workers. Because of the essential workers. If you do the math, that provides 2.8 billion TNC rides or Uber Lyft rides, transportation network companies, 2.8 billion. If I remember the math on that, it would allow them 10 rides per week, and somewhere between 18 and 20 months. And transit systems are down, they're down to 10 to 20% of their usual ridership, yet we're putting even more money on top of them. Mr. Chairman, we're in COVID times. We don't know what this is going to look like. And I remember saying when that $1.9 trillion package was being debated, I said, look, we don't know if this thing's over. Now's not the time to pop the champagne corks and start spending money. We don't know what's going to happen. And look where we are now. My home state of Louisiana, some of the highest surges that we've seen nationally. And so what are we doing? We're putting $90 billion on top of it. We don't know the role that transit's going to play. We're trying to isolate people, not put them together. We have entities that are doing 10 to 20% of the work they've done historically, and we're rewarding them with additional funding. I'm not sure this direction makes sense. I'm going to quote someone. You get the point like you do in your own private life. When you can afford to, what you can afford to pay for. You want to make adjustments to the tax code? Are we still willing to be competitive? Can we compete in the global market? That was Senator Manchin, a Democrat senator from West Virginia. I never thought I would say this, but I preferred it when the Democrats considered Representative Pelosi to be the radical left, and when $305 billion was a lot of money. We're talking about $7 trillion in spending, $7 trillion, just with the $1.9 trillion package, the $3.5 trillion family package, and this $1.2 trillion package. Back in June, President Biden suggested that these bills be linked, the $3.5 trillion in the infrastructure bill. He said that they needed to be linked together, inextricably linked. And what happened? Within about 15 hours, they backtracked because there was bipartisan attacks on it. Yet, rather than learning from that mistake, the pushback from the American public that was a failed path, that America didn't want to see a partisan path on infrastructure. What did Speaker Pelosi do? She actually doubled down on that very strategy that was rejected by the American people, that was rejected by the Biden White House. Rather than learning from those mistakes, will not consider voting for a budget resolution until the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act passes the House and is signed into law. Another quote, we're firmly opposed to holding the president's infrastructure legislation hostage to reconciliation. I couldn't agree with those statements more, but they're not mine. Those are statements from Congressman Gottheimer, Congresswoman Bordeaux, Congressman Vela, Congressman Golden, Congressman Cuellar, Congressman Gonzalez, Congressman Case, Congressman Costa, and Congressman Schrader. I couldn't agree with them more. When you have roads and bridges crumbling, to hold back and use it as a political football, I just don't understand, Congressman Gottheimer. But it's really wrong to tie a bill that has been completed and passed in a bipartisan way out of the Senate with a bill that just has top-line numbers and no details, Congresswoman Murphy. We cannot wait. Everyone knows time kills deals, Congresswoman Bordeaux. Proceedings in the House today, this is a quote from today, proceedings in the House today will have no impact. Senator Sinema will not support a budget reconciliation process that costs $3.5 trillion. Mr. Chairman, we know where this is going. It's not going anywhere in the Senate. We have roads and bridges that are crumbling, as Congressman Gottheimer said. My home state, our coast, we've lost over 2,000 square miles of our coast. That's like wiping the state of Rhode Island off the map. We have an environmental and ecological crisis. We have a human crisis in terms of sustainability of our communities and our economy. And we're sitting here fighting over something that historically has not been a partisan battle. What we're seeing right now is a lack of leadership. I went earlier through the long history of bipartisanship for infrastructure bills. The Democrat infrastructure bill this year, 221 to 201. That doesn't reflect the bipartisan history. Last year, 233 to 188. The reality is that the late Chairman John Dingell was right on when he said The other party's the opposition. The U.S. Senate is the enemy. Mr. Chairman, we've got a long history of working together. Let's develop a bipartisan House position and work to try and ensure that our senators have their say and our House members have their say. And we're able to work together to come up with a package. The lack of leadership we're seeing right now results in Chairman DeFazio, as has been widely reported with his comments, being on the sidelines, watching the development of a bill without his input. I mentioned that the 2015 FAST Act highway bill was called historic. Democrats have chosen a different type of, quote, historic in this case. They've chosen to go partisan on infrastructure for the first time. Let me be clear. This is entirely the result of the Democrats' decision to go partisan on this legislation. The Senate simply has dismissed the House bill, which has relegated all House members to the sidelines. There's not a House position. There's not a respectable House position that's being taken into consideration. Mr. Chairman, the Senate bill does have some good components in it. I'll give them that. They did. They worked through and had some good components, but we must keep in mind that the investment of taxpayer funds on infrastructure investments only makes sense when there's a federal nexus, there's federal interest in the investments, there's appropriate criteria. We've witnessed this administration abandon those investment principles for vague, often unquantifiable goals that are not grounded in statute. I'm going to say that again. That are not grounded in statute. Inventing new criteria that's not grounded in statute. The Department of Transportation earlier this year hijacked the infra and build programs by effectively replacing investment criteria in the law with environmental justice, racial equity, and climate change. Under the Senate bill, they quadrupled the investments in these programs. Mr. Chairman, I've spent much of my life building infrastructure projects, everything from environmental to roads and bridges. This is a failed approach. You can't quantify or even remotely compare different metrics on those three categories to how you can use other types of cost to benefit returns for those investments. Things like saving time in traffic, reducing fuel consumption, saving time for those motorists trying to get to school, get to doctor's appointments, and others. The Corps has been directed to not make any investments that may reduce the cost of consumption of conventional fuels. What does that mean, to reduce the cost of consumption? In my home state, we have flood protection projects. Does that mean gas stations and refineries have to be flooded? Is that what that means? Because that's what it appears the provision means. Now, let me say that again. You can't reduce the cost of consumption of conventional fuels with any Corps of Engineer dollars. Boy, have they succeeded. We've already seen gasoline prices, according to AAA, go up $1 a gallon to $3.17 is what the average American is paying. Coming from an energy-producing state, let me say that budget criteria another way. The Biden administration's policies are intentionally designed to increase the cost of energy for all Americans. In closing, Mr. Chairman, putting infrastructure at risk because the existing highway programs expire at the end of next month. By waiting this long, the Democrats threaten to not just prevent increased investment in infrastructure, but to actually result in those funds being cut off. We have a lot of work to do before the end of this fiscal year. We don't have the time to do it. There was $6 trillion in bipartisan COVID relief last year. Democrats are pushing $7 trillion in entirely partisan spending this year, which translates to over $50,000 per household. Is this how those households would like their money spent? Has anybody asked them? Let me put it in perspective. If we spend $1 every single second, it would take well over 200,000 years to spend it. That's beyond irresponsible. We don't have to politicize the real needs of America. With so much uncertainty in the world today, one thing is certain. We must unite and pass a critical priority to the American people. Improving our nation's infrastructure. This is not about party or politics. It's about what's doing right for the country. That's a quote of Senator Joe Manchin. Mr. Chairman, I urge that we re-engage in bipartisan approach to infrastructure, that we not inextricably link these bills together when we know where this is going to land in the Senate, and we resume to addressing the true priorities for the American people. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cole, and the other members of the Rules Committee. I want to discuss the Senate infrastructure bill and what I believe is our shared goal to build back better. And the moment presents us with an opportunity to make some major changes and propel our economy into the next century. But the approach laid out in the Senate's Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act won't get us there on its own. And that's why it must be paired with the budget resolution, which together would lay the groundwork for transformational progress for the American people. Now, the Senate infrastructure bill before us will create new good-paying jobs to advance our recovery from COVID-19, makes useful investments in our electric grid and clean energy, and takes some necessary steps to improve the critical infrastructure that Americans rely on every day, including drinking water and broadband, which are in my committee. But unfortunately, it does not do nearly enough on its own to tackle the climate crisis, lower health care costs, or build a better future for American families, as envisioned by President Biden. And it undermines some of our most core environmental statutes, like the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, threatening to move us backward in our effort to fight climate change from that perspective. But combined with the promise of additional action through the budget reconciliation package, the infrastructure bill would move us forward. I think if I could just talk about some of the topics, Mr. Chairman. Clean, safe drinking water is a basic human right, yet right now up to 10 million American households can't trust the water coming out of their taps. And that's not acceptable, and I hope to accomplish more through the budget resolution. The $55 billion investment that the bipartisan infrastructure bill makes in clean water is a crucial first step, and it also includes some funding to replace lead service lines, but not enough. And it also has funding to remove toxic PFAS chemicals, but not enough. The Senate bill also includes funding for electric vehicle supply infrastructure. To be clear, this isn't close to the investment made by the House-passed INVEST Act, but again, it's a helpful first step. And right now, the U.S. market share of plug-in EV sales is only 1/3 the size of plug-in electric vehicle sales in China, so we have to do a better job of keeping pace with our competitors. I'm also glad to see funding to improve and repair our nation's electric grid, which is in urgent need of modernization. My colleague from Louisiana stressed that. The Senate infrastructure bill makes needed investments in hardening the electric grid against extreme weather events and gives the government new authority to spur the development of transmission projects and grid-enhancing technologies. The Senate bill has also $65 billion invested in broadband, and that marks the beginning of a renewed fight to close the digital divide and ensure that every community has access to reliable high-speed internet. But access to broadband is only half the battle. Being able to afford it is the other half, and I'm pleased the bill makes investments in affordability. While I do have real concerns over the changes that the bill would make to decrease the monthly benefit, it does make permanent our affordability program that we set forth earlier this year, and that's clearly progress because of the families struggling to access and afford a basic internet connection. I want to say also I'm troubled that this bill gives the Department of Defense the ability to scuttle the spectrum auctions that the FCC would put forward. That's bad policy, and it decreases the value of the auction unnecessarily. You know, as you can tell, Mr. Chairman, I'll just conclude by saying this bill is far from perfect, and I believe we can and must do more. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the budget resolution to finish the job. But I think together we can make good on President Biden's Build Back Better agenda if we combine the Senate infrastructure bill with the budget resolution and the reconciliation that would follow. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and would certainly take any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms. McMorris-Rogers.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Cole, as well as the members of the Rules Committee. We all agree on the need to modernize and invest in our nation's infrastructure. In fact, Energy and Commerce Republicans have introduced dozens of bills to do just that, from closing the digital divide to increasing our energy security and our clean energy deployment, making investments in safe drinking water, and making our roadways safer. Our solutions accomplish these goals with targeted federal investments that are paired with comprehensive permitting, regulatory, and licensing reforms to reduce barriers to deployment and spur private investment. Regarding the bill before us today, while there's aspects that we all agree on, it's unfortunately It's unfortunate that it falls woefully short in lifting the major barriers that we have when it comes to major investment projects that are expensive and in many cases impossible. Unless these barriers are addressed and investments are made in a more targeted way, I fear much of the funds authorized and appropriated will be lost. The Congressional Budget Office has already projected that this bill includes unfunded mandates that will add over $250 billion to the deficit. We cannot afford to add to the ongoing Biden inflation crisis that has already drastically raised costs on the American people. Unless these investments are targeted and paired with adequate regulatory and permitting reforms, I fear this bill will end up doing more harm than good. For instance, take closing the digital divide. It's a shared goal. Burdensome federal regulations and unnecessary permitting requirements make it expensive, slow, and difficult to deploy and upgrade broadband. This bill does not target funds for deployment to fully unserved parts of America based off congressionally mandated FCC broadband maps. This bill risks wasting billions of dollars in taxpayer money without truly closing the digital divide, leaving rural Americans further behind in the digital economy. Moving to securing our energy future, our top priority must be maintaining affordable and reliable energy for all Americans. We were energy secure only a year ago, but today gas prices are up. American energy projects and associated jobs canceled. And this administration is asking foreign countries to produce energy, which could be done here by our workers in good paying jobs. Overall, we support policies and programs that maintain and modernize our electricity grid and our energy systems. But there are provisions in this bill that will compromise reliability and affordability because it picks weather-dependent sources like wind and energy at the expense of maintaining a diverse mix of energy sources. We need reliable baseload generation when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. There are also serious concerns with supply chains associated with wind, solar, batteries, and electric vehicles. China controls significant aspects of those supply chains through critical minerals and rare earth elements, including mining and processing. Certain programs and funding provisions in this bill also raise questions about outsized emphasis on cities and urban areas, and often to the detriment of rural areas. That includes forcing costs on all ratepayers and taxpayers to subsidize electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging infrastructure, even when many Americans cannot afford electric vehicles. One of the most glaring things here is also what is not included. Just like broadband, this bill is missing solutions that will lift barriers to permitting and licensing so that we can actually build energy infrastructure in this country again. If we want to deploy more clean energy and reduce emissions, Energy and Commerce Republicans have the Securing Cleaner American Energy agenda. This could result in bringing more nuclear, hydropower, natural gas, wind, and solar online. Those are the types of energy and environmental related provisions that should be a part of any bipartisan infrastructure bill. Glad to see the bill have an overall emphasis on safe drinking water. Representative McKinley and I are leading the Drinking Water Funding for the Future Act. This bill provides various safe drinking water programs at reasonable levels, consistent with historic funding levels. Some of the drinking water funding levels in this bill are extremely high, and they will duplicate existing programs. We want to continue making investments in drinking water infrastructure, but let's do it in a way that will be efficient and will actually result in meaningful outcomes. Republicans also want to work in a bipartisan way to increase safety on our roads. While the inclusion of the auto safety language in this bill had the benefit of bipartisan consultation in the Senate, a much more robust process warranted. We stated during consideration of the INVEST Act, we worked in good faith with the majority to advance auto safety. Our bipartisan committee distributed primarily a Democratic draft for feedback earlier this year, which even included a proposal by the majority on autonomous vehicles. In return, we received an unfair process that skipped committee and ignored our input. The package before us again omits advancing autonomous vehicles with a comprehensive framework. This is a missed opportunity that could have also included many of the safety initiatives this legislation seeks to advance. Your consideration of this legislation today occurs at a time our international standing is being challenged on multiple fronts. Both parties have identified autonomous vehicles as an application of artificial intelligence technology that China wants to dominate. As we continue to be a beacon for innovation and ingenuity, let's not lose America's chance to win the future. Moving to the cybersecurity provisions in the bill, which continues, I believe, a misguided march to the consolidation of all cybersecurity responsibilities at one agency, currently by the Biden administration. I believe that that's going to weaken an agency's ability to leverage their expertise in cyber preparedness for their specific and unique sectors. To best protect our critical infrastructure, it is critical for the agencies with the specific expertise to be empowered to protect their critical infrastructure sectors. Finally, I need to address the reckless $3.5 trillion spending and tax spree this bill is paired with. We are experiencing record levels of inflation. From the grocery store to the gas pump, the American people are facing higher costs. Their budgets are being stretched. It is the height of irresponsibility to further add to this inflation crisis with a massive increase in federal command and control over our everyday lives. I hope that the majority will abandon this dangerous partisan power play that will raise costs on Americans and, unfortunately, devastate our economy even further. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. Let me just say that it's no surprise that I agree with Mr. Malinowski and with Mr. Pallone. Ms. Rogers, some of the things that you raised, I share your concerns. And Mr. Graves, I had a tough time kind of following you a little bit because this is not the reconciliation bill we're talking about. That was the panel before. And this is not even the House infrastructure bill, which I like better than this. This is a bipartisan product that won the support of 19 Republicans in the Senate. I don't think anybody, at least on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, is totally enamored with. But we nonetheless understand that it's a bipartisan product and represents a significant investment in our infrastructure. And you invoked Joe Manchin a couple of times. I think Joe Manchin helped put this together. So if you like all that Joe Manchin says, it would seem to me that you would think that this would be, am I understanding correct? You oppose the Senate infrastructure bill. Am I correct on that?
Mr. Chairman, what I oppose inextricably linking them together. That's what I oppose.
But you're going to probably have a separate vote on the transportation bill. Would you vote for the bipartisan transportation bill that the Senate worked out with?
But Mr. Chairman, let's not play games.
No, I'm just asking you if the vote comes up. This is the vote on the Senate infrastructure bill with 19 Republicans supporting it. Do you vote yes on that, or do you vote no?
I want to be very clear. That's not the question, as we all know, that's being posed to us right now, because they're being inextricably linked together.
Well, people get to vote on both. The Senate's going to have to vote on a reconciliation bill as well.
That's right. But if the infrastructure bill is held hostage by the reconciliation bill as is being debated, then that does.
I assume in a very short period of time we're going to resolve the question on both of them. So the issue is, would you vote for the Senate, the bill we're talking about right now, the one Mr. Malinowski and Mr. Pallone and Mr. Rogers is talking about, is this bill that passed the Senate? Again, I'm not, I think it's an okay bill, but it's not all that I want. There are some things in there, quite frankly, that I wish weren't in there, but, we have to deal with what we have to deal with. So the issue is, do you vote for that when it comes up for a vote on the House floor?
I'll say it again, that's not the question that's being posed to us right now,
Well, that's
Mr.
the question I'm
Chairman.
asking you, and that's the question you're going to vote on. I mean, there will be a vote on
Sure.
this.
We're continuing to go through the bill. The bill's over 2,800 pages. As I noted earlier, the FAST Act was $305 billion in total. This one is expected to incur $256 billion in debt, which is 83% of the entire FAST Act that at the time was deemed historic. The bill has $90 billion,
I know it's in
in
the
transit
bill.
funds.
I know it's in the bill.
It's got some major problems.
Yeah, so I assume that's a no. I mean, I would just simply say that for me, for all the flaws in this bipartisan product that has come over here, it is nonetheless a major step in the right direction. I come from a state that has tough winters. Our infrastructure, is old. And quite frankly, we've been trying, even when you guys were in charge of the House and the Senate and the White House, to get a meaningful bill passed that would actually help deal with some of these things. The bottom line is that, what we got instead was infrastructure weeks. This is infrastructure. We'll go and talk about infrastructure this week. No, nothing to help rebuild a bridge, nothing to help with our rail systems, but infrastructure week. This is for some of the flaws in this bill, and again, I believe climate change is real, and I wish there was more aggressive investment in that. This is, in my opinion, a significant step in the right direction. And I'm going to say that the senators, came together and did something that everybody said couldn't be done, and so I intend to vote for this. But that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the infrastructure bill, and I gotta go. So, all right. So I'm just being called. All right. Anyway, but thank you. I always appreciate your candor and your commitment to the issues. Ms. McMorris Rogers, I appreciate, your point of view as well. But again, I agree with Polona Milanowski. And with that, I yield to Mr. Cole.
Someday, Mr. Chairman, you're going to really surprise us and not agree with them. I'm waiting for that day. First of all, a couple of comments. Like most of us, I voted for most of the transportation and infrastructure bills that have come before me in my time in Congress, regardless of who happened to be in the majority at that given moment. I think you made that point very well, Mr. Garrett, in your testimony. I'd be less than honest if I didn't say, looking at this one, I have some concerns about the process that brought it here and that it's still carrying it forward. I have some serious concerns about the substance and the financing, and I've got some concerns about the impact given all the other spending that's going on around it, and I'll address those in the questions. And as an institutionalist, and I consider myself that, I from a House standpoint, we have been just totally sidelined in this whole thing. I mean, I have a lot of sympathy for my friend, Mr. DeFazio from Oregon, the Chairman DeFazio, I should say. This is the biggest infrastructure bill of his career, and he worked hard to get to be chairman of a full committee. He hadn't gotten to do very much with this bill, nor have any of the members on his committee, nor have any of the members in this House, nor did this really go through the Public Works Committee in the Senate. This is basically an item that about 10 or 15 senators cooked up, sold to enough other senators, and I'm sure it's got their priorities taken care of. I'd feel a lot better if the priorities of the members in the House I knew were also addressed in this. And I say that, again, not in a partisan sense at all. This is just an institutional objection that I would have to the bill as a member of the House, and I think we should think long and hard as a body about surrendering that kind of authority. This is a $1.2 trillion spending bill. Everybody's going to call it, and it is the biggest, certainly the biggest transportation bill of my career that I've ever seen. And I'm in a body where almost nobody's had very much to do with this in a meaningful way. This isn't like, a Don Young negotiated product where I can assure you, whether you're Republican or Democrat, there was lots of member involvement back in 2005. Matter of fact, I used to joke in the 2005 bill, I voted for it because it was crafted in the Senate by Jim Inhofe, who I admire and revere, and crafted in the House by Don Young, who I admire and fear. But the point is, our side had its share of the input, and I don't think, by that I mean our side of the rotunda had its share of the input, and I don't think that's happening here. But I suppose the biggest thing that does concern me, and this is posed to my Democratic colleagues, why hold up a bipartisan bill that will pass? Whether I like it or not, it will pass. Simply to blackmail and browbeat your own members, because that's what you're doing with this bill. Democrats can have a victory here. The administration can have a victory any day they want it. It's already passed the Senate. If you're going to put it on the floor, basically, you're simply using it as a weapon against your own members. That's up to you. That's a matter for inside the Democratic caucus, but I think it's a bad precedent, and I've never seen anything like it. You know, to get a $1.2 trillion bill, you've got to vote for a $3.5 trillion bill that you may or may not agree with, or I won't put that on the floor, even though I know it has the votes, even though I know it's already passed the Senate, and even though I know that the President of the United States will sign it any day that we send it to him. And that is just mind-blowing to me that we are in that position. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the bill, because it's not a bill, it's a weapon. It's a political weapon that's being used against your own members, in my view. And you're paying fast and loose, and I think they warned you of that in their op-ed this morning in the Washington Post. You let these things sit around too long, they may not happen. Again, what's normally a bipartisan process is apt to be a pretty partisan process, as long as that particular aspect stays. Let me ask, I'll go to you first, Mr. Garrett, and ask you, you've been around as a staff guy, you've been around as a member, you're one of the most thoughtful members in the body. I think both sides can see that. Can you give me any acceptable justification for why the majority would refuse to move forward a bipartisan infrastructure package that, most of its members will vote for?
Thank you, Mr. Cole. And the answer is no. I mean, the answer is obviously no. You're actually jeopardizing the very objective you're trying to achieve. We're trying to improve our roads and bridges. We're trying to prevent another I-40, Interstate 40 situation in Arkansas and Tennessee by working together on bipartisan infrastructure legislation, as we've done historically. This entire process was designed to cause infrastructure to fail. The cost of the bill, the approach that was taken, and not just causing the bill to fail by inextricably linking it to the $3.5 trillion expansion of social welfare programs, but by doing it on this timeline right now and doing it in a way that completely relegates the House to the cheap seats. There's no justification for this. We sat here and debated 2 bills through the House of Representatives, last Congress and again this Congress. The bill is entirely being thrown out, taking all 435 members, Republicans and Democrats, and sidelining their priorities in the legislation. No, there's no justification for this.
Okay, you touched on this in some of your testimony about, is this bill really paid for or not? And that's a big deal. I mean, that was one of the president's commitment on an infrastructure bill. We're going to pay for it. So is it paid for, number one? How close is it to being paid for if the answer is, as I suspect, no?
It's not paid for, number one. Number two, just by using CBO numbers, which some of them you really need to dig into, but the easy answer is that at least 20% of the legislation, according to CBO's analysis, is not paid for. Let me be clear. I mentioned earlier the FAST Act that you remember from late 2015. If the CBO figure of $256 billion were applied to that legislation, which was called historic by President Obama, we would be talking about 83% of that bill. So 256 billion represents 83% of the legislation from 2015 not being paid for. In this case, it's approximately 1/5. It's not being paid for. There's excessive spending in categories in here that if given a standalone vote wouldn't have a prayer of passing the House of Representatives.
Yeah, I think there's a lot. Let me go to Ms. McMorris-Rodgers next, and I'll be brief here. You touched in your testimony, Madam Ranking Member, on the impact with regard to inflation, really looking at all these things in terms of how they're linked together. So I'd like to ask you to elaborate a little bit on that. How much inflation do you think will be impacted by this infrastructure bill and certainly by the related items that we're discussing that it's connected to?
Well, we are seeing inflation hit our country. Consumer prices are going up over 5% just in the last year. Yeah, we're seeing gas prices that are up over $1. You go to the grocery store, people are seeing it in their pocketbook. And let's just be clear, inflation is a tax. It is a tax on us. It's a tax on families. It means that your wages, Garrett mentioned this too in his testimony, but your take-home salaries actually are less because they don't buy as much as you typically would in the past. We're seeing record high in inflation measures, and I'm very concerned about. Last year it was over $5 trillion in additional spending by the federal government. We're talking another $5-6 trillion in federal government spending. It absolutely drives the type of federal government spending drives inflation. And this is of grave concern to me as well as many others across this country. So I appeal to people that we need to be making sure that we are living within our means and not getting runaway inflation going that's going to hurt Americans.
I think that's a really important point. I mentioned in my opening comment that the former Secretary Treasury, it's not just a Republican point. That's a Larry Summers point. There's a lot of Democratic economists that have this same fear. And, you have to look sometimes at things in total context. We spent a lot of money last year on COVID relief. I supported all 5 bills. I thought we were in a national emergency. We needed to do that. I'm very proud of the Congress acting in a bipartisan way. Democratic House, Republican Senate, Republican President, those bills passed overwhelmingly. We're not in that situation today, and yet we put $1.9 trillion, injected into the economy. We're following it up with a $1.2 trillion unpaid infrastructure bill, potentially. And then beyond that, if that passes, because I guess it doesn't pass unless we get another $3.5 trillion injected in the economy. That is high-risk stuff. And I think it'll probably get a lot of Republicans voting against the infrastructure bill that would otherwise vote for it, simply because it's all linked together. And it's being sold that way, and at least a lot of my colleagues don't want to be responsible, even for the parts they wouldn't vote for. They don't want their votes for other parts misinterpreted. So I think the politics here is getting in the way of what could be a big bipartisan win for the country. I mean, whether I like the bill or not, you put it on the floor, you're going to pass it as is, this other way, you still probably pass it, and I still think there'd be Republican votes for it, certainly. But those numbers are going to be down a lot lower than they would have otherwise been. And I think, again, I've never seen a transportation bill used as leverage to get something, literally 3 times its size that is a strictly partisan exercise. So it's going to be a very interesting 48 hours around here. But again, I find it tough to use this bill to beat up on members to get them vote for something you're afraid they wouldn't vote for on its own merits. And there's no other way to explain it. That's the only way it can be justified or explained. I don't think it really can be justified. With that, thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I certainly don't want to prejudge Mr. Perlmutter, but you may be giving Mr. Pallone and Mr. Malinauskas some equal time.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pallone, Mr. Graves, and I'm blanking. Huh? No, yeah. Well, I was going to call him Tom, and I just that was not proper etiquette. So, Mr. Malinowski, sorry, Tom. I'd like to allow you to be able to respond to some of the things ranking member said, Mr. Graves has said. So let me start with you, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you so much. You can call me Tom, it's all right,
Okay.
at least on the baseball field. So, you know, I agree. I think many of us agree with the ranking member. The House lost some of our agency in this process, and we're all kind of tiptoeing around the dysfunction in the Senate because we know that it's so incredibly hard to get anything through the Senate. That we managed to get a deal there. It's probably the wise and productive thing for the House to do to accept it, and that does disempower us. And I think a lot of us are upset about that on both sides of the aisle. But I gotta say, I was kind of confused by almost everything else. I listened to Mr. Grape's testimony, for example. I listened very intently because I was trying to figure out, is he for it or is he against it? And then it was pretty clear as he went on that he believes that a bill that Mitch McConnell voted for in the United States Senate is part of a failed Green New Deal approach. Kind of weird. I heard Ms. McMorris Rodgers say that a bill that was originally drafted in the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus with 28 Republicans in it, that got 19 Republican votes in the Senate, was a, quote, partisan power play. So it's a little bit confusing. And I heard a variety of members on the other side say that this was inflationary, make other criticisms of it, and then criticize Democrats for not voting for it right away. Which is it? I don't get it. It seems like bipartisanship truly confuses some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This is a bipartisan bill. There's not a single Democrat who loves it, who loves everything in it. We all make compromises. There are things that I really wanted in this bill that I think should have been accepted, that I think should have been bipartisan, that were not. And I'm a little upset about that. Okay. I'm going to vote for this bill. I think every Democrat pretty much at the end of the day is going to vote for it. And yes, I understand that my Republican colleagues are going to oppose a more partisan budget reconciliation bill. That's a given. But these two bills are only linked in their timing, potentially. Are you all really going to say to your constituents that you voted against a bill that does everything they are demanding, fixing our bridges and roads, and railroads, and transit, and broadband, that creates millions of jobs in America, because there was another bill being voted on the House floor the same week that you disagreed with? I think that's going to be a very hard case to make to the American, for you guys to make to the American people. I mean, if you do, it'll be a very, very easy one for us to point out the flaws of. Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks. Mr. Pallone, and then I've got some questions for the panel.
Well, I'll be brief. Look, you really have to ask the senators why they proceeded with this. I mean, you're right, Mr. Cole, that it didn't go through regular order, obviously. But it wouldn't be accurate to say that the House members or the House committees didn't have some say. I mean, we clearly, on Energy and Commerce, we're talking to our Democratic and to some extent, to some extent also Republican counterparts in the Senate in trying to put this together, but it didn't go through regular order. I mean, I agree with you there. But look, it's clear from the beginning that there were some senators that wanted what I would call an authorization bill, which is what this is, and wanted to be able to put provisions in the authorization bill, and insisted on that as a prelude to their voting for a much larger amount of money in a reconciliation bill. And that was what they insisted on, so that's why we're where we are, and that's why I also believe in carrying forward with that these bills have to go together, that the budget resolution and the subsequent reconciliation needs to move at the same time as the Senate infrastructure or authorization bill. That's the best way to put it, I guess.
Thank you. So I would say, Mr. Graves, hyperbole sometimes can get you in trouble. And there were some statements that the House didn't get anything that they sought in this infrastructure bill. And last summer, we passed Moving Forward Act. And a couple of my major, well, I had several major things that I was concerned about. One is a laboratory for the United States Geological Survey in Colorado, where the roof literally is ready to fall in on their current laboratory of a couple hundred or more engineers and scientists. The FDA was housed in that same building, and they were so worried about it, they moved out. This was a building built as part of the Remington Arms Plant in World War II in Colorado. And so we worked very hard to get that provision, a new laboratory for the USGS in last summer's bill. We brought it up again over time in appropriations bills here. That's in the infrastructure bill. And this committee's heard me talk about a refund that was due to the Regional Transportation District for the Denver area, which had put down a security deposit to get a federal loan backing to build a new Union Station for all of our light rail, all of our buses, all of that stuff. And we paid off, the Regional Transportation District paid off the bonds, which the federal government had guaranteed back about 5 or 6 years ago, but still hadn't been refunded their money of $30 million. That's in this infrastructure bill. There's money for dealing with PFAS, which Mr. Pallone and this committee, we've had a number of hearings. I've carried bills on eliminating or reducing or mitigating PFAS, particularly at a couple military installations that we have in Colorado, where we've seen that the firefighters have gotten very sick from the foam that has been used. And so there's PFAS in here. There is wildfire mitigation, which on the Science Committee is a very key thing that we're dealing with, and Colorado's dealing with all the smoke from the California wildfires. We dealt with our own wildfires last summer. Thank goodness we haven't been hit with wildfires like we were last year. So a number of things that I've been working on are in the infrastructure bill, okay? And things that I've been working on for a long time made it into this thing. So I don't have the bleak view of it that you sort of projected as you were speaking. And I see the coastal stuff in here that obviously Louisiana needs, at some level or another. And this is investment that we're making. Okay, these are investments that we're going to make that will last 50 or 100 years. And we're doing it at a time when we're borrowing at a virtually 0% interest. We've had, and Ms. McMorris-Rogers, I'm going to refer to you for a second, but we've had in prior panels today talking about, how does a family budget and how does a business budget? Well, families and businesses make investments when they can borrow at a very low cost, which is precisely where we are in America today. And if we're going to make investments, whether it's in capital, like fixing the coast of Louisiana or dams to mitigate floods in Colorado, this is a good time to make that investment because the borrowing is at a reasonable rate, almost nothing. And, so I'm very happy. I would much rather have had Mr. DeFazio's bill. I think all of us would, because I had other things in that bill too. But this is something that is of bipartisan nature. It does invest for the next 50 years. We'll keep our country competitive. We'll make life better for many of us. Colorado, we've got a lot of bridges that need attention. Those bridges get that attention in this bill. So I did want to say to you, and then I'll get to an inflation conversation with you, Ms. McMorris-Rogers. But when you went through that litany of bipartisan transportation bills, Safety, MAP, FAST Act, all under Republican houses with votes from Democrats, to make it very bipartisan in nature. I would hope that that same thing would happen when the Democrats have a majority, that all of you would be supportive of something so needed by America. So just briefly on, I'll yield back to the chair. Ms. McMorris-Rogers, I think all of us have concerns about inflation. That's been a talking point that we've heard from you and Mr. Graves and prior panelists and from Mr. Cole. But obviously, we worry about deflation too, which is what we had last year when COVID hit. And so we want to be concerned that our economy be fairly steady. We've seen just in the last month or two, whatever inflation is tapering off, which is what the Federal Reserve has predicted. And compared to 2019, our prices are virtually the same. We had a big dip in prices in 2020 because of COVID. And with the Delta variant, we might see that same slowdown of the economy, which nobody wants. But then we would certainly have inflation under control. In fact, we might face deflation. So I think, by having that talking point, you all, the Republican Party may this time next year be right, and there is inflation, or be very wrong. And I hope that it moderates as the Federal Reserve has predicted it will, and we already see that occurring, whether it's in lumber, even used cars. Housing is starting to taper off. So with that, I've talked a lot, and I'll yield back.
I thank the chair. I'm going to first associate myself with the remarks of Ranking Member Cole. I too believe that if the infrastructure bill, if this bill that we have before us today were brought up on the floor, I don't think I could vote for it because of the significant amount of spending that doesn't really deliver in infrastructure, but still, I understand why people could vote for it. But again, it's being weaponized and used almost wholly inappropriately to force through another piece of legislation of the reconciliation budget, which opens the door to just all manner of bad ideas. So anyway, I wanted my ranking member to know I did pay attention when he was speaking, and I thought he spoke a lot of wisdom. Yes, Mr. Graves, do you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, I would really appreciate the opportunity to be able to respond to some of the comments that were made, if that's okay. First of all, Mr. Malinowski indicated that he was confused by my statements and how I was talking about there being a partisan process. When I made those comments, I very clearly was making reference to the House infrastructure bill that was entirely a partisan process. I went through and even listed out the number of Democrat and Republican amendments that I'm sure my friend remembers in the committee. I was not conflating the bipartisan bill with the House bill. I was speaking specifically about the House bill. When I mentioned, for example, Green New Deal, which is all over the House bill, that looking at how some of those policies have been advocated by this administration have resulted in higher energy prices, higher global emissions, less U.S. energy security. We're importing more from other countries today. You've seen the Biden administration step out and ask OPEC to increase production. These are flawed strategies. They're not achieving the very goals that this administration or proponents of the Green New Deal are trying to achieve. This is a flawed approach. Mr. Perlmutter, I'm very happy that you've been able to achieve some of your wins or some of your priorities in the legislation. I really am. I think that's fantastic. And apparently you have bicameral support for some of those things. Let me give you an example of something that didn't get in there. You talked about the disaster for your lab and the impact on the roof there. We in Louisiana last year, we had 5 hurricanes that hit southwest Louisiana. Not our district, but we had some impacts, but the main part was the district just over to the west of us. There has not been not $1 of the recovery funds appropriated by this Congress. Not a single dollar. And there were attempts in the House bill, there were attempts in this bill to do it. Why should some disasters be partisan? Who here has ever represented somebody that in the backdrop of a pandemic had 5 hurricanes hit them in one single year and they weren't given any recovery funds. This is crazy what's happening to people. So again, I'm really glad that you were able to get that. But this is something that shouldn't be partisan. It shouldn't be House or Senate. It's something that absolutely should be in there. You mentioned inflation, and you mentioned the deficit. Right now, 30 trillion, it's going to increase to 35 trillion. Right now, you're right. Interest rates are low. I refinanced my house. I hope y'all do too. But you are well aware that we're not going to pay back 30 or 35 trillion dollars in a few years. This is going to be going on for our great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren. What is the interest rate going to be then? We don't know. This is really dangerous stuff that we're doing right now. And look, I want to be clear, and I tried to say this earlier. I'm not opposed to infrastructure investment. I'm really not. I'm opposed to reckless, irresponsible investment. And Mr. McGovern tried to nail me down on a question, how are you going to vote on this bill? I'd love to be asked that question. Unfortunately, we're not. We're linking together a $1.2 trillion bill with a $3.5 trillion bill. If people don't understand my position, let me read again with Congressman Gottheimer, Bordeaux, Vela, Golden, Cuellar, Gonzalez, Case, Costa, and Schrader said, we will not consider voting for a budget resolution until the Bipartisan Investment in Jobs Act passes the House and is signed into law. We're firmly opposed to holding the president's infrastructure legislation hostage to reconciliation. If I didn't come across clearly, I entirely associate myself with their comments that I hope are clear to folks. That's where I am. Now, if this bill, if you want to give me hypotheticals, if this bill is posed and we're given a fair shot independently without linking it to others, if we don't put things in there to protect these discretionary grant programs to make sure that it follows the law, I'm a heck no. But I don't want to see the Corps of Engineers be forced to drive up energy costs that people within the Corps tell me is insane. This is totally anti-American. Yield back.
Well, reclaiming my time. Well, Mr. Graves, you did such a good job in delineating the prior history of transportation bills and the fact that there was an effort to provide offsets for this transportation bill, but it fell short at $256 billion short of being paid for, which you pointed out was 80% of the last transportation bill that was hailed as a great success. Just, looking through the offsets that are provided courtesy of the Congressional Budget Office, some of them are really pretty intriguing because part of the bill is going to be paid for by taking dollars, selling off product from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But if you look at the line item on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, you see that that actually doesn't occur for quite some time. And yet we're told that in 10 years' time, we're not going to be using fossil fuels. So I don't know what kind of market you're going to have for the product you're selling off to Strategic Petroleum Reserve when you've moved to a carbon-free economy. And look, I've been around for a little while too on the Energy and Commerce Committee. I've seen the offset of spectrum auction, which is a legitimate asset that is owned by the federal government, but still the dollars that are realized from an auction of spectrum, it's sometimes hard to find the tangible results of that. You've got a big line item here from the delaying the president's rebate rule, President Trump's rebate rule, which was a proposed rule, which was never enacted. So delaying a rule that was never enacted gives you a lot of money right of way to offset this. But I would just submit that those are not real dollars. They never existed in anyone's universe. And then, of course, and I favored this, rescission of dollars spent in coronavirus rescue packages that were funded in excess of what they were needed. Yeah, I agree that reclaiming that money makes sense. On the other hand, it was deficit spending then, and it's deficit spending now. So all of that is to make the point of your point of that $256 billion of not offset. It's much worse, or it's much less offset than what the official numbers of the Congressional Budget Office would indicate. So if we're worried about the $256 billion, I would just submit there's probably a great deal more of that that would not survive any type of scrutiny. I guess for me, one of the big disappointments about the infrastructure bill, though, was the lack of any streamlining in the regulatory process. When I first came to Congress years and years ago, I had a bill called the Safety and Emergency Bill. Interstate, well, there was a bridge down in South Texas was hit by a barge right around the same time as 9/11, so 2001. And it was a terrible problem for the people on the island because they had no other way in or out. And they found a way to cut through some of the environmental mitigation that otherwise would have had to be done. Well, there was already a bridge there, so it wasn't like you're going to cut the buffalo herd in half again. The snail darters had already acclimated to the bridge piers, and they just built the bridge and got it built in really record time and at a very reasonable cost. And I just have never understood why we cannot capture more of that type of urgency about replacing some of these infrastructure projects that are in such, if they're in tough shape, then yeah, let's provide some urgency. And to do that would be, in my opinion, streamlining of the NEPA process. But Mr. Graves, if I understand correctly, through all of this bill, and you're on the Transportation Committee, there really hasn't been much attention paid to that, has there?
No, sir. There has not. No. I won't eat your time.
Hey, in the Rules Committee, there is no clock. This is this is the closest we get to a filibuster on the House
all
side.
right. So as you know, we have bipartisan legislation called the Builder Act. The Builder Act goes through, and it strong support for the bill. What it does is it goes through and it takes lessons learned from NEPA. You heard Secretary Chow under the previous administration talk about how now environmental reviews for infrastructure projects on average take 7 years. 7 years. Mr. Burgess, I've been involved in projects where we have been in the NEPA process nearly 2 decades. When you have urgency like projects like you're talking about your bridge, or I'll give you another example, Hurricane Katrina, rebuilding the levees. We did the same thing. We did an expedited NEPA process, waived things, did after the fact mitigation, and you know what? Environmental groups were on board. You know what? I would argue we actually did more accurate environmental mitigation than under the regular process. We saved time, we saved money, and most importantly, we delivered the projects that the Americans needed, deserved, and were waiting for. This bill is a missed opportunity at taking lessons learned and how these laws have been trashed and had things heaped on them that have nothing to do with the environment. And are resulting in us spending years and often spending more dollars on pre-construction activities than we are on actually turning dirt and delivering these projects.
Well, it was a missed opportunity, and I had been hopeful that perhaps this would be the time that it would receive the proper attention. And you're right on the Builder Act. That's important legislation at some point. I hope we will get to it. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. I'll now ask Mr. Raskin. Do you have any questions, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to Mr. Malinowski because I thought he clarified the situation before. I was puzzled because I felt like we were being told not to derail, slow down in any way a bill which the minority members of the committee were opposed to and were planning to vote against. And I wonder to what extent Mr. Graves' answer clear things up for you or not.
I remain somewhat confused. Well, maybe not. I think I can think of some reasons. But Mr. Graves quoted our colleague, Representative Gottheimer. And of course, Representative Gottheimer's position is that this bipartisan infrastructure bill is so amazingly great for America that we shouldn't even wait another month to pass it. And Mr. Graves said that he associates himself 100% with Representative Gottheimer's position. So again, I assume that means Representative Graves will be voting for the bill, except then he said that it's a terrible piece of socialistic nonsense. So I remain somewhat confused.
Okay, let me just reclaim my time for a second. Mr. Graves, if I could come back to you, you did say that you identified 100% with the writing of Mr. Gottheimer. Do you agree that this is an essential piece of legislation for them?
Mr. Raskin, I apologize. You're breaking up a little bit. I didn't get your question.
I was puzzled because you said that you identified completely, I think you said 100% with what Gottheimer wrote. And he favors this legislation and trying to get it passed. Is that your position, that you are trying to get this legislation passed the bipartisan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raskin, and let me, maybe the internet connection is what's causing problems. I read two quotes from the letter that was written by, again, the members that I read their names, and again, maybe there's an internet connection issue that's causing some miscommunication here. I said that I am firmly on board with their statement in the two sentences that I read. Number one. Number two, Mr. Malinowski, I never called the bipartisan Senate bill a socialist piece of garbage, and I want to be very clear on that. I'm not sure where the miscommunication is.
I apologize, but you do oppose it. So, and again, the Representative Gottheimer wants us to pass this bill. He said the words that you associated yourself with, that you quoted, because 100%, because he believes this is a bill we should pass right away.
Mr. Gottheimer also tries to recruit Democrat votes in New Jersey. I don't do that. He and I may agree on some things. We don't agree on other things.
He tries to recruit Republican votes in New Jersey. I'm sure he'd be the first to
and I don't do that either because I live in Louisiana. So I'm not sure why every single position Mr. Gottheimer and the other 8 members of Congress are taken have suddenly been adopted by me in your view. I'd urge you to go back and watch the video perhaps when you have a better internet connection and things may be clarified.
Okay, I don't think the problem is my internet connection, but let me reclaim my time here. Mr. Malinowski, I've heard several members say today that in principle, they're not opposed to infrastructure investment. In the last administration, we never got an infrastructure plan. So we're moving now and we've got something. Do you believe that this is our best chance to the infrastructural investments that we need in broadband, in the roads, in the bridge, in transportation? What do you make? Well, in theory, they support it, but they're not going to support bipartisan legislation, which they're urging.
Yeah, look, I get why they wouldn't support a partisan Democratic bill, but if there's one thing the American people are almost unanimous on, is that they desperately want a bipartisan infrastructure bill, and we got one finally. All of these years of Trump failing. This is our best chance. Overwhelming vote in the United States Senate. It would be, well, this is going to pass the House, but it would certainly be a very interesting display if it only passed with Democratic votes after so many Republicans in the Senate embraced it, simply because the Republican colleagues sincerely disagree with another separate bill that might be voted on at the same time.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I hope that we do take several in order to try to convince our in principle or in theory support structure that this bipartisan vehicle is going to be the best opportunity to move forward. And if anything, their presentations today have for the importance of taking the time over the next weeks to try to convince them to get on board. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Raskin. I'll now ask Mr. Reschenthaler if you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. My first question would go to Ranking Member Graves. Ranking Member Graves, I'm just curious if you know the exact amount of money that actually goes to rail and transit in the bill.
Sure. The transit dollars are the transit dollars are $90 billion. And the rail, let's see. I want to say it's 40 billion, excuse me, 66. 66 billion for rail and 91 billion for transit, which I keep in mind, that's on top of the 69 billion that was provided for transit during the previous COVID packages.
So you dovetailed with exactly what my second question was going to be, and that was that given that we had 69 billion or roughly 70 billion that was already designated for rail and transit that went out during the COVID-19 relief package or collectively in those packages, do you feel that this is warranted? Do you feel that it's necessary? And I would yield to you to answer the question.
Thank you. I'm not aware, Congressman Reschenthaler, of any instance where an entity is providing 10 to 20% of the work, of the capacity, of the support that it was previously provided, yet Congress would come in and heap, in this case, $160 billion of money on top of them. That doesn't make much sense to me. And I think if we're talking about spending these precious taxpayer dollars, I think that that's not the true priority of Americans. And let's also keep in mind, during COVID, we're seeing efforts recommended by Dr. Fauci and others to separate people, not bring them together. And of course, that's what transit does. The dollars in this case seem way excessive of what would be needed at this point and not a priority use of the precious American taxpayers that we're charged with managing in this case.
Thanks, Ranking Member Graves. I appreciate it. My next question is for Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers. Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers, you just heard that we have roughly 91 billion going for transit, 91 billion going for transit, 66 billion going for rail. How, and again, on top of what was already spent in the COVID relief package, but just focusing on this bill singularly, how does the money that's going to hard transit compare to that that's going to what is being described as green infrastructure?
Well, in the green infrastructure, they have there's nearly, it's like $7 billion is going to the electric vehicles and wanting to encourage the electric stations. From my perspective, we should be focusing on what's actually, I like some of the provisions around the water treatment systems and making sure that we're actually helping, especially the small rural systems that can't afford it on their own. But what is being unleashed in this package, I think, is what is of most concern, is that it is tied to the $0.5 trillion package that really is the huge down payment on or the Green New Deal. And so I think that's where more of our concerns lie.
Thank you, Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers. I appreciate it. And with that,
Before
Mr.
you
Chairman,
yield back, could I ask my friend to yield to me for just to make a point?
I will always yield to the Ranking Member, of course.
I want to thank you, just for clarity for some of my Democratic friends. There's no problem with the bipartisan bill getting Republican support. It will get dozens and dozens of votes. I mean, your problem is you've got a liberal wing of your party that's threatening to vote against it unless they get every one of your people to vote for it. So please don't worry about the bipartisanship on the infrastructure bill. You had it in the Senate, you'll have it here whenever you put it on the floor, but it's part of your party using it as a weapon against other members of its party that's causing you the problem. So I just want to make that clear because it seemed to get lost in the dialogue over bipartisanship and who was voting for the bill. The Republican votes are there for the bill. The question is, are the Democratic votes there? It's not my time to yield. I'm sorry. Yield back.
Thanks, Ranking Member Cole. I'm not sure who is asking me to yield them time, but I will blindly yield to whoever is asking me to yield.
Oh, he's very kind. My friend from Pennsylvania, it was a gentleman from Colorado who was asking to yield. And I appreciate the ranking member's comment. And I guess just a simple question, because you keep saying that Republicans are going to vote for the bill. Is there any Republican member of this committee that's going to vote for the bill? My understanding is the Republican panelists are not going to vote for the bill. And I believe, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, that no Republican members of
Whether there are
committee are gonna
members
vote for the bill.
at this committee or not, they're going to vote for it. It's kind of irrelevant. The question was, is there going to be a bipartisan vote? Yes, there is.
Well, I'll yield back to the gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Reschenthaler.
You're welcome, Mr. Neguse. And with that, I'm going to yield back to the chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I was trying to figure out who was yielding to you, who, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is a test for my first time in the chair or not, but I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The feedback from my constituents has been really, really clear. They're very excited about this infrastructure bill. Does it have everything in it that we want for our area? No. But, it's the nature of legislation, isn't it? We don't all get everything we want. Mr. Malinowski, could you just comment on what we can expect from this bill? I mean, you're in the adjoining state of New Jersey. Like New Jersey, Pennsylvania has a lot of bridges and highways and transit systems that are in pretty rough shape. But my impression, I think the impression of my constituents, is that this bill is going to do a lot to reduce costs to our businesses and provide jobs for our constituents.
Well, absolutely. I come from a state that where our economy is based on moving people and goods entirely. And what this means for the people I represent is they're going to be able to get to work more easily. They're going to be able to drop off their kids at childcare more easily. They're going to be able to get home more frequently in time for dinner and to tell their kids that story. It's going to make it easier for all of the businesses in my state that depend on moving goods through our ports and our airports. It is a quality of life issue. We think about it as concrete and as jobs, and certainly jobs are an incredibly important part of this, but it's a quality of life issue for all of my constituents. And yes, I do come from a state that depends a bit more heavily on mass transit and rail than some others. And we come from different places, and we all have needs. I did hear some of the Republican members complaining about the supposedly astronomical levels of spending on rail and mass transit in this bill. I would note to them that China spent $125 billion on rail in 2019 alone. And they're vastly outspending us in clean energy technology and research. And it's not because the Communist Party of China likes trees. It's because they want to beat us. They see where the global economy is heading. They want to get there first. And it mystifies me that any member of Congress, Republican or Democrat, would not see that and not want to at least match the levels of investment of our greatest adversary. Thank you.
Well, I'd also like to be able to match the levels of investment of our allies, because we certainly hear from folks throughout Europe that they're kind of shocked at the poor state of our transportation and our transit facilities when we have the opportunity to visit here. But, in addition to hearing from constituents how much we need the hard infrastructure bill, I keep hearing that we can't stop there, because not everyone can participate in the current economy. We need to deal with, in particular, childcare and the care economy. We need to deal with our schools. We need to deal with the many issues that we hope to address in the companion budget bill. So I'm looking forward to voting on both, and thank you. I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. I'd now turn it to Ms. Fischbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, listening to the discussion, and we've gone many, many different directions, I'm just going to be very brief and say, Ranking Member Graves, is there anything that you would like to add as we've had all of this discussion?
Thank you, Congresswoman Fischbach. This has been an amazing experience. I sit here and listen to people telling me that I'm saying things that I'm not saying. Thank God we've got video recordings of everything that's been said. I heard, I think I'm in a dream world. I heard Mr. Malinowski say, quote, "If there's one thing Americans really want, it's a bipartisan infrastructure bill." Where were you people for the last 2 years? Where have you been? Where Mr. Perlmutter, you said earlier that, what was that quote? That bipartisan votes of highway bills were really important when Republicans in charge, as though this were only something that Democrats did. Every single one of those...
Republicans don't.
Every single one of those bills that you were making reference to were done under what's known as a Big Four agreement, where the chairman and the ranking member of the committees supported the legislation. So they started out with bipartisan legislation. In this case, for the last 2 years, we've had only partisan bills. Only partisan bills. I don't understand this whole thing about where folks appear so shocked by what's happening right now. This is a failed process that Democrats created that caused us to be in a predicament of adding a $3.5 trillion bill to a $1.2 trillion bill that has virtually no House input at all. It's really unfortunate that we're in the situation that we're in right now. Lastly, I want to say, Ms. Fishbaugh, is that I heard comments about China. I don't have a single desire, there's not a single bone in my body that desires to follow after China. America leads. That's what this country does. And you know what? This country right now, with our energy and climate policy, we're leading ourselves right into the jaws of China and Russia with these failed policies where we went last year from May and June, no Russian oil imported. May and June of this year, 6 and 7 million barrels. Who makes 90% of the solar panels? China does. We're leading down a path for energy that entirely plays into their hands instead of using U.S. resources, U.S. assets. This makes no sense at all. I don't follow China, and I'll never advocate that we do that. America is the one country in this world that people look up to, that we lead. We innovate ourselves out of problems. We don't follow others that are awful communist regimes that depend upon slave and child labor and complete failure of human rights. That's not what we do here in America.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And I would just like to ask Ranking Member McMorris Rodgers if there's anything she'd like to add.
I thank the gentlelady, and I would just say that I too really resist us trying to compare what kind of spending we are putting forward with what China is doing. I completely agree that we're the ones that innovate. And if we need to be doing anything in the United States of America, we need to be getting the regulations out of the way and address some of the permitting challenges. It's unacceptable that it takes 7 years to permit a federal transportation project. We can do better, and we must do better. And I would like to come back to the spending question that absolutely is before this Congress right now. We are spending, not us, but the combination of what's been spent, the trillions of dollars, this record amount of spending in the federal government is causing inflation. The producer price inflation rose 7.8% over the 12-month period ending in July. That number was the highest in the last 10 years. Consumer prices rose 5.4% in July. You know, someone said that used car prices were flattening out. In Washington State, used cars are up 55% in the last year. Food prices are up 6.2%. We're 70% higher on our gas prices. Inflation should be at zero. And I know that interest rates are low right now. And so some say, well, this is a time for us to be borrowing all this money at the federal level. We shouldn't fool ourselves. We need to recognize that inflation or that interest rates are low is because the Federal Reserve has been keeping them artificially low. And yes, it means that we can borrow at a low interest rate, trillions and trillions of dollars, but let's not fool ourselves. We need to be honest that that is a burden that we're putting on our children. Inflation creates a perverse incentive to borrow, because when inflation is higher than interest rates, then you think, well, then we should borrow more, and it makes it more profitable than savings. And inflation is a tax on savings. And we know that that's a tax on our seniors. We know it's a tax on our children and their future. So when a government is borrowing money for its own political purposes and exercising a monetary policy that causes inflation, it's really acting in bad faith. And we need to take this inflation concern very seriously. And I would yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Just a couple of observations. We are talking about right now the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And while we had earlier discussions about reconciliation, I really want to focus on this. And we are talking about doing investments. We are talking about innovations. And I don't know if Chairman Pallone or Mr. Malinowski want to talk a little bit about the clean energy, both innovations and expenditures that is anticipated in the infrastructure bill. Could you just elaborate a little bit on where we are on those issues?
I could say, look, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, there are some major investments here, whether it's in the electricity grid to be updated and linked, if you will, to renewables through transmission line upgrades, or it's the electric vehicles, the supply chain for electric vehicles and charging stations. There are many provisions with regard to resiliency as well. We have a lot. You wouldn't get the impression from Mr. Graves that New Jersey and Louisiana have a lot in common, but we actually do. You know, I'm a big advocate and still known in my district as the Army Corps guy with the beach replenishment and the flood control. If you went to my district, that's all you'd hear about when you mention my name. So there is, but I mean, I have to also say, Mr. Morelli, that there's not enough, not by any means. If you look at the INVEST Act, for example, let's talk about water. Safe drinking water comes under the Energy and Commerce Committee. I think there's about 55 billion in this, but in the larger Lift America Act or the Moving Forward Act, there was 100. We know that we need about 50 just to deal with the lead lines, and I think this only has about 15, so it would be inadequate. But as I said to Mr. Cole before, you know, my position here is, you know, maybe I'm getting a little too bureaucratic here, but I look at this as sort of the authorization bill, right? In other words, there were clearly some senators who wanted to put some authorizing language before they were willing to vote for a much larger reconciliation bill. And so, you know, what I would envision is that we would build on this and we would add more money for the lead pipes. We would add more money for the to upgrading the grid, and there are many other things that we could do in the reconciliation bill, which is really a money bill, right? So to me, it makes sense to say this is a down payment, as my colleague, Mr. Malinowski, said from New Jersey, but it's understood, at least on the part of the Senate, certainly on the part of the Democratic senators, that they're willing to do much more in the reconciliation from a monetary point of view. And that's why there was this understanding on the Senate that this would move together. Remember, they passed this infrastructure bill, and then one day later they passed the budget resolution. So whether you were a Democrat or Republican, it was understood that these things were moving together and were not going to be separated. They'd be voted on separately, but they would essentially move together. That's the understanding. And so that's why I'm a little, you know, you probably notice I haven't been joining in this debate so much, because I think that's understood from the beginning that these were moving together, even though they're having separate votes. And I don't think, some of you may have a problem with that, but that is the deal, so to speak.
Well, thank you for raising that, and I was going to make the same point that there was no question on behalf of the 19 members of the Republican Senate that they were voting for a bill that would be followed almost immediately by reconciliation. Didn't mean they'd have to vote for the second bill, but it was clearly intended, and it wasn't a surprise. It's not as though we passed infrastructure in the Senate and then 2 days after that announced we were going to be doing reconciliation. So they clearly understood. They made the decision that they weren't going to support that resolution, and I think that's really what's being talked about as it relates to, and I'm delighted to see my friend, the ranking member, come back in. Question of leveraging how we do legislation, I think, has probably been here for the 200-plus years that the Congress has been here. It's clearly part of our agenda to try to pass both these things, but we're doing them separately. We're not trying to jam them all in the same bill and trying to make people vote beyond for things that they would not be supportive of. So I feel a little bit like the minorities acting a little bit like Captain Renault in Casablanca. I'm shocked that gambling's going on in this establishment. I mean, this is the type of work that we're doing is exactly how you often get legislation done. And I do also find it interesting for all the complaints about the leadership of the Senate, that many times in the last Congress, we were reminded that bills that we were doing here would find themselves in the legislative graveyard in the other house, so we shouldn't do them because we'd really need to work together, both houses, and get something to the White House for signature. That is exactly what we have managed to work out with our colleagues in the Senate. So I think, given that, I'm going to continue to support the rule. Appreciate all of your work, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Malinowski and your colleagues in transportation infrastructure. With that, I think I'm going to yield next to Mr. Desaulnier.
Mr. Chairman, I just like your references to culture. First Alice in Wonderland, now Casablanca. I think today, unfortunately, has been more like WWF, but I have nothing to add than that observation. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Desaulnier, for my grading me on my cultural acknowledgements. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to remind everybody in the room, given our lively conversation, that this underlying bill expands broadband, rebuilds roads and bridges, rebuilds airports, extends rail, and helps water and sewer systems, and it will bring our aging infrastructure into the 21st century. And so many of our communities cannot wait to get it. That's why the public is for it. I'm from a growing community, and not only do we have a backlog of needs, but we have new needs in this growing Research Triangle area. So of course, I am for this bill. This bill takes care of the problems of the past. It gets us ready for the present. It has our transit systems prepare for things like pandemics, and it positions us for the future. And then finally, this bill creates jobs, good paying jobs. The engineers that graduate from NC State University and NC-A&T University will have jobs for decades designing these bridges and these road systems and everything else. And the folks who graduate from the community colleges are going to have jobs in the skilled trades. And then the folks who just pave the roads are going to have jobs. And these are going to be jobs that are not just right now. These are jobs that are going to carry on for decades. When I was in the state legislature, every time we passed a major infrastructure bill, it was a hedge against a recession that was coming down the road. If we don't pass this now, we are giving up an opportunity of a generation. Of course, I'm for the underlying bill, as is the entire American electorate, and for the rule. And if we don't pass the rule, you're not going to get the bill. So I'd advise you to vote for the rule. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. I'd now call on Mr. Negussi if you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. I'll just be very brief. First, with respect to the substance of the bill, just echoing the comments of my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter. In 2020, we had a devastating wildfire season in my state. My district was home to the first and second largest wildfires in the history of Colorado, 137 years over the course of our entire state history. The two largest wildfires raging simultaneously in my congressional district, a few mere miles away from each other. And we have since been engaged in the recovery process over the course of the last 6-7 months as those fires were finally contained, which has included massive investments in watershed mitigation. And unfortunately, we've experienced flash flooding that has taken the lives of several individuals in my community as a result of the burn scar and the torrential rains that we've received. All of which is to say that the climate crisis, in my view, is at our doorstep, and it's important that we make significant investments to tackle it. And I am very appreciative of a number of different investments that are made in this particular piece of legislation. We worked very closely with our senators in Colorado's delegation, Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett, on, for example, the Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Program, critically important into building wildfire resiliency and mitigation into the system. And that was included in this bill, in addition to many other bills that we worked on, including the modernization of the grid, electric grid that Chairman Pallone spoke about. So I'm very grateful again to the panelists, certainly to Mr. Malinowski, my colleague from the class of 2018, who has offered a clarion call again and again on the need for infrastructure investment, in particular in the Northeast, but of course across the entire country and in my state of Colorado. I also want to say, just kind of hearkening back to the exchange that I was having earlier with the ranking member and my gratitude to Mr. Reschenthaler for yielding me some time. I appreciate, Mr. Graves, the arguments that you're making, and I enjoy serving with Mr. Graves, as he knows, on the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. I think that while I disagree with the arguments, it's intellectually honest in the sense of having real problems, as you've described, with the bipartisan infrastructure deal. I think that's very different, however, from some of the arguments that we've heard over the course of the last 6 hours since this hearing began. I've heard many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about the need for bipartisanship, that it's so critically important that we accomplish things on a bipartisan basis, that we find consensus, all of which I agree with. And yet, here we are with a bipartisan Senate bill that attracted the votes of 69 senators, 19 Republicans. The Republican minority leader, Mitch McConnell, Bill Cassidy, senator from Louisiana, Chuck Grassley, senator from Iowa, Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina. These are conservative Republican senators. Both of them North Carolina senators, as Ms. Ross has astutely pointed out. 40%, almost 38%, I think, of the Republican conference in the United States Senate voted for this bill. 0% of the Republicans on this particular committee are going to vote for this bill, I believe. I don't, that's my sense thus far. And so the reason why I offer that, the reason why it is important is I'm not offering it in rebuttal to the arguments that you're making, Mr. Graves, because you're making legitimate arguments regarding the pieces of this bill that you disagree with. I am more offering it in the sense that to the extent we are going to talk about bipartisanship, we ought to live it. And we have a great opportunity to do that here by supporting this rule and ultimately making sure that this bill gets across the finish line and to the president's desk. And for that reason, I'll be supporting it. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
Yes, great. Thank you, Mr. Goose. Any members have any other questions?
Just a quick point, Mr. Chairman, to my good friend from Colorado. There's 4 of us. We're hardly a representative sample of the Republican conference, but if you would like us to bring more, we will. And I could give you a perfectly representative sample of the conference that on this rule will all still vote the same way, but would be with you on infrastructure.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cole. I'm sure the committee is just the perfect size and perfect distribution, too. Seeing that there are no additional questions, I want to thank our witnesses for their testimony. Please leave with our stenographer or submit electronically anything you wish inserted into the record. And as the song says, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thank you very, very much. Are there any other members who wish to testify on Senate Amendment to H.R. 3684? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on Senate Amendment to H.R. 3684. And now we have additional panels for testimony. I want to welcome our next panel to testify on amendments. That would be our friend Representative Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas. We're also joined by, and let me welcome back to the committee, our former chair of the committee, Mr. Pete Sessions. Welcome, gentlemen and lady. And Ms. Jackson Lee, you have the floor.
Chairman, thank you so very much, and let me thank the Rules Committee for their consistent patience and determination to move the agenda of the United States along. Let me also emphasize, hopefully, that I am welcomed, and I know that we have had a lot of testimony on a lot of matters here, but let me frankly say that being more than 2 decades and a half here in the United States Congress, this transportation, this infrastructure bill, the INVEST Act, is the largest that I've seen and the most comprehensive and the most valid that I've seen in my congressional lifetime. I would imagine that there are counties and cities standing in line for broadband, for flood relief, for urban transportation, for the right kinds of highways, and certainly for a response that we will have ongoing to climate change. So I just want to add my voice, and to the ranking member, I'm very glad to hear that ultimately there may be a yes vote from you. We've known each other for a very long time. I will move quickly to the rule and the combination of the budget reconciliation, which I think has to go in the order that the Speaker has designed. And I hope that everyone will vote for the rule. I want to be on record for supporting the construct, the budget resolution, going first, going to the Senate, and then the INVEST Act. With that in mind, I want to speak specifically to the rule on H.R. 4, and I know that you've had an extensive discussion on that, and I will simply add 2 or 3 points before I offer my amendments. As someone who has been here for many of the voter rights reauthorization, and I want to put on the record that every one of them that I've been a part of have had votes like the last one, 98 in the Senate to 0, and over 400 votes in the House. That was the bill that was signed by President George W. Bush, but 65, 75, and 82, those reauthorizations likewise received huge bipartisan support. So the only thing that I can imagine that has altered this is, of course, the unfortunate big lie and the results of the insurrection that created now some 49 states to implement voter suppression laws which unevenly, unfairly, and heavily burden racial minorities, language minorities, and others. This bill is crucial. And so I first want to take note of the fact that it provides a look back, but with rolling conditions that will allow the idea of fairness to be in place, because it'll be a look back of 25 years, but it will look also at the current provisions or current actions, and I think that is very important. Two other points before I offer my amendments. It'll also clear up the Burnwich case that should not have, I think, been ruled in that manner, but it will again put in place the elimination of voter dilution actions that come about through states and local jurisdiction, and voter diminution. Dilution can come about through the redistricting. The headlines in the Houston Chronicle today is how challenging redistricting will be in Texas, particularly with the new law, and particularly with the increasing numbers in the population that happen to be minority, and whether or not districts will be skewed so that those minorities will not be able to vote. And the same thing with the denial votes under circumstances dealing with things like voting ID laws. My last point on this that I think is extremely important, will lead to my amendments, is a very sure-footed provision that deals with retrogression. Retrogression will help everyone because it will deal with poor laws that actually deny the right to vote. I frankly believe the Voting Rights Act is to allow everyone the right to vote. But what will be helpful to Texas and many other states is that this law will apply to cases where a retrogressive voting law or rule has been enacted already before this particular rule would be in place. That's going to be extremely important because the valiant effort of the Texas Democratic representatives obviously was a valiant effort, but it may be that we don't know the future right now, but it may be that legislation like that will pass. We know the Georgia bill has already passed, and it is retrogressive. So I offer these amendments very quickly, and I will suggest to you that these are constitutionally based, and it seems unreasonable in a democratic republic that such provisions would be allowed in any state. My amendment allows for federal judicial review of any warrants issued for the arrest of a state legislator where said legislator refuses to engage in the state legislative process due to a reasonably held belief that doing so would infringe on the right to vote. Another amendment, Amendment 7, inserts a sense of Congress, which I would hope, even as this bill is probably going toward a very narrow rendition in terms of amendments, amendment that would state that a state's power to arrest a duly elected representative of constituency for refusal to engage in a state's legislative process should be subject to federal judicial review, where such elected representatives' refusal is premised upon a reasonable belief that participation would result in the suppression of voting rights or other violations of the Constitution of the United States. My Jackson Lee Amendment 8 privileges against arrest any member of a state legislature for any reason except treason or murder while the legislature of this state is debating or voting on legislation relating to redistricting or election practices or legislation relating to the right to vote in federal or state municipal elections, that they would have privileges against arrest. Let me just summarize my points. I believe these are constitutionally vested in the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. These are state actions or fixtures where the actual warrant was signed by the Speaker of the State House. It may be like that in other state houses. Maybe while members who are duly elected and representing their constituents are stalked in the state and maybe across the nation. When they are trying to establish a quorum, the doors are locked. You must get a permission to leave for a restroom break or go to the office. This is what happens to these members on the floor of the state legislature. In addition, members have had the police officials go to their house, obviously frighten their families because they are exercising a constitutional right, and they also exercise their right to represent their constituents. The Texas Democratic representatives had no intent to violate any law. Any other members would have no intent if they were engaged in trying to protect the basic voting rights of all of their constituents, of all Americans. And I believe this is a solid reauthorization. In fact, it is comprehensive. I highlighted what I think are some elements that are important. I certainly would not suggest that the massive part of the bill is not, but I will not take up the time that has already been utilized by those who presented the case. And my appreciation to my colleagues, Terry Sewell, Chairman Cohen, Chairman Nadler, glad to be an early co-sponsor of the legislation and to now see history again, having been part of reauthorization now for a number of years and have been stymied in this bill since 2013 with the poorly decided Shelby case that has put us in this predicament where we have lost a number of seats that duly should have been not gerrymandered to eliminate the right of minorities to be able to express themselves by one vote, one person, and that's what we have suffered. Finally, I want to make mention that the S1 has not been passed in the United States Senate, and one of the things that's very dangerous that we should be thinking of, and I believe that we have some elements in this bill, is to prohibit midterm redistricting, which can be very dangerous, and that's where you lose a lot of power when you are able to go in and midterm redistrict. And my bill, my amendments address if legislators wanted to fight against that, it addresses that. And just for the record, the 18th Congressional District is a voting rights district. I have never had a district drawn by the legislature. They have all been drawn by the court, and I sit in that kind of district right now because we were not able to get a district that met any standard, that it was a fair district, not to me, but to those who I represent, that they'd have a right to vote. So I thank you. I'll be happy to take questions, and obviously I'm enthusiastically supporting the budget reconciliation and think the order of things is the way we should go in order to serve the American people. This is the right way to go, and I look forward to that process going forward. I thank you for your kindness. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson Lee, very much for your testimony. And again, let me welcome back the committee's former chair, also the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and to Mr. Cole and my colleagues, Mr. Burgess, who I used to serve with, Mr. Perlmutter, and also our new members of the committee that are here. The Rules Committee became my life for 20 years, serving 6 years as chairman, and I never learned to turn on the microphone, and so I need to do that. And Don, who is that young masked man? That young masked man has been around here too, and Don, thank you very much.
He's half the man he used to be.
He is half the man he used to be, and very proud of him for that recovery. Mr. Chairman, I join today not in the same
necessarily ask of the committee today, but I too bring the Constitution of the United States with me today in my testimony. My testimony is concerning the end of Title III of S-Con Res 14. Mr. Chairman, I'll refresh the committee if I might. The Fourth Amendment of the United States. The right of the people to be secure in their homes, their persons, their houses, their papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause by the oath or affirmation and particular describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Mr. Chairman, today before you is a clause, a part of Title III, S-Con Res 14, which we have begun to learn about from the President of the United States. That I know of, no hearings in Ways and Means, no hearings in Financial Services, no hearings in Congress, but which may include prohibiting, my amendment prohibits the Internal Revenue Service from using funds to monitor inflows and outflows of deposits or withdrawals of an unspecified size in financial accounts of American taxpayers. So what brings me here today is a clause that is in S-Con Res 14 Title III, which allows money to be spent where the IRS would come up with the ability to require banks to enumerate those things which are inflows and outflows of people's accounts. Presumptively, anything they bought, anything that went into an account, we don't really know, except it authorizes in this unspecified language, giving them that ability to do by federal law. And I believe that this is something that would more than require a regular person to understand what's going to happen, but the people of the United States Congress. I believe that there should be questions that we should understand clearly what is the Fourth Amendment, that we should understand from the Internal Revenue Service what requirements would they be placed on a bank. Would there be a writ as required by the Fourth Amendment? Would notification need to be made? Or would we automatically say to financial institutions, you will report any inflow and outflow of money that comes in bank accounts? We don't know enough about it, and I think that that should be something that we should all be concerned with. Unspecified, unknowledgeable, no hearings, no questions, and yet we recognize we have the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. So I would ask this committee to please either strike that language or include my amendment here, because I think this needs to be a part of a discussion that we understand what we're trying to do that's tucked in to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. With that, I'll go to Mr. Cole for questions you might have.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions, but I'd be remiss not to make a comment or two. First of all, these are two of my favorite members and two members that understand this committee, obviously Mr. Sessions, but also my other good friend from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, and use it very well in the way it ought to be used. To those that did not have the privilege of serving when my friend from Texas was the chair of the full committee, I will tell you the fact that this committee operates as civilly as it does and as collegial as it is, particularly given the partisan nature and the difficult nature of a lot we deal with, is due almost exclusively to my good friend from Texas who set that tone and that tenor here. The fact that the clock is so relaxed is also a contribution he made. That's now, there are times when we probably wonder if that was a contribution. I knew Mr. Perlmutter would say something, but you know, it always is, because no member here is ever worried about getting cut off. No person that comes to testify is ever worried about being cut off. They all are given the opportunity to make their points. And finally, and I can testify to this, having served on the committee when he was not chairman, believe me, we had a lot fewer late-night meetings once Pete Sessions took over. I don't know how he had the meetings go longer, and yet we seemed to have fewer of them, and certainly had them on a schedule more convenient for the members of this committee, whether you were in the majority or the minority. And but the cooperative relationship he and our late colleague, Ms. Slaughter, had with one another was a great thing. And I would hope everybody knows this, but I believe on the 14th of next month.
I think the 23rd, Mr.
23rd
Chairman,
now?
I believe so.
23rd. I was misinformed on the date, but my friend's portrait will be unveiled up there with his colleagues from previous years, and I hope everybody has an opportunity to attend and again, recognize my friend for the extraordinary contributions he made, not only to my party, because he put us back in the majority when he was NRCC chairman, but also, much more importantly, to this committee and this institution for the manner in which he led it and the traditions which he created and continue to operate here. So thank you, my friend. It's very good to have you in front of this committee again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Yes, and I will just note, as the successor to my friend Louise Slaughter, I know that she held you in high regard as well, although I did think she preferred you as the ranking member instead of the chair, but that was just
I will assure you she preferred.
With that, I'll call on Mr. Perlmutter. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and to my friend, Mr. Sessions. That section that you read about the ability to figure out inflow or outflow.
Yes, sir.
So that's in the budget resolution, right?
It is.
Okay, so I guess what I would say to you is that before we do the reconciliation bill, where it would actually be put into concrete, because it sounds like a suspicious activity report kind of a thing to me.
There's no question that I'm sure, Mr. Perlmutter, to answer your question, I'm sure that there might be some reason it would be added. My point is that it is very descriptive about what it allows, and when in the hands of those who think they've gotten the authorization, it's very dangerous.
No, and I appreciate the gentleman's concern. I guess what I was going to say is that before that will actually become law that would direct the banks, it's still got to go through our committee at Financial Services and through the Financial Institutions Committee. No, I may be wrong, but I think that it will, and I would assure you that we will look closely at that particular language before we do a reconciliation bill.
Well, with great respect, that you could have standing on exactly what you suggest. I believe that it being there at all is a problem. I believe it should be forthrightly noted by all of us. There are discussions that we routinely have about what we should and should not be voting on. But when we see something that could be very flagrant in its assemblage, which is what I believe this is, I think it gives great notice that we should not do that. And so I would ask this committee to do just that. Otherwise, I'm sure we will show up and say, well, we didn't stop it before. Why should we stop it now? And I cannot, and you do sit in the majority, you could have questions made, you could have committee hearings, you could do those things. I think it is clearly unconstitutional and without merit, and would ask that we do it now. And I respect the gentleman. As you know, our friendship extends back all the years you have been here. And I don't come up here on a regular basis anymore. But I do come up with things that I believe are within the jurisdiction of a member and the Constitution, and would ask that we respect that.
All right, and I appreciate the gentleman's comments. I'm just saying that there is, I believe, a backstop, which will be our committee in financial services and the committee that I chair, the Financial Institutions Committee, where we will look at this closely unless it's amended by your proposal.
Yes,
And
sir.
with that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. Mr. Burgess.
I thank the chair. I think these are both thoughtful amendments, and they ought to be included in the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Raskin. Very good. I'm going to skip to Ms. Scanlon.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of time, I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir. I have no questions other than to thank the witnesses for being here. And with that, I will go to Mr. DeSaulnier. No, I'm sorry, Ms. Fishbach. I apologize.
And Mr. Chair, that's okay, because I really do appreciate all of your pop culture references today. And you have set the bar very high. So we are all
Or
going to
very
have a
low,
challenge.
as it turns out.
But, Mr. Chair, I have no questions. I yield back.
Terrific, thank you. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No, sir. It's the beginning of a beautiful relationship, as Claude Rain said.
Boy, I'm not going to live that one down. Ms. Ross, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to acknowledge the importance of the issues raised by Ms. Jackson Lee, and but I have no further questions, and I yield back.
Very good. Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just simply say I think both amendments are thoughtful. With respect to the amendment from my colleague on the Judiciary Committee, a gentlewoman from Texas, I certainly very much appreciate her elevating this critically important issue. And with respect to the Chairman Emeritus from the gentleman from the state of Texas, I want to say I appreciate your articulate description of the amendment. This is an issue I wasn't aware of, and I certainly would like to learn more, because based on what you described, I share your concern regarding the particular language that's within the bill. With that, I would yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Does any other member of the committee wish to have any other further question asked?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, before you gavel.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to put on the record, I'm delighted. I think I've spent a lot of time in front of both Chairwoman Slaughter in this committee and Chairman Sessions in this committee. So certainly it's a privilege to be here. I just want to make sure that I establish for the record that in the instance of having an example, because it may be other states that may be engaged in this, but I just want to put for the record that the arrest warrants against the Texas Democratic representatives were civil arrest warrants issued not by a court of any jurisdiction, not by a law enforcement entity, but by the Speaker of the Texas House. And that's why I think raising this to a constitutional question is extremely important, because it means that it could be a way of denying or diluting votes by way of arrest and intimidation. And so I wanted to make sure and hope that my colleagues would consider Amendments 6, 7, and 8 on the constitutional premise. I guess I close my remarks by reminding us of our friend and colleague, John Lewis, who indicated that the vote is the most powerful, nonviolent change agent in this democratic republic that we have. And I certainly hope that we will see our way to include these amendments, but also to pass H.R. 4 in the rule and tomorrow, along with the Budget Reconciliation and the INVEST Act. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me.
Thank you. And with that, I'll ask if there are any further questions. Being none, I would like to thank our witnesses for being here this afternoon, and you can leave with the stenographer anything that you wish inserted into the record. And now, I wish you a good day. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Are there any members who wish to testify on H.R. 4? Seeing none, this closes the hearing on H.R. 4. Without objection, the committee stands in recess subject to the call of the chair. We hope the recess is not too long, and we will give members at least a 30-minute notice before we reconvene. So with that, we are in recess.
Rules Committee will come to order. At this time, the chair will entertain a motion from the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee grant H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule provides that the chair of the Committee on the Judiciary may insert in the congressional record such material as he may deem explanatory of H.R. 4 not later than August 24th, 2021. The rule provides for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the Senate amendment and the motion. The rule provides that the Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The rule provides 1 hour of debate on the motion equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their designees. The rule provides that Senate Concurrent Resolution 14 is hereby adopted. Finally, the rule provides that Rule 28 shall not apply with respect to the adoption of the House of a concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022.
You heard the motion from the gentleman from Colorado. Is there any amendment or discussion? Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee provide open rules for H.R. 4 and Senate Amendment H.R. 3684. Mr. Chairman, both H.R. 4 and the Senate Amendment to H.R. 3684 would benefit from a robust amendment process in the House. Now, I know my friends on the other side have said that H.R. 4 is substantially similar to H.R. 4 from the previous Congress. However, I want to make just a couple of points. First, H.R. 4 is in fact different from the one passed in the House in the 116th Congress. And second, even if it were exactly the same, the Rules Committee failed to allow any amendments to the bill last Congress on a bill which would provide the federal government unprecedented control over state-administered elections that received no markup and was introduced less than 1 week ago. The least the majority could do is allow for amendment to the measure to be heard. Additionally, the Senate amendment to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act deserves to be considered on its own merits. As an institution, we should just not accept what the Senate has sent us, but rather we should interact with it and improve it even further through a robust amendment process. Instead, the majority is tying this infrastructure legislation that is essential to maintaining and restoring our nation's infrastructure to a highly partisan 3.5 budget resolution that has no way, that's no way to consider this measure. We should open up these pieces of legislation and provide for their individual consideration so every member has the opportunity to share their ideas, work together, and come up with a real path forward. With that, I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
Heard the gentleman's amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote is on the Cole amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no? No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
On that, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter. No. Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. No. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Morelli. No. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier. Ms. Ross.
No.
Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fischbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fischbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
And how is Mr. DeSaulnier recorded?
Mr. DeSaulnier is not recorded.
Mr. DeSaulnier?
DeSaulnier, no.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
Amendment is not agreed to. Further amendments? Dr. Burgess.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move that the committee strike from the rule the section that deems ESCON Res 14 and provide for consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution 14 under a closed rule with 2 hours of debate for the Committee on the Budget and 30 minutes of debate from the Joint Economic Committee, with time equally controlled by both the majority and the minority. We find ourselves in a strange place. It's a new low, and it's truly unfortunate that I have to offer this motion today. The Democratic majority appears to be in such disarray that the Speaker would forego any semblance of regular order to appease her left flank. This complete abdication of the majority in their responsibility to govern is disheartening, and it is concerning. Yet again, the Democratic majority are tucking their budget away behind the rule because, quite simply, they're afraid to bring it to the floor under regular order. But instead of trying to force a square peg into a round hole, Mr. Chairman, why don't we go back to the drawing board and contemplate a better process? This motion would at least allow for debate and a separate vote for the $3.5 trillion budget, a budget that received no hearing and no markup prior to coming to the floor. This is no way to govern, Mr. Chairman, and I know we can do better. While it would still be extremely disheartening to have to bring up the budget in such a manner, at least it's a step forward compared to the process that we've been given today. So I urge support of this amendment. Allow us to debate this $3.5 trillion disaster, and I yield back.
Mr. Cole?
I just want to offer my strong support for my friend from Texas amendment, and I would just urge the majority to think about what you're doing. This is a vehicle that will facilitate a $3.5 trillion budget document, and launch us down the road. To not have an individual vote on a measure of this importance, but to deem it in the rule, I think just totally inappropriate. And with all due respect, it's an abdication of the majority's responsibility to allow all of us on both sides of the aisle to interact and express our opinions individually on each piece of legislation. So again, I thank my good friend from Texas for offering his amendment, and would really urge the committee consider it.
I appreciate it, and I would urge a no vote on the gentleman's amendment. And let me just say this so everybody's clear, and that is that all this is a process that the committees of jurisdiction are going to have to go through a vigorous additional process to decide what the policy is. And by the way, that bill, when it is done, will come back to the Rules Committee. And we will have to give it another rule to come to the floor. I assure both gentlemen that there'll be vigorous debate on this. I also will assure him that not one additional dollar will be spent without a vigorous debate and without it coming back to the Rules Committee and then back to the floor for a vote. So this was this is not a novel thing that we're doing. The same method was used earlier this year to set up for the process for the first reconciliation bill, the American Rescue Plan. So I appreciate that everybody knows what's going to be in this bill, but we don't know because the committees haven't acted yet, and many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are on these committees of jurisdiction, and I'm sure your voices will be heard. So I urge a no vote. The
Mr.
vote,
Chairman?
yes.
Again, not to be argumentary, but if we're going to start a process like this, every member ought to have the opportunity to vote yay or nay on the process. And we know that this is an effort to shield the majority from having to do that. And that's unfortunate. Again, if you believe in this process, then vote for it. If you don't, give us the opportunity to vote against it.
You could vote no on the rule. I mean, that's...
I know, but unfortunately, our friends are like us. You're taught to vote yes or no on the rule. That's not the same as voting on a particular piece of legislation. And in this case, this is one of such magnitude, everybody ought to have the opportunity and, frankly, the responsibility of going yes or no on a measure of this magnitude.
The vote now is on the amendment from the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
No. And that was a yay by Mr. Reschenthaler, delayed, but we got him as yay. You want A roll call has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter.
No.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Raskin. No. Mr. Raskin, no. Ms. Scanlon. No. Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Morelli. Mr. Morelli, no. Mr. DeSaulnier.
Mr. DeSaulnier.
DeSaulnier, no.
Okay.
Mr. DeSaulnier, no. Ms. Ross. No. Ms. Ross, no. Mr. Neguse. No. Mr. Neguse, no. Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Burgess. Aye. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Reschenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach. Aye. Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
Members not agreed to. Further amendments? Hearing none, the vote is now on the motion of the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on that, just to make sure Mr. Reschenthaler has a chance to make it very clear where he's at, we would request a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote has been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Torres. Mr. Perlmutter.
Aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin, aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Morelli.
Aye.
Mr. Morelli, aye. Mr. DeSaulnier.
No, one, you got to unmute.
Aye.
Mr. DeSaulnier, aye. Ms. Ross.
Aye.
Ms. Ross, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Mr. Cole.
No.
Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Burgess. No. Mr. Burgess, no. Mr. Reschenthaler.
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach. No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
Motion is agreed to, and Mr. Neguse will handle it for the Democrats. And this is going to be, Mr. Neguse's first rule. So we're all going to watch him, grade him on how he does. Yeah. Yeah, and we're on the floor tonight. Right, okay, so I think. Yeah, I think, so I think we have 2 suspensions. We did one, right? Yeah, so. One more suspension, then probably right after that, yeah. So then you'll be, yeah. So, all right. Okay, well, that's great, everybody. Nice to see you again. Rules Committee is adjourned.